The Civil War in Pictures and Narration. Created by David Frensley. This September 1862 photo provided by the Library of Congress shows Allan Pinkerton on horseback during the Battle of Antietam, near Sharpsburg, Maryland. Allan Pinkerton first got into detective work before the Civil War. He was living in Chicago when he developed a grudge with the banditti of the Prairie Gang. They suspected his home was used as a stop on the Underground Railroad, so they sacked it. In response, Pinkerton trailed the banditti of the Prairie Gang, infiltrated their hideout, and observed their activities. He compiled a detailed report, handed it over to the Chicago Police Department, and they successfully took down the gang. For his actions, he was given the title of detective and went on to found the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. His first jobs mostly consisted of protecting abolitionist meetings, aiding John Brown during his raid of Harper's Ferry, and investigating a series of train robberies on the Illinois Central Railroad. His contact for the railroad gig was the company's lawyer, a man by the name of Abraham Lincoln. Detective Pinkerton was the first man the then President-elect Lincoln called when he caught wind of an assassination attempt on his life. The killers planned on striking when Lincoln was en route to his inauguration. But when he successfully made it there in one piece, albeit a bit late, Pinkerton's skills got national recognition. He was given command over the Union Intelligence Service, a predecessor of the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Command. Despite his high authority, he would often go out on spy missions in the Deep South himself. Eventually, Pinkerton handed the reins to Lafayette Baker, who'd later also head the Secret Service, a Pinkerton product, as well. Fort Sumter, South Carolina, April 1861 under the Confederate flag. After a signal gun was fired, Virginia Fire Eater Edmund Ruffin, who had campaigned relentlessly through the 1850s for states' rights, slavery, and secession, was given the honor of firing the first shot at Fort Sumter. Major Robert Anderson, to reduce his casualties and conserve ammunition, did not return fire until just before 7 a.m. when Captain Abner Doubleday fired the first return shot. Anderson also tried to reduce casualties by only using the guns from his lower casemates, where his men would be less exposed. Later in the morning, the barracks caught fire and many of his men had to be used as a fire crew. In the afternoon, they spotted the 3 ships flying the U.S. flag just outside the harbor and thought they would be resupplied during the night, not realizing that the ships were actually on their way to Fort Pickens in Pensacola, Florida. As night fell, Anderson stopped firing and the Confederates reduced their fire but resumed it the next morning. April 13, the barracks again caught fire and threatened the ammunition store, in spite of the rainy day. At about 1 p.m. the flagstaff was shot away and the flag was raised on the ramparts on a makeshift staff. On seeing the flag shot away, Louis Wigfall, aide to Brigadier General P.G.T. Beauregard, fire eater, and former U.S. Senator, rode out to Fort Sumter on his own initiative, without the knowledge or approval of Beauregard, amid the continuing barrage to see if Anderson was attempting to surrender. Although initially told that Anderson was not surrendering, Wigfall was able to negotiate a surrender. At 1:30 p.m., the flag was replaced with a white sheet. On seeing the flag of surrender, Beauregard ceased firing and sent his envoys to the fort, where they learned of Wigfall's unofficial mission. After further negotiation, the same terms were eventually agreed to. Surrender would occur April 14 at noon. The people of Charleston came out in boats on April 14 to watch the surrender and evacuation. As part of the surrender terms, Anderson had received permission to fire a 100-gun salute while lowering the American flag before departing. Halfway through, one of the guns discharged prematurely, killing Private Daniel Huff, who had emigrated to the U.S. from Ireland in 1849, and mortally wounding Private Edward Galloway. Reportedly, Huff was buried at the fort, but that has not been proven. The rest of the men were taken by boat to the relief ships just outside the harbor. On April 15, 1861, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the Southern Rebellion. The Civil War had begun. The Anaconda Plan. Winfield Scott's original plan fighting the rebellion. The first military strategy offered to President Abraham Lincoln for crushing the rebellion of Southern states was devised by Union General-in-Chief Winfield Scott. From April 1 through early May 1861, Scott briefed the president daily, often in person, on the national military situation. The results of these briefings were used by Scott to work out Union military aims. About 3rd of May, Scott told his protege, Major General George B. McClellan, That he believed an effective blockade of southern ports, a strong thrust down the Mississippi Valley with a large force, and the establishment of a line of strong federal positions there would isolate the disorganized Confederate nation and bring it to terms. Contemporary sources said McClellan called it Scott's boa constrictor plan. Scott then presented it to the president, in greater detail, proposing that 60,000 troops move down the Mississippi with gunboats until they had secured the river from Cairo, Illinois, to the Gulf, which, in concert with an effective blockade, would seal off the South. Then, he believed, federal troops should stop, waiting for Southern Union sympathizers to turn on their Confederate governors and compel them to surrender. It was his belief that sympathy for secession was not as strong as it appeared, and that isolation and pressure would make the fire-eaters back down and allow calmer heads to take control. But the war-fevered nation wanted combat, not armed diplomacy, and the passive features of Scott's plan were ridiculed as a proposal to squeeze the South to military death. The press, recalling McClellan's alleged boa constrictor remark, named the plan after a different constricting snake, the anaconda. The plan was not adopted, but in 1864 it reappeared in aggressive form. Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant's two-front war, fought in Virginia and Tennessee, pressed the Confederates, while Major General William T. Sherman's march through Georgia to the sea helped squeeze the South to military death. An audience came out to watch one of the first battles. On July 2, 1861, 30,000 Union soldiers marched to Centerville, Virginia, waiting to fight the First Battle of Bull Run, also known by the Confederate soldiers as the Battle of First Manassas. The battle was only a few miles from Washington, D.C., and for the people there, it sounded like a good show. This was still in the early days of the war, and they were sure that the Union would have a quick, bloodless victory. A lot of civilians figured there'd be no harm in going out to watch the war. As dawn broke, a caravan of carriages and wagons made their way to the battlefield, where they set themselves on the side of a ridge to watch. One woman even brought opera glasses. As the battle began, she peered through her glasses for a good view of the fighting, letting out delighted little cries of "That is splendid!" and "Oh my! Is that not first-rate?" Having an audience got people excited. A few soldiers walked over to the spectators and gave a running commentary on everything that was happening. Meanwhile, a few civilians became so worked up that they tried to sneak onto the battlefield. Soon, though, it became clear that the Confederates were winning. A cavalry charge overran some civilians who had gotten too close. Some ended up as prisoners, and others didn't make it out alive. As panic broke out, the audience had to flee and escape back to the capital. Yorktown, Virginia. Embarkation for White House Landing, Virginia. Photograph from the main Eastern Theater of War, the Peninsular Campaign, May to August 1862. The Peninsula, or Peninsular, Campaign was a major Union offensive against the Confederate capital of Richmond led by Major General George B. McClellan in the spring and summer of 1862, during the American Civil War. After moving his Army of the Potomac by boat to Fort Monroe on the Atlantic coast in late April, McClellan planned an advance toward Richmond via the peninsula formed by the York and James rivers. Due to a habit of consistently overestimating his enemy's numbers, the Union general refused to act until late May. The first stage of the Peninsula Campaign ended in the inconclusive Battle of Seven Pines, during which Confederate General Joseph Johnston was injured and command passed to Robert E. Lee. Beginning on June 25, Lee's Army of Northern Virginia held off the Army of the Potomac in a series of engagements known as the 7 Days Battles, effectively ending McClellan's campaign toward Richmond. A captured Confederate encampment near Petersburg, Virginia in June of 1864. The Petersburg Campaign, also known as the Siege of Petersburg, was a climactic series of battles in southern Virginia during the Civil War in which Union General Ulysses S. Grant faced off against Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The campaign saw one of the most protracted uses of trench warfare during the war, as the two armies clashed for more than 9 months along a series of trenches more than 30 miles long. By late March, with Confederate supplies dwindling and Union pressure mounting, Lee was forced to retreat, abandoning both Petersburg and the nearby Confederate capital of Richmond and leading to his surrender at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9, 1865. A view of Washington, D.C. from the intersection of 3rd and Indiana Avenue in 1863. In the foreground is Trinity Episcopal Church. In the background, the unfinished Capitol building. By 1850, the Capitol could no longer accommodate the increasing numbers of senators and representatives. Another competition was held offering $500 for the best plan to extend the Capitol. Unable to decide between the plans, Congress divided the money between 5 architects and Thomas U. Walter was chosen to complete the task. Walter supervised the construction of the extensions, making sure they were compatible with the existing style of the building, but using marble for the exterior instead of sandstone, which deteriorates quickly. As the wings progressed, they more than doubled the length of the Capitol, making the dome too small for the new proportions. In 1856, the old dome was removed and work began on a replacement with a new, fireproof cast-iron dome. Construction was suspended in 1861 so that the Capitol could be used as a military barracks, hospital and bakery for the Civil War. However, in 1862, construction resumed, because Lincoln believed that the Capitol must go on, just as the Union must go on. The King of Siam offered war elephants to Lincoln. Before the war, King Rama IV of Siam found out that the U.S. did not have elephants. This, King Rama IV felt, was a tragedy and one that needed to be righted as soon as possible. When the Civil War began, Rama IV jumped on the opportunity. He wrote to Abraham Lincoln, offering to send him as many war elephants as he required. These, King Rama IV explained, would not only help him crush the Confederates but could also be put to work on construction projects or just set loose in the forests. Lincoln did his best to be polite. "I appreciate most highly your Majesty's tender of good offices," he wrote back. "Our political jurisdiction, however, does not reach a latitude so low as to favor the multiplication of the elephant." It's easy to imagine, though, that a few years further in, Lincoln was probably regretting not putting a few war elephants on the front lines. Fortifications at Yorktown, Virginia, during the Peninsula Campaign of 1862. Most of General Joseph E. Johnston's army was not on the peninsula on April 4 when Major General George B. McClellan departed Fortress Monroe on his Peninsula Campaign. The only force opposing the Yankee advance up the peninsula toward the Confederate capital at Richmond was Major General John B. Magruder's small force of 2 divisions at Yorktown behind the Warwick River. Magruder's deceptive theatrics, conspicuously parading his men back and forth behind his defenses, convinced the Federals that his works were strongly held by an entire, much larger army. McClellan suspended the march toward Richmond, ordered the construction of siege fortifications, and brought his heavy guns to the front. In the meantime, General Joseph E. Johnston brought reinforcements for Magruder. On April 5, Union forces probed for a weakness in the Confederate line at Lee's Mill, and again on April 16 at Dam No. 1. Failure to exploit the initial successes of these attacks, however, held up McClellan for 2 additional weeks, while he considered other options to outflank the Warwick line. With his big siege guns finally in place, McClellan planned for a massive bombardment to begin at dawn on May 4, but the Confederate army had slipped away in the night toward Williamsburg. A March, 1863 photo of the USS Essex. Commanding officer William D. Porter upgraded his ship without official authorization into an ironclad gunboat. Under his orders she was lengthened, widened, and completely re-engineered, and her appearance was changed drastically. New, more powerful engines were put in place and she was re-armored. After her upgrade, Essex took part in operations near Vicksburg, Mississippi. On July 15, 1862, USS Essex was engaged with CSS Arkansas as that ship successfully ran past the Union fleets in front of the city. On 23 July, Essex unsuccessfully attacked the Arkansas at her moorings but was repelled by the Arkansas and the shore guns under whose protection the Arkansas lay. Federal forces withdrew from Vicksburg shortly thereafter. After withdrawing, Essex joined Admiral David Farragut's squadron and was the only Federal ironclad on the lower Mississippi River. On August 5, 1862, Essex helped repel a Confederate Army attack on Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Essex was decommissioned in July 1865. She was sold in November 1865 and reverted to the civilian name New Era. She was scrapped in 1870. USS Essex had the reputation as one of the most active gunboats on the Mississippi River, despite her relatively weak armor. It often was damaged in actions. The 150th Pennsylvania Infantry Camp on Belle Plaine, Virginia is pictured in March 1862, 3 weeks before the Battle of Chancellorsville. The 150th Pennsylvania Infantry was a Union Army volunteer regiment. The first major battle that the 150th was in was Gettysburg, where it held back overwhelming numbers of Confederates for several hours. Colonel Langhorne Wister raised the 150th Pennsylvania Infantry in Philadelphia and Harrisburg in September 1862. The regiment quickly joined the defenses at Washington, D.C. Its Company K, commanded by Captain David Derrickson, was detached and served as bodyguard for President Abraham Lincoln for the duration of the war, including at his stay at the soldiers' home. The rest of the regiment joined the Army of the Potomac in February 1863. There it served in the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Division, 1st Corps. Going into Gettysburg with 397 men present, it saw action on all 3 days. Colonel Wister assumed brigade command and every field officer was wounded. The regiment lost 53 men killed and mortally wounded, 134 wounded, and 77 missing. Lieutenant Colonel Henry S. Heidekoper and Corporal J. Monroe Risinger received the Medal of Honor while members of the regiment. In 1864 the 150th was transferred to the 5th Corps, where it was in various brigades, including that of Brigadier General Joshua L. Chamberlain. It continued to serve until it was mustered out in June 1865. Morris Island, South Carolina. The shattered muzzle of a 300-pounder Parrott rifle after it had burst. Photographed in July or August of 1863. Parrotts were manufactured with a combination of cast and wrought iron. The cast iron made for an accurate gun, but was brittle enough to suffer fractures. Hence, a large wrought iron reinforcing band was overlaid on the breech to give it additional strength. There were prior cannons designed this way, but the method of securing this band was the innovation that allowed the Parrott to overcome the deficiencies of these earlier models. It was applied to the gun red hot and then the gun was turned while pouring water down the muzzle, allowing the band to attach uniformly. By the end of the Civil War, both sides were using this type of gun extensively. Although accurate, as well as being cheaper and easier to make than most rifled artillery guns, the Parrott had a poor reputation for safety and they were shunned by many artillerists. At the end of 1862, Henry J. Hunt attempted to get the Parrott eliminated from the Army of the Potomac's inventory, preferring the 3-inch ordnance rifle. During battles when the Parrott gun would burst, artillerists would chip out the jagged parts and continue firing. In 1889, the New York Times called on the Ordnance Bureau of the War Department to discontinue use of the Parrott gun altogether, following a series of mishaps at the West Point training grounds. On the steps of the Tennessee State Capitol building in Nashville, Tennessee, with covered guns set up nearby in 1864. The Tennessee State Capitol is the seat of government for the U.S. state of Tennessee, serving as home of the Tennessee General Assembly and the location of the governor's office. Designed by architect William Strickland of Philadelphia and Nashville, it was built between 1845 and 1859 and is one of Nashville's most prominent examples of Greek Revival architecture. The building, one of 12 state capitals that does not have a dome, was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1970 and named a National Historic Landmark in 1971. The prominent Nashville hilltop site of what is now the Tennessee State Capitol was formerly occupied by the Holy Rosary Cathedral, the first Roman Catholic cathedral church in Nashville. Inflation of the Intrepid, a hydrogen gas balloon used by the Union Army Balloon Corps for aerial reconnaissance. It was one of 7 balloons constructed for the Balloon Corps and was one of the 4 larger balloons designed to make ascensions to higher elevations with a larger lift capacity for telegraph equipment and an operator. It was the balloon of choice for Chief Aeronaut Thaddeus Lowe overlooking the Battle of Fair Oaks. The fateful flight over the Battle of Fair Oaks was instrumental in saving the fragmented army of Union Army General Samuel P. Heintzelman from what would have been a sure defeat at the hands of the Confederates. The Intrepid, undergoing lengthy inflation, was quickly hooked up to the spout of the smaller Constitution by means of a debottomed camp kettle by which the gas was transferred in shorter time to make the ascent. In 1983, the U.S. Postal Service honored the Intrepid with a postage stamp. A scene in Alexandria, Virginia, in August of 1863. The storefront of 283 Duke Street reads Price, Birch and Company, dealers in slaves. Originally built as the private home of Brigadier General Robert Young in 1812, the Duke Street dwelling was leased by the firm of Franklin and Armfield in 1828 and converted into a large slave jail and pen. The strategic location of the site, between the bustling city to the east and vast farmlands to the west, allowed the firm to efficiently contain and then ship off hundreds of slaves at any one time. In 1858, partners Charles M. Price and John Cook acquired the Franklin and Armfield property. Cook left the partnership soon after and was replaced by Birch. Soon the front facade was emblazoned with the name Price, Birch and Company, dealers in slaves. When Union troops entered Alexandria on May 24, 1861, they found the building hastily abandoned, with one slave still chained to the basement floor. Stacked cannonballs, possibly a view of an arsenal yard in Washington, D.C. By 1864, the arsenal was operating at peak capacity, with 110 women working in the main building of the arsenal, the laboratory. There, those women, working 10 to 12-hour shifts, were able to produce 20,000 rifle cartridges a day. During that same time period, young boys could work at varnishing percussion caps required to fire the cartridges at the rate of 7,000 an hour. The workday passed like any other on June 17, 1864 at the Washington Arsenal. No one knew on the compound that by the end of the day an explosion would cause the ultimate deaths of 21 women. Perhaps because of its nature as a conflict where brother fought against brother, the Civil War has left behind quite a few ghost stories. From Gettysburg to Chickamauga, most major Civil War battlefields are notoriously infested with ghosts, at least if you believe the legends. But a battle doesn't always need to be massive and famous for its site to become haunted. Colbridge Court was a small housing area on Kolb's Farm, near Marietta, Georgia. On June 22, 1864, the area saw a fairly small battle that became known as the Battle of Kolb's Farm. According to many, it was less of a large-scale battle and more of a skirmish. Still, it was more than enough to leave the area with strange phenomena. The area survived the war, new houses were built, and new residents eventually moved in. The residents of one new house in particular have experienced extremely unnerving events, such as a mysterious, but seemingly solid, man in Civil War-era clothing walking in the house, unseen hands tugging their clothing, cold spots, and, most frighteningly, invisible beings playing with their power tools when no one is looking. Strangely enough, the residents eventually made peace with their Civil War ghost. They realized that the spirit was actually quite shy and only started tinkering if no one was paying attention to it. Now, they just let their spiritual housemate do its thing and live their lives in amiable coexistence. Although most Civil War soldiers were between 18 and 39 years old, many young children also fought in the war. It is estimated that at least 100,000 Union soldiers were boys under 15 years old and about 20% of all Civil War soldiers were under 18. Since soldiers had to be at least 18 years old to enlist in the military, many of these boys lied about their age in order to join. Other times, especially as the casualties climbed and more soldiers were needed, recruiters looked the other way when underage boys signed up. Coincidentally, it was this abundance of young, boyish-looking men in the ranks that made it easier for young women to disguise themselves as men and sign up as soldiers. These boy soldiers usually served as drummer boys, musicians, messengers, nurses, and scouts for the troops. Yet, during the heat of battle, many of these boys put these duties aside and joined the troops in combat. Although they held romantic and heroic notions of war, it wasn't long until they experienced the full horrors of war. One boy from Wisconsin, Elijah Stockwell, described his experience during the Battle of Shiloh in 1862. "I want to say, as we lay there and the shells were flying over us, my thoughts went back to my home, and I thought what a foolish boy I was to run away and get into such a mess as I was in. I would have been glad to have seen my father coming after me." Although young children, these boys served their country with as much bravery and dedication as any of the full-grown men they fought alongside. About 48 young boys under age 18 won the Congressional Medal of Honor for their bravery during battle, and many continued to serve in the Army long after the war ended. Rebel prisoners waiting at Belle Plaine, Virginia for transportation. Belle Isle Prison, located on an island in the James River and connected by footbridge to Richmond, was a Confederate military prison. Opened in June 1862 and closed in October 1864, the facility was subject to multiple closures and reopenings, which were contingent upon prisoner exchanges. While Richmond's Libby Prison was set aside for Union officers, Confederate authorities used Belle Isle to hold non-commissioned officers and privates. It was originally intended only as a holding facility until more adequate prisons were available. A hospital for prisoners and an iron factory were located on the island, but no barracks were ever built for the prisoners. They were sheltered only by tents, and forced to withstand excessive heat in the summer, frigid temperatures in the winter, and multiple disease epidemics. Wounded soldiers at rest near Mary's Heights, Fredericksburg, Virginia after the Battle of Spotsylvania in 1864. Following the Battle of the Wilderness, Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant marched the Union Army south with the hope of capturing Spotsylvania Courthouse and preventing Robert E. Lee's army from retreating further. Lee, however, managed to get ahead of the Federals and blocked their pursuit. Fighting began on May 8, when the Union 5th Corps under Major General Governor K. Warren and the 6th Corps under Major General John Sedgwick engaged Confederate Major General Richard Anderson's 1st Corps at Laurel Hill. Sedgwick was killed by a Confederate sharpshooter. The rebels held the hill and extended their lines further east into a muleshoe-shaped salient. On May 10, Grant attacked the entire line with elements of 4 Union Army Corps, adding Major General Ambrose E. Burnside's 9th Corps to the fight on the Confederate right. Early on the morning of May 12, the Union 2nd Corps under Major General Winfield S. Hancock attacked the salient in some of the most violent fighting of the war. Burnside on the Union left and Warren on the right attacked as well. Timely Confederate reinforcements constructed a new defensive line. Bloody hand-to-hand fighting continued as both sides shifted their lines to the southeast. Grant attacked again on May 18 and Lee attacked May 19 at the Harris Farm. Lee withdrew to the North Anna River the next day, beginning the next phase of the overland campaign. CSS Stonewall, a 1,390-ton ironclad ram, was built in Bordeaux, France, for the Confederate Navy. Embargoed by the French government in February 1864, prior to her launching, she was subsequently sold to Denmark. Upon completion of her construction in late 1864, the Danish government would not accept delivery, and her builder secretly resold her to the Confederates. Commissioned at sea as CSS Stonewall in January 1865, she attempted to obtain supplies in French waters, then sailed from Madeira Azores, en route to America, where she was ordered to attack Federal naval forces and commercial shipping. Forced into Ferrol, Spain, by a storm, she was confronted by USS Niagara and USS Sacramento in March 1865. However, these wooden warships avoided action when the well-armed and armored Stonewall put to sea on March 24. After calling at Lisbon, Portugal, the Confederate ironclad crossed the Atlantic, reaching Havana, Cuba, in May. As the Civil War had then ended, she was turned over to Spanish authorities. In July 1865, the Spanish delivered Stonewall to the United States government. She was laid up at the Washington Navy Yard, D.C., for the next 2 years, and then sold to Japan. A view of Andersonville Prison, Georgia on August 17, 1864. From February 1864 until the end of the Civil War in April 1865, Andersonville, Georgia, served as the site of a notorious Confederate military prison. The prison at Andersonville, officially called Camp Sumter, was the South's largest prison for captured Union soldiers and known for its unhealthy conditions and high death rate. In all, approximately 13,000 Union prisoners perished at Andersonville, and following the war its commander, Captain Henry Wirz, was tried, convicted and executed for war crimes. The first inmates began arriving at the Andersonville prison in February 1864, while it was still under construction. The facility became necessary after the prisoner exchange system between the North and South collapsed in 1863 over disagreements about the handling of black soldiers. The stockade at Andersonville was hastily constructed using slave labor, and was located in the Georgia woods near a railroad but safely away from the front lines. Enclosing some 16 acres of land, the prison was supposed to include wooden barracks, but the inflated price of lumber delayed construction, and the Yankee soldiers imprisoned there lived under open skies, protected only by makeshift shanties called shebangs, constructed from scraps of wood and blankets. A creek flowed through the compound and provided water for the Union soldiers. However, this became a cesspool of disease and human waste. In 1991, Fire Chief Jeffrey Keane decided to visit Civil War battle locations. When he visited the field where the Battle of Antietam had been fought, Keane was overcome with emotion and could not stand anymore. After returning home, he contacted a psychic to help him understand the experience. During the reading, the psychic kept repeating the words "not yet." Soon afterward, Keane was reading a historical magazine about the war when that phrase jumped out at him. According to the magazine, General John B. Gordon had repeated that phrase to hold back his troops during the Battle of Antietam. Keane began to earnestly research the life of the Civil War general and discovered uncanny resemblances between Gordon and himself. Both men looked similar. Also, many of the men under Gordon's command looked just like firefighters with whom Keane worked. On Keene's 30th birthday, he had felt a sharp pain in his jaw that went away. Doctors could find no reason for this pain. Similarly, Gordon had taken a bullet in the jaw when he was just 30 years old. Keene also has 3 markings on his face that correspond to where Gordon suffered his wounds. The weirdest connection came when a linguist compared the two men's writing styles. Keene's firefighting reports were remarkably similar to the writing style of General Gordon, who had collected his memories of the Civil War in a book. Both reports seem to come from the same man, separated only by time. Keene firmly believes that he is the reincarnation of the old Civil War general. Union prisoners draw their rations in this view from main gate of Andersonville Prison, Georgia on August 17, 1864. Andersonville Prison ceased to exist when the war ended in April 1865. Some former prisoners remained in federal service, but most returned to the civilian occupations they had before the war. During July and August 1865, Clara Barton, along with a detachment of laborers and soldiers, and former prisoner Dorrance Atwater, came to Andersonville Cemetery to identify and mark the graves of the Union dead. As a prisoner at Andersonville, Atwater had been assigned to record the names of deceased Union soldiers for Confederate prison officials. Fearing loss of the death records at war's end, Atwater made his own copy of the register in hopes of notifying the relatives of the more than 12,000 dead interred at Andersonville. Thanks to Atwater's list and the Confederate death records captured at the end of the war, only 460 of the Andersonville graves had to be marked unknown U.S. soldier. The Armyage. When you're fighting a war, you get used to many inconveniences. Bad food, constant manual labor, wet boots, and, of course, actually having to kill other human beings, all major drawbacks of the life of a wartime soldier. However, the Civil War had one extra horror to throw in the mix. The Armyage was a dermatological terror that spread through the regiments, getting worse by the month throughout the conflict. It was a mysterious condition that caused men's skin to swell and blister, to the point where they became a mass of sores and painful, pus-oozing lacerations. What's more, their entire skin itched constantly and uncontrollably. Some men's hands swelled so badly that their fingers couldn't touch each other. The true cause of the itch remained a mystery until 2006, when researchers were able to determine its true cause as epidemic scabies, a particularly hostile mite infection that swept through the armies in the less than hygienic conditions of the barracks and battlefields. Dead horses surround the damaged Trossel House, results of the Battle of Gettysburg in July of 1863. The Trossel Farm is located just north of the Peach Orchard at Gettysburg on what is now United States Avenue. The 134-acre farm included a new frame house, brick barn, corn crib, wagon shed, spring house, and a brick smokehouse. Owned by Peter Trossel, it was occupied at the time of the battle by his son Abraham, Abraham's wife Catherine, and their 9 children. The house and barn standing today are the original structures of the battlefield from 1863. The Trossel House was used as a hospital, and at the time of the battle consisted of 7 rooms and a basement. The barn still bears a scar of the battle, a hole near the roofline through which a cannonball passed on July 2, after General Daniel Sickles moved his 3rd Corps forward to form a salient at the Peach Orchard not far to the west. Along the road in front of the house stands a monument for the 9th Massachusetts Battery, which had retreated to this point from its original position along the Wheatfield Road during the fighting on July 2. The battery stood its ground here, allowing other units to retreat safely back towards Seminary Ridge. The Trossels were abruptly forced from their home during the fighting. They left dinner on the table, which was enjoyed by Sickles' staff. Like many of their neighbors, the Trossels returned to find most of their belongings looted or destroyed. Catherine Trossel filed a damage claim after the battle with the United States government. She claimed that there were 16 dead horses near the house, and 100 dead horses on the farm. She also claimed the following items destroyed: hay, oats, wheat, garden vegetables, quilts, carpet, pillows, bridle, posts, and timber. The United States government did not compensate the Trossels for losses sustained during the battle. In January 1899, the farm was sold to the United States government for $4,500. You can still see battle damage, including the famous shell hole in the brickwork of the barn. The Park Service uses the house as a dorm for college history interns doing summer studies at the park. An execution in Washington, D.C. On November 10, 1865, Henry Wurz, a Swiss immigrant and the commander of Andersonville Prison in Georgia, is hanged for the murder of soldiers incarcerated there during the Civil War. Wurz oversaw an operation in which thousands of inmates died. Partly a victim of circumstance, he was given few resources with which to work, and the Union ceased prisoner exchanges in 1864. As the Confederacy began to dissolve, food and medicine for prisoners were difficult to obtain. When word about Andersonville leaked out, Northerners were horrified. Poet Walt Whitman saw some of the camp survivors and wrote, "There are deeds, crimes that may be forgiven, but this is not among them." Wurz was charged with conspiracy to injure the health and lives of Union soldiers and murder. His trial began in August 1865 and ran for 2 months. During the trial, some 160 witnesses were called to testify. Though Wurz did demonstrate indifference towards Andersonville's prisoners, he was, in part, a scapegoat and some evidence against him was fabricated entirely. He was found guilty and sentenced to die on November 10 in Washington, D.C. On the scaffold, Wurz reportedly said to the officer in charge, "I know what orders are, Major. I am being hanged for obeying them." The 41-year-old Wurz was one of the few people convicted and executed for crimes committed during the Civil War. African Americans prepare cotton for a cotton gin on Smith's plantation, Port Royal Island, South Carolina in 1862. The Port Royal experiment was a program begun during the American Civil War in which former slaves successfully worked on the land abandoned by planters. In 1861 the Union captured the Sea Islands off the coast of South Carolina and their main harbor, Port Royal. The white residents fled, leaving behind 10,000 black slaves. Several private Northern charity organizations stepped in to help the former slaves become self-sufficient. The result was a model of what Reconstruction could have been. The African Americans demonstrated their ability to work the land efficiently and live independently of white control. They assigned themselves daily tasks for cotton growing and spent their extra time cultivating their own crops, fishing, and hunting. By selling their surplus crops, the locals acquired small amounts of property. Officers of the 69th Infantry, New York, at Fort Corcoran, Virginia with Colonel Michael Corcoran. The 69th New York Militia was called up and sent to Washington in April 1861. After engaging in the assault in the First Battle of Bull Run, the regiment, along with the Fire Zouave, formed the rear guard of the Union Army and protected it as it made its retreat towards Washington. The commander, Colonel Michael Corcoran, was taken prisoner during 2 charges at a Confederate artillery battery. Besides their colonel and second-in-command, the 69th sustained losses of 41 officers and men killed, 85 wounded and 60 prisoners. Thomas Francis Marr, captain of the regiment's Zouave Company, was promoted to colonel. Of all the Civil War sites that are reputedly haunted, it's hard to name one that has classier ghosts than Fort Monroe. Fort Monroe has a particularly storied history, even for a Civil War-era military compound. It was one of the few Southern forts that weren't captured at any point in the war. With its castle-like structure, complete with moat and sturdy walls, it was considered one of the mightiest fortresses in the country. Perhaps this is why Fort Monroe appears to be haunted by pretty much every significant person that ever visited it. The specter of Abraham Lincoln, a man who has been known to haunt quite a few places, has been seen in the guest room, unsurprisingly known as the Lincoln Room. He's always wearing a dressing gown and contemplating on the matters of the state. If a huge, half-dressed ghost of a long-dead president is not terrifying enough, there's always the phantom of the fierce General Ulysses S. Grant, sometimes spotted within the fort's quarters. Number 1. Another one of Fort Monroe's famous ghosts is Varina Davis, the wife of Confederate leader Jefferson Davis, who was imprisoned in the fortress after the South fell. Of course, Jefferson himself is also said to haunt the premises, along with Edgar Allan Poe, of all people. However, the most famous of the area's ghosts is not a famous person at all. An area of the fort, aptly known as Ghost Alley, is said to be haunted by the Light Lady. She is a classic white lady ghost, roaming the areas near Fort Monroe in search of her lost love, surrounded by a fog that seems to glow from within. Although many of these ghosts seem like classic campfire stories, it is worth noting that sightings have been reported for a long time, often by military personnel of sound mind and stature. Whether we believe these stories or not, the locals are happy to embrace the strange, spectral history of Fort Monroe, to the point where the local history museum happily arranges ghost tours of the place. Chengmeng, The 19th century's conjoined Siamese twins were once drafted, almost. Following the brothers' retirement from show business in 1839, they bought 700 acres of land near White Plains, North Carolina, married sisters, adopted an American surname, fathered children, and owned slaves. According to local legend, in 1865, Union General George Stoneman came to the neighborhood to draft area men into the U.S. Army as conscripts whether they liked it or not. All the names of male residents over 18 were put into a lottery. Eng's name came up, but not Chang's. Of course, as soon as he realized Eng Bunker was one half of the famous inseparable duo, Stoneman let him go. By the way, each brother had a son who joined the Confederate cause, and both ultimately survived the war. A federal encampment on the Pamunkey River, Cumberland Landing, Virginia in May of 1862. During the Peninsula Campaign, the Union Army of the Potomac under Major General George B. McClellan advanced up the Pamunkey River toward Richmond, while Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston's army moved to defend the city. Cumberland Landing, just northeast of here, served as McClellan's headquarters and supply depot from May 13 to 16. Nearly 110,000 troops, possibly the largest American army assembled to date, camped nearby. James F. Gibson, a pioneer in Civil War photojournalism, captured striking images of the sprawling tent city, ships on the river, and formerly enslaved African Americans called contrabands. A Harvest of Death, a famous scene from the aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg in Pennsylvania in July of 1863. Slowly, over the misty fields of Gettysburg, as all reluctant to expose their ghastly horrors to the light, came the sunless morn, after the retreat by General Robert E. Lee's broken army. Through the shadowy vapors, it was, indeed, a harvest of death that was presented. Hundreds and thousands of torn Union and rebel soldiers, although many of the former were already interred, strewed the now quiet fighting ground, soaked by the rain, which for 2 days had drenched the country with its fitful showers. This paragraph opens the text that Alexander Gardner wrote to accompany this photograph in Gardner's photographic sketchbook of the war. Both text and image eloquently capture the war's toll of death and destruction, especially apparent after the Battle of Gettysburg, which took place from July 1 to July 3, 1863. Although Gardner's caption identifies the men in the photograph as rebels represented, without shoes, they are probably Union dead. During the Civil War, shoes were routinely removed from corpses because supplies were scarce and surviving troops needed them. With all of the dead and wounded in Gettysburg, the area quickly became an insufferable place to be. A writer for a Philadelphia papers exclaimed on June 6, 1863. "The air is polluted with a heavy, sickening, disgusting stench. Thanks for the heavy rain we have had, carrying off much of the blood, otherwise I do not see how people could live here. As it is the most disgusting atmosphere I ever breathed, or thought it possible human beings could live in." Federal cavalry at Sudley Ford, Virginia, following the Battle of First Bull Run in March of 1862. On July 21, 1861, the Confederates defeated the Union Army in the First Battle of Bull Run, the first major conflict of the Civil War. The battle would signal to both sides that the war would be longer and bloodier than either had anticipated. In the months following the Confederate attack on Fort Sumter, there was increasing political pressure in the North for the Union Army to launch an attack against the Confederates and quickly end the war. Despite General Irvin McDowell's concerns that his troops weren't prepared, he made plans to attack the Confederate forces gathered along Bull Run Stream near Manassas Junction, Virginia, about 25 miles from Washington, D.C. McDowell and his approximately 30,000 troops left Washington, D.C. on July 16, slowly making their way to Centerville, Virginia. Once at Centerville, McDowell delayed for 2 days, unknowingly allowing time for thousands more Confederate troops under Joseph Johnston to join the main force under P.G.T. Beauregard, bringing the Confederates' total forces to roughly the same number as the Union's. McDowell's plan was to send half his troops in a feint at the Confederate center, while the other half of his force would come from upstream to attack the Confederates' left flank. Despite problems with synchronizing the two parts of the attack, at first it seemed like the Union would carry the day. However, a strong Confederate defense at Henry House Hill on the Confederate left, as well as a crucial attack on the Union right flank, helped turn the tide of the battle. The Union retreat soon turned to panic, and troops fled in chaos back to Washington, as did the spectators from the Capitol who had come to observe the battle. The Civil War was going poorly for the North during the first few years of the war. General George B. McClellan, one of the Union's main generals, was struggling to mount successful operations against Confederate forces. That's when McClellan reported a strange incident in which he saw a vision of George Washington in early 1862. Late one night, McClellan was studying maps and planning attacks when he gradually realized that the enemy knew his positions too well and could fight off any offensive. As he sunk into despair, he heard a booming voice through his cabin. The voice told him that only God was helping the Union to repel Confederate attacks and that the South would have won otherwise. Looking up from his maps, McClellan found himself staring at the wispy ghost of George Washington. Washington reassured McClellan that the cause was not yet lost, and that the U.S. would prevail for many centuries. After his speech, Washington raised his hand above McClellan's head and blessing and thunder rolled throughout the cabin. When McClellan awoke, he was lying on the table. At first, he thought that it had been a dream. But when he looked at his maps, he could see markings that showed him how to attack the Confederate positions. He did not remember making those markings himself. Obviously, this story helped to solidify the idea that the North received divine help during the war. But the tale was only made public after the war ended. It is impossible to determine whether this actually happened to McClellan, but it is a fun story of paranormal events. Petersburg, Virginia, the first Federal Army wagon train entering the town in April of 1865. On June 9, 1864, Major General Benjamin Butler dispatched about 4,500 cavalry and infantry against the 2,500 Confederate defenders of Petersburg. While Butler's infantry demonstrated against the outer line of entrenchments east of Petersburg, Kautz's cavalry division attempted to enter the city from the south via the Jerusalem Plank Road but was repulsed by Home Guards. Afterwards, Butler withdrew. This was called the Battle of Old Men and Young Boys by local residents. On June 14 through June 17, the Army of the Potomac crossed the James River and began moving towards Petersburg to support and renew Butler's assaults. Marching from Cold Harbor, Meade's Army of the Potomac crossed the James River on transports in a 2,200-foot-long pontoon bridge at Windmill Point. Butler's leading elements, 18 Corps and Kautz's cavalry, crossed the Appomattox River at Windmill Point and attacked the Petersburg defenses on June 15. The 5,400 defenders of Petersburg under command of General P.G.T. Beauregard were driven from their first line of entrenchments back to Harrison Creek. After dark, the 18th Corps was relieved by the 2nd Corps. On June 16, the 2nd Corps captured another section of the Confederate line. On the 17th, the 9th Corps gained more ground. Beauregard stripped the Howlett Line, Bermuda Hundred, to defend the city, and Lee rushed reinforcements to Petersburg from the Army of Northern Virginia. The 2nd, 11th, and V Corps from right to left attacked on June 18 but was repulsed with heavy casualties. By now the Confederate works were heavily manned and the greatest opportunity to capture Petersburg without a siege was lost. The Siege of Petersburg began. Read Edward Everett Hale's classic, The Man Without a Country? The story was based on the life-changing events suffered by a real gentleman, Clement Laird Vallandigham. He was an attorney and congressman from Ohio, a states' rights advocate who opposed the federal government's support of the Civil War as he believed the South couldn't be forced into rejoining the Union. In 1863, Union Major General Ambrose Burnside issued General Order 38, making it illegal to publicly express sympathy for the enemy. Vallandigham gave a speech criticizing President Lincoln, was arrested under the order, and tried before a military court despite his civilian status. The legality of the trial was debatable. Vallandigham was sentenced to 2 years in prison, but Lincoln avoided a political hot potato by commuting the sentence to banishment to the Confederate States. He eventually returned to Ohio since he still espoused the Union cause, not their policies, and the Confederates didn't want him either. Union forces of Benson's Battery in the Battle of Seven Pines stand guard in the fighting against General Thomas Stonewall Jackson's Confederate troops at Fair Oaks near Richmond, Virginia. The Battle of Seven Pines, also known as the Battle of Fair Oaks or Fair Oaks Station, took place on May 31 and June 1, 1862, in Henrico County, Virginia, as part of the Peninsula Campaign of the American Civil War. It was the culmination of an offensive up the Virginia Peninsula by Union Major General George B. McClellan, in which the Army of the Potomac reached the outskirts of Richmond. On May 31, Confederate General Joseph E. Johnston attempted to overwhelm 2 Federal corps that appeared isolated south of the Chickahominy River. The Confederate assaults, although not well coordinated, succeeded in driving back the Fourth Corps and inflicting heavy casualties. Reinforcements arrived, and both sides fed more and more troops into the action. Supported by the Third Corps and Major General John Sedgwick's division of Major General Edwin B. Sumner's II Corps, which crossed the rain-swollen river on Grapevine Bridge, the Federal position was finally stabilized. General Johnston was seriously wounded during the action, and command of the Confederate Army devolved temporarily to Major General G. W. Smith. On June 1, the Confederates renewed their assaults against the Federals, who had brought up more reinforcements, but made little headway. Both sides claimed victory. Although the battle was tactically inconclusive, it was the largest battle in the Eastern Theater up to that time, and second only to Shiloh in terms of casualties thus far, about 11,000 total. General Johnston's injury also had profound influence on the war. It led to the appointment of Robert E. Lee as Confederate commander. The more aggressively initiated the 7 days battles, leading to a Union retreat in late June. Seven Pines therefore marked the closest Union forces came to Richmond in this offensive. Confederate dead lie among rifles and other gear behind a stone wall at the foot of Marye's Heights near Fredericksburg, Virginia on May 3, 1863. Union forces penetrated the Confederate lines at this point during the Second Battle of Fredericksburg. The Second Battle of Fredericksburg was fought May 3 to 4, 1863, and was part of the Chancellorsville Campaign. While Union General Joseph Hooker and the Army of the Potomac engaged Robert E. Lee and the Army of Northern Virginia 12 miles to the west near Chancellorsville, the 1st and 6th Corps under Union General John Sedgwick were ordered to cross the Rappahannock River and attack at Fredericksburg, on Lee's far right flank. Hooker's plan was to force an already undermanned Lee to shift troops to his right, weakening his defenses and forcing him to retreat. By the time the cautious Sedgwick was in position, however, Confederate General Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson had outflanked the Union right, and it was Hooker, not Lee, who was reeling back. Sedgwick did finally charge up Marye's Heights, where the previous December the Union Army under Ambrose E. Burnside had so ignominiously been defeated. This time, a small contingent of Confederates under Jubal Early held on for a short while before finally giving way. When Sedgwick failed to press his victory, Lee reinforced his line, attacking at Salem Church on May 3 and Banks Ford on May 4. On May 5, Sedgwick retreated across the Rappahannock River, followed shortly by Hooker. The Battle of Chancellorsville is considered by many to be Lee's greatest victory, but it cost him the life of Stonewall Jackson, and absent Sedgwick's caution and a bit of good fortune here and there, he may not have won it all. The following month, a few days ahead of the Battle of Gettysburg, United States President Abraham Lincoln turned the Army of the Potomac over to George G. Meade. Sedgwick, meanwhile, became the war's highest-ranking Union casualty a year later, on May 9, 1864. Scolding his men for ducking under the fire of Confederate sharpshooters at Spotsylvania Courthouse, he spoke some of his last words with a chuckle: "They couldn't hit an elephant at that distance." The Federal ironclad Galena, after recent action with Confederate batteries at Drury's Bluff on Virginia's James River in 1862. USS Galena was a wooden-hulled broadside ironclad built for the United States Navy during the American Civil War. The ship was initially assigned to the North Atlantic Blockading Squadron and supported Union forces during the Peninsula Campaign in 1862. She was damaged during the Battle of Drury's Bluff because her armor was too thin to prevent Confederate shots from penetrating. Widely regarded as a failure, Galena was reconstructed without most of her armor in 1863 and transferred to the West Gulf Blockading Squadron in 1864. The ship participated in the Battle of Mobile Bay and the subsequent siege of Fort Morgan in August. She was briefly transferred to the East Gulf Blockading Squadron in September before she was sent to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for repairs in November. Repairs were completed in March 1865 and Galena rejoined the North Atlantic Blockading Squadron in Hampton Roads the following month. After the end of the war, the ship was decommissioned at Portsmouth, New Hampshire in June. She was transferred to Hampton Roads in 1869, condemned in 1870, and broken up for scrap in 1872. The tallest man in the Union Army was Captain David Van Buskirk of the 27th Indiana Regiment, who stood 6 feet 11 inches and weighed 380 pounds. He was captured in 1862 and was sent to a Richmond prison where a Confederate entrepreneur put him on exhibit and they split the proceeds. Even Confederate President Jeff Davis came to see this giant and was astounded when Van Buskirk claimed, straight-faced, that back home in Bloomington, Indiana, When I was at the train station with my company, my 6 sisters came to say goodbye. As I was standing there, with my company, they all came up to me, leaned down and kissed me on top of the head. Buskirk resigned from the army because of health reasons in 1864. He would die in 1886. Harewood Hospital opened on September 4, 1862 and operated until after the end of the Civil War, closing on May 5, 1866. It was located on the Corcoran Farm and built in a V-pavilion style. The hospital was made up of 9 wards of 63 beds each, totaling 945 beds. Additional tents of 6 beds each were set up. With a maximum of 312 tents set up on site, the capacity of 1,872 beds was reached. The December 17, 1864, bed census lists that the hospital had 1,207 beds occupied of the 2,080 beds total. At the time, Surgeon R.A. Bontecan, USV, was in charge. A few wooden barracks and a brick farmhouse were also part of the hospital complex. Among the notable figures who visited with or rendered care to sick and injured soldiers at Harewood Hospital were President Abraham Lincoln and his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln, and the American poet Walt Whitman. When President Lincoln and his family resided at the soldiers' home, they moved closer to the action of the Civil War, according to Aaron Carlson Mast, executive director of President Lincoln's Cottage. From greeting wounded soldiers en route to Harewood Hospital, to witnessing growing numbers of contraband camps and military burials, Lincoln's life at the soldiers' home connected him profoundly to the stark realities of the Civil War. Whitman, who had heard that his brother had been wounded in battle but had found, after traveling from New York to Washington, D.C., that his brother had sustained only a minor injury, quickly realized that he could help other soldiers who were enduring far worse. After he began volunteering in city hospitals as part of the Christian Commission, one of the services he provided was to write letters on behalf of soldiers who were illiterate or too ill or injured to do so themselves. One of those letters, one of only 3 such examples of Whitman's soldiers' letters still known to still exist, was penned by the poet on January 21, 1866, to the wife and 6 children of a member of the 8th New Hampshire Infantry, Private Robert N. Jabo, who died from tuberculosis on December 19, 1866. It was discovered in February 2016 in the National Archives. Born January 30, 1797 in Boston, Massachusetts, Edwin Vose Sumner was the son of Elisha and Nancy Sumner. With the dismissal of Brigadier General David E. Twiggs for treason in early 1861, Sumner's name was put forward by Lincoln for elevation to Brigadier General. Approved, he was promoted on March 16 and directed to relieve Brigadier General Albert S. Johnston as commander of the Department of the Pacific. Departing for California, Sumner remained on the West Coast until November. As a result, he missed the early campaigns of the Civil War. Returning east, Sumner was selected to lead the newly formed II Corps on March 13, 1862. Attached to Major General George B. McClellan's Army of the Potomac, 2nd Corps began moving south in April to take part in the Peninsula Campaign. Advancing up the peninsula, Sumner directed Union forces at the inconclusive Battle of Williamsburg on May 5. Though criticized for his performance by McClellan, he was promoted to Major General. On December 13, Sumner led his new formation during the Battle of Fredericksburg. Tasked with frontally assaulting Lieutenant General James Longstreet's fortified lines atop Marye's Heights, his men moved forward shortly before noon. Attacking through the afternoon, Union efforts were repulsed with heavy losses. Continued failures on the part of Burnside in the following weeks saw him replaced with Major General Joseph Hooker on January 26, 1863. The oldest general in the Army of the Potomac, Sumner asked to be relieved shortly after Hooker's appointment due to exhaustion and frustration with infighting among the Union officers. Appointed to a command in the Department of Missouri shortly thereafter, Sumner died of a heart attack on March 21 while in Syracuse, New York to visit his daughter. He was buried in the city's Oakwood Cemetery a short time later. White House Landing, on the Pamunkey River, Virginia. From the confluence of the North Anna River and South Anna River downstream to below Hanovertown, the Pamunkey is a narrow steep-banked meandering stream with no upstream tidal flow, continuous downstream flow as opposed to ebb and flood flow. Although, as you move closer to the Route 360 bridge you may experience small fluctuations in river levels during periods of low flow due to tidal influences. For those floating or bank fishing this secluded section of river, a diverse angling experience is provided by black crappie, blue and channel catfish, red-breast sunfish, striped bass, 3 species of black bass, largemouth bass, smallmouth bass and spotted bass, yellow perch, and spring runs of American, hickory shad, and river herring. Public access on the upper Pamunkey is limited. From the Route 360 crossing downstream to Putney's Mill, the Pamunkey is a fairly constricted tidal river with forested swamps adjacent to the main channel. In this section of the river, largemouth bass dominate the black bass assemblage, and fishing for blue catfish picks up, particularly in the deep spends. Below Putney's Mill, the river begins to take on more of the characteristics of a tidal estuary, with broad tidal marshes replacing forested swamps, and a channel that quickly increases in width as one moves downstream. The Pamunkey River provides excellent spawning and nursery habitat for several anadromous fish species including river herring, both alewife and blueback herring, shad, American and hickory, and striped bass. The White River was one of the most important trade routes in Arkansas during the Civil War. As such, it was the site of constant combat. Oddly, combat on the river may have involved a mysterious cryptid called the White River Monster as well. Although not officially cited until the 20th century, local legend and paranormal investigators have placed the monster in the Civil War. According to local legend, the White River Monster is a gray-skinned, reptilian creature that sometimes walks on land, leaving distinctive 3-toed footprints. Multiple attempts to capture the monster have proven unsuccessful. Reports of sunken ships during the Civil War have led some believers to assume that the monster was active during the conflict. Sailors told stories of boats being smashed from underneath by an aggressive creature. Other reports state that soldiers on the river shore sometimes shot at a large, elephant-like creature in the water. But they were never able to kill the beast, which resulted in multiple boats falling victim to the enigmatic cryptid. This photograph was taken during the Union occupation of Atlanta, Georgia by George Barnard, the official photographer of the Chief Engineer's Office. The image shows an auction location that was used for the sale of enslaved Africans. When in use, the enslaved people would be brought from the pen and made to stand on a platform so that they could be seen by the buyers. Buyers would inspect the enslaved people, and they would endure being poked, prodded, and forced to open their mouths for the buyers. The auctioneer would decide a price to start the bidding. It would be higher for young enslaved people and lower for older, very young or sickly enslaved people. Buyers would bid against each other and sold to the person who bid the most money. A casual glance would show a list of business that you might find in any city in the country at the time. To the far left of this image was Gilbert's jewelry store, only Gilbert can be made out in the image. To the right was F. Gudebrook, who dealt Cuban and American tobacco and snuff. To its right was China, glass, and Queensware, with 2 more cigar manufacturers or wholesalers to the right of that. In the first floor window of the China glass store they advertised the sale of lamp, pine and kerosene oils. It is outside of this building that an African-American soldier decided to rest. Just above his head the first floor announced another commodity, slaves. Auction and Negro sales available in the same building as fine china and lamp oil. This building, as well as much of Atlanta, was destroyed not long after this image was taken when the burning of Atlanta became the starting point of Sherman's march to the sea. After 3.5 months of incessant maneuvering and much hard fighting, Sherman forced Hood to abandon the munitions center of the Confederacy. Sherman remained there, resting his war-worn men and accumulating supplies, for nearly 2.5 months. Rebel fortifications in front of Atlanta, Georgia in 1863 or 1864. The city of Atlanta, Georgia, in Fulton County, was an important rail and commercial center during the American Civil War. Although relatively small in population, the city became a critical point of contention during the Atlanta campaign in 1864 when a powerful Union army approached from Union-held Tennessee. The fall of Atlanta was a critical point in the Civil War, giving the North more confidence, and, along with the victories at Mobile Bay and Winchester, leading to the re-election of President Abraham Lincoln and the eventual surrender of the Confederacy. The capture of the Gate City of the South was especially important for Lincoln as he was in a contentious election campaign against the Democratic opponent George B. McClellan. The capture and fall of Atlanta were extensively covered by Northern newspapers, and significantly boosted Northern morale. Lincoln was re-elected easily. Following the war, federal troops returned to Atlanta to help enforce the provisions of Reconstruction. African Americans collect the remains of soldiers killed in battle near Cold Harbor, Virginia in April of 1865. The unprecedented casualties of the American Civil War presented unprecedented challenges to both armies, with no consistent means of dealing with the dead, a sanitary problem that had existed since mankind's first major wars. The winning side, the one that held the ground at the end, buried its own dead with as much dignity as it could, usually with some sort of identification pinned to the body for future reference and, if possible, a marker with name and date of death. In the Union Army, black contrabands accompanying the army usually got this job, burying the dead with their uniforms, under cloths or in pine boxes as time and available resources allowed. The enemy was generally buried unceremoniously in mass graves, especially blacks of the Union Army at the hands of Confederates, who dumped Colonel Robert Gould Shine with them after the failed July 1863 assault at Battery Wagner. Sometimes officers on either side would get a better send-off, as circumstances permitted. Burials were handled in a bit more consistent manner outside of military hospitals behind the lines, and even more so to those who succumbed in the formal facilities in the nearest town or city, with a sanitary commission or Christian commission handling the burials. A late war development, at the behest of families of the deceased, was a revival of the art of embalming and preparation for transport home, for local burial whenever possible. In all these cases, however, there was no uniform graves registration department, and the fate of a dead soldier, whether slain in combat or, often, dead of infected wounds or disease, depended on the exigencies of battle and proximity to the front. In Atlanta, Georgia, soldiers sit atop boxcars at a railroad depot. At right is the office of Atlanta's Daily Intelligencer newspaper. The Intelligencer began weekly publication in June of 1849 using the miscellaneous old printing equipment, and covered not just local and national news, but also international events utilizing a telegraph station that ran through its building. In 1854, the paper began daily publication. The Intelligencer merged with the Atlanta Examiner in September 1857. In November of 1864, the forces of Union General William T. Sherman and his Union troops captured Atlanta and burned down substantial portions of the city. The destruction dealt a blow to the city's newspaper industry, as the Intelligencer was the only Atlanta paper to survive the war. The success of the Atlanta Constitution in the post-war years, however, forced the Atlanta Intelligencer out of business in 1871. Congress got in a drunken fist fight. In 1858, the U.S. Capitol gave the world an early preview of the war to come. Congress was debating the statehood of Kansas. Their proposed constitution permitted slavery and forbade free blacks from living in the state. The Northern Republicans were furious. Congress spent days arguing about it. As the debate went on, extending past midnight, they started drinking heavily just to keep from falling asleep. It was 1:30 a.m. when Lawrence Keat, a Democrat who was drunk out of his mind, stood up, pointed in Republican Galusha Grove's face, and slurred out, "You're a black Republican puppy." Grove snapped back, "No Negro driver shall crack his whip over me." Lunging at Grove, Keat yelled that he was going to choke Grove, and the whole building erupted into a vicious brawl. There was an effort to calm it down. The Speaker of the House tried banging the House mace, but it only made things worse. Another congressman, misunderstanding what the Speaker was trying to do, thought this meant that weapons were fair game. The congressman grabbed a metal spittoon and smashed it into someone's head. The fight didn't stop until someone grabbed William Barksdale in a headlock and started punching him in the skull. Barksdale broke free, but his hairpiece didn't come with him. Embarrassed, he picked it off the ground and put the wig on his head backward. The politicians burst into laughter, and everyone finally calmed down. The fighting stopped, and they managed to come to an agreement, pacified by a man's wig. The deck and turret of the ironclad USS Monitor on the James River, Virginia on July 9, 1862. On March 9, 1862, one of the most famous naval battles in American history occurs as two ironclads, the USS Monitor and the CSS Virginia, fight to a draw off Hampton Roads, Virginia. The ships pounded each other all morning, but their armor plates easily deflected the cannon shots, signaling a new era of steam-powered iron ships. The CSS Virginia was originally the USS Merrimac, a 40-gun frigate launched in 1855. The Confederates captured it and covered it in heavy armor plating above the waterline. Outfitted with powerful guns, the Virginia was a formidable vessel when the Confederates launched her in February 1862. On March 8, the Virginia sunk 2 Union ships and ran one aground off Hampton Roads. The next day, the USS Monitor steamed into the Chesapeake Bay. Designed by Swedish engineer John Ericsson, the vessel had an unusually low profile, rising from the water only 18 inches. The flat iron deck had a 20-foot cylindrical turret rising from the middle of the ship. The turret housed 2 11-inch Dahlgren guns. The Monitor had a draft of less than 11 feet, so it could operate in the shallow harbors and rivers of the South. It was commissioned on February 25, 1862 and arrived at Chesapeake Bay just in time to engage the Virginia. The battle between the Virginia and the Monitor began on the morning of March 9 and continued for 4 hours. The ships circled one another, jockeying for position as they fired their guns. The cannonballs simply deflected off the iron ships. In the early afternoon, the Virginia pulled back to Norfolk. Neither ship was seriously damaged, but the Monitor effectively ended the short reign of terror that the Confederate ironclad had brought to the Union Navy. This photograph shows a young boy with his hands tucked into his pants standing at ease in front of a large gun aboard the sloop of war, USS Pawnee. A powder boy or powder monkey manned naval artillery guns as a member of a warship's crew, primarily during the Age of Sail. His chief role was to ferry gunpowder from the powder magazine in the ship's hold to the artillery pieces, either in bulk or as cartridges. The function was fulfilled by boy seamen 12 to 14 years of age. Powder monkeys were usually boys or young teens selected for the job for their speed and height. They were short and would be hidden behind the ship's gunwale, keeping them from being shot by enemy ships' sharpshooters. In recent times, the term has been applied to a variety of workers who deploy explosives. The use of the term powder monkey in English dates to the late 17th century. A pontoon bridge near Petersburg, Virginia in April of 1865. A pontoon bridge, or pontoon bridge, also known as a floating bridge, uses floats or shallow draft boats to support a continuous deck for pedestrian and vehicle travel. The buoyancy of the supports limits the maximum load they can carry. Most pontoon bridges are temporary, used in wartime and civil emergencies. Permanent floating bridges are useful for sheltered water crossings where it is not considered economically feasible to suspend a bridge from anchored piers. Such bridges can require a section that is elevated, or can be raised or removed, to allow waterborne traffic to pass. Grant's operation to extricate his Union Army from Cold Harbor and land suddenly in front of Petersburg in mid-June 1864 has often been described as a brilliant movement. Union engineers, regulars and volunteers both, worked rapidly to assemble the 2,170-foot pontoon bridge on June 14, 1864. The distance bridged is the longest to be covered by a temporary span in modern military history. The rapid construction of this pontoon bridge allowed Grant's Union Army to rapidly shift operations south of the James River and threaten Petersburg from the east, just as Butler had on a smaller scale days before. Though the operation went largely unopposed by Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, quick action by P.G.T. Beauregard, charged by Lee with the task of defending Bermuda Hundred and Petersburg, held off much larger numbers during the Second Battle of Petersburg, fought between June 15 and 18, 1864. If you believe in the supernatural, the Beauregard Keys House is one of the best places to go if you want to witness a real Civil War battle. This New Orleans estate belonged to General Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard, a leading general of the Confederate forces. Beauregard was in command at the shelling at Fort Sumter, which started the war, and was instrumental in the early victories of the Confederacy. After the war, he retired to his New Orleans residence and died there in 1893. A decade later, the house was occupied by the Giaconas, an Italian family who had mob connections. One night in 1909, a mob shooting occurred at the house, killing 3 of the Giacona family members. They promptly moved out and decided to convert the house into a macaroni factory. Residents fought against the change, ultimately saving the house as a heritage site. Then the hauntings started. Around World War II, people began reporting odd occurrences in the house, such as visions of Civil War soldiers. Legend states that General Beauregard appears on certain nights with an entire contingent of soldiers. The most common supernatural occurrence is hearing gunshots and battle sounds from the yard. In 1993, paranormal investigator Victor Klein wrote his description of the unusual activity at the house. Men with mangled limbs and blown-away faces swirl in a confused dance of death. Horses and mules appear and are slaughtered by grapeshot and cannon. The pungent smell of blood and decay permeated the restless atmosphere. If true, General Beauregard and his troops are still fighting the war in the next life. The camp of the Tennessee Colored Battery pictured during the siege of Vicksburg at Johnsonville, Tennessee in 1864. Johnsonville, on the Tennessee River, was an important strategic point for the Union Army. Union troops, including members of the United States Colored Troops, completed the railroad from Nashville to the Tennessee River after Middle and West Tennessee were occupied. Shortly after the completion of the railroad and the depot, Confederate forces led by Nathan Bedford Forrest destroyed the overmatched defenses installed by the Union Army to protect the depot. The disappearance of the USS Keystone State. On November 9, 1861, a steamer named USS Keystone State disappeared. What made this strange were the circumstances. The Civil War-era ship was nowhere near the battlefronts. The vessel had been unassumingly hauling passengers and iron goods from Detroit to Milwaukee on the Great Lakes of Michigan. What's more, the USS Keystone State was one of the largest, sturdiest steamers in existence, so its complete disappearance, and presumed sinking, was a surprise. For over 150 years, the ship's final fate remained a mystery. Finally, in 2013, a veteran shipwreck hunter found the mighty vessel at the bottom of Lake Huron, where it had lain all those years. It was determined that the USS Keystone State had sunk in a particularly nasty storm. But why was it attempting to make its voyage during such a terrible storm? Its finder has a possible explanation. It may be that the ship was involved in the war after all and was actually carrying a large amount of military equipment for a special militia forming in Wisconsin. Serving as a soldier in uniform and getting regular Army pay, a former slave, Center, with hands in pockets, stands with other federal soldiers at the Army of the Potomac Winter Headquarters near Fredericksburg, Virginia. The log hut served as a mess house for the regiment. With regard to the black soldier, Frederick Douglass said, "Once let the black man get upon his purse in the brass letters, U.S., let him get an eagle on his button, and a musket on his shoulder and bullets in his pockets, and there is no power on earth which can deny that he has earned the right to citizenship in the United States." With President Abraham Lincoln's issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, the Civil War became a war to save the Union and to abolish slavery. In actual numbers, African American soldiers comprised 10% of the entire Union Army. Losses among African Americans were high, and from all reported casualties, approximately one-third of all African Americans enrolled in the military lost their lives during the Civil War. Before President Lincoln issued his official Emancipation Proclamation in January 1863, Union General John Charles Pathfinder Fremont, who'd been put in charge of the Department of the West by the POTUS, issued a proclamation of his own in August 1861. After putting Missouri under martial law due to instances of guerrilla warfare, threat of a Confederate invasion, and general lawlessness, he proclaimed that any rebel sympathizers or Confederates in the state would forfeit all their property, including their slaves, and the slaves would be declared free men and be given deeds of manumission. Lincoln wasn't pleased. Believing the act unconstitutional, he ordered Fremont to amend his proclamation, and in November, removed him from his position. Fremont was the first, but he wasn't the last. In May 1862, Union General David Hunter issued a similar emancipation proclamation for Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. A furious Lincoln ordered the proclamation retracted. Bodies of soldiers lie on the ground in front of Dunkirk Church after the Battle of Antietam in Maryland. The Battle of Antietam, fought September 17, 1862, was one of the bloodiest battles in the history of this nation. Yet, one of the most noted landmarks on this great field of combat is a house of worship associated with peace and love. Indeed, the Dunkirk Church ranks as perhaps one of the most famous churches in American military history. This historic structure began as a humble country house of worship constructed by local Dunkirk farmers in 1852. It was Mr. Samuel Mumma, owner of the nearby farm that bears his name, who donated land in 1851 for the Dunkers to build their church. During its early history, the congregation consisted of about half a dozen farm families from the local area. On the eve of the Battle of Antietam, the members of the Dunkirk congregation, as well as their neighbors in the surrounding community, received a portent of things to come. That Sunday, September 14, 1862, the sound of cannons booming at the Battle of South Mountain 7 miles to the east was plainly heard as the Dunkers attended church. By September 16, Confederate infantry and artillery was being positioned around the church in anticipation of the battle that was fought the next day. During the Battle of Antietam, the church was the focal point of a number of Union attacks against the Confederate left flank. Most after-action reports by commanders of both sides, including Union General Hooker and Confederate Stonewall Jackson, make references to the church. At battle's end, the Confederates used the church as a temporary medical aid station. A sketch by well-known Civil War artist Alfred Waugh depicts a truce between the opposing sides being held in front of the church on September 18, in order to exchange wounded and bury the dead. At least one account states that after the battle the Union Army used the Dunker Church as an embalming station. One tradition persists that Lincoln may have visited the site during his visit to the Army of the Potomac in October 1862. As for the old church, it was heavily battle-scarred with hundreds of marks from bullets in its whitewashed walls. Likewise, artillery had rendered serious damage to the roof and walls. By 1864 the church was repaired, rededicated, and regular services were held there until the turn of the century. Abraham Lincoln was a religious man, one who put a lot of stock in the dreams that he had. Often, he talked about his dreams and pointed out that God had frequently communicated with people in the Bible that way. In the 1880s, Lincoln's friend Ward Hill Lamon published an account about the former president's dreams. According to Lamon, Lincoln had a strange dream in 1865 in which he woke up and began wandering through the White House. He could hear sobs coming down the hallway. As he entered the East Room, he saw a gathering of soldiers and mourners crying over a corpse. When Lincoln asked a soldier who was dead, the man replied that it was the president, who had been murdered by an assassin. This was not the only premonition of death that Lincoln supposedly had. According to Lamon, the president once saw himself in the mirror and watched his face transform to a ghostly shade of white. On the morning of his assassination, Lincoln told his cabinet that he had dreamed the previous night of sailing across a body of water at great speed. Evidently, Lincoln had a similar dream before every turning point of the Civil War. A party of the 50th New York Engineers builds a road on the south bank of the North Anna River near Jericho Mills, Virginia on May 24, 1864. After the fighting at Spotsylvania Courthouse, Grant continued his overland offensive against Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. He was brought up short on the North Anna River by Lee's widely studied Hog's Snout Line, which forced Grant to divide his army into three parts in order to attack. On May 23, 1864, one of A.P. Hill's divisions assaulted the V Corps which had crossed the river at Jericho Mill, resulting in bloody seesaw fighting. On the 24th, Union infantry was repulsed at Ox Ford, the Snout, but advanced to near the Dotwell House on the Confederate right. Lee hoped to strike an offensive blow, but he was ill, and the opportunity for defeating an isolated part of the Federal Army passed. Once the threat of Lee's position was revealed, Grant withdrew both wings of the army back across the North Anna River. Grant outflanked the position by moving downstream and continued his advance on Richmond. Confederate dead lie strewn near a fence on the Hagerstown Road after the Battle of Antietam in Maryland in September of 1862. Hagerstown's strategic location at the border between the North and the South made the city a primary staging area and supply center for four major campaigns during the Civil War. In 1861, General Robert Patterson's troops used Hagerstown as a base to attack Virginia troops in the Shenandoah Valley. In the Maryland Campaign of 1862, General James Longstreet's command occupied the town while en route to the Battle of South Mountain and Antietam. In 1863, the city was the site of several military incursions and engagements as General Robert E. Lee's army invaded and retreated in the Gettysburg Campaign. In 1864, Hagerstown was invaded by the Confederate Army under Lieutenant General Jubal Early. On Wednesday, July 6, Early sent 1,500 cavalry, commanded by Brigadier General John McCausland, into Hagerstown. The Confederates levied a ransom of $20,000 and a large amount of clothing in retribution for U.S. destruction of farms, feed, and cattle in the Shenandoah Valley. This is in contrast to neighboring Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, which McCausland raised on July 30 when the borough failed to supply the requested ransom of $500,000 in U.S. currency or $100,000 in gold. Following the war in 1872, Maryland and Virginia cooperated to reinter Confederate dead from their impromptu graves to cemeteries in Hagerstown, Frederick, and Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Roughly 60%, however, remained unidentified. In 1877, 15 years after the Battle of Antietam, also known as the Battle of Sharpsburg. Approximately 2,800 Confederate dead from that battle and also from the battles on South Mountain were reinterred in Washington Confederate Cemetery within Rose Hill Cemetery in Hagerstown. A view of the burned district of Richmond, Virginia and the Capitol across the Central Basin in 1865. The city was assaulted by Union forces for more than 9 months during the Siege of Petersburg after Confederate General Robert E. Lee's army abandoned the battered city in April 1865. For 10 months, General Ulysses S. Grant had tried unsuccessfully to infiltrate Richmond. After Lee made a desperate attack against Fort Stedman along the Union line on March 25, Grant prepared for a major offensive. He struck at Five Forks on April 1, crushing the end of Lee's line southwest of Petersburg. On April 2, the Yankees struck all along the Petersburg line, and the Confederates collapsed. On the evening of April 2, the Confederate government fled the city with the army right behind. Now, on the morning of April 3, blue-coated troops entered the capital. Richmond was the holy grail of the Union war effort, the object of 4 years of campaigning. Tens of thousands of Yankee lives were lost trying to get it, and nearly as many Confederate lives lost trying to defend it. Now, the Yankees came to take possession of their prize. One resident, Mary Fontaine, wrote, "I saw them unfurl a tiny flag, and I sank on my knees, and the bitter, bitter tears came in a torrent." Another observer wrote that as the Federals rode in, the city's black residents were completely crazed. They danced and shouted, men hugged each other, and women kissed. Among the first forces into the Capitol were black troopers from the 5th Massachusetts Cavalry, and the next day President Abraham Lincoln visited the city. For the residents of Richmond, these were symbols of a world turned upside down. It was, one reporter noted, too awful to remember, if it were possible to be erased, but that cannot be. The Baptist Church in Fredericksburg, Virginia, photographed from the backyard of the Sanitary Commission Depot on May 20, 1864, after the city had been damaged in 2 different major battles of the war. Fredericksburg Baptist Church is a historic church and located in the historic district of downtown Fredericksburg, Virginia. Founded in 1804, under the name of Shiloh and with origins dating back to the 18th century, Fredericksburg Baptist Church is one of a few historical churches located in the Fredericksburg Historic District. Its first pastor was Andrew B. Broadus of Caroline County, Virginia, who was a renowned minister of his day and declared the most eloquent man that ever spoke within the walls of the Capitol. You have probably never heard of Dr. Finley Hunt, but if his invention had worked, he'd probably be as famous as any of history's great inventors. Halfway through the war, Dr. Hunt wrote a letter to Confederate President Jefferson Davis. He had a very special suggestion. He could turn the tide of the war with a steam-powered military flying machine that could bomb the enemy from above, a truly groundbreaking idea at a time when the height of aerial technology was the hot air balloon. Hunt was a dentist by trade, and the Wright brothers' first successful flight was still some time away, but Davis became excited about the idea and introduced Hunt to General Robert E. Lee, who put him in contact with the chief of the Engineer Bureau for the Confederacy. They immediately started researching the idea. At least on paper, Hunt's idea was a fairly good one. Sadly, his lack of engineering background proved to be a hindrance to the project, and the Engineer Bureau soon reported that the machine could not be built. Its whole concept might have been lost in the annals of history if its blueprints hadn't accidentally been found in a bookstore in 2011. But what if someone built Hunt's flying machine after all? UFO sightings were commonplace in the later parts of 19th century, and some have speculated that at least some of these sightings could be because some other aeronautically minded inventor, perhaps one with more engineering talent than Hunt, ironed out the problems in his plans and made their own functional flying machine. Also, there's this. While the Bureau dismissed Hunt's invention as impossible, they absolutely loved his idea of using steam machines for military purposes and promised to start discussing the idea in great measure. History tells us they never got around to actually building any of these steam weapons, but who knows what war monsters they were secretly working on. If the war had lasted for a few more years, there's no telling what sort of steampunk machines the South would have unleashed on their unsuspecting opponents. The ruins of an extensively damaged roundhouse in Atlanta, Georgia after the Atlanta campaign in the summer of 1864. After Union Major General William T. Sherman captured the city, he began his destructive march to the sea, finally taking the port of Savannah on December 21. The Georgia Railroad Roundhouse was a building used for servicing locomotives. It was a large, circular building, located in downtown Atlanta. The roundhouse was destroyed during the Civil War. The story of Old Green Eyes, a cryptid or ghost from the Battle of Chickamauga in Tennessee, is actually two unrelated legends that bear the same name. The first story is about a Civil War soldier whose head was blown off during the battle. His friends buried his body without the head. According to legend, the ghost of this soldier still roams the battlefield, moaning and looking for his head. People have wrecked their cars after being shocked by glowing green eyes on the roads near the battlefield. The second, older story involves a mysterious cryptid called Old Green Eyes that was allegedly first sighted during the Civil War. Legend states that soldiers saw the monster during the Battle of Chickamauga. According to popular folklore, it was a short creature that had glowing eyes and a protruding jaw with huge fangs. Old Green Eyes had long hair like a woman, but the hair was thin and straw-colored. Soldiers say that they spotted the creature walking among the dead bodies after the battle. Sightings of the creature continued into the 20th century, with Chickamauga Park Ranger Edward Tinney stating that he glimpsed the mysterious creature. According to Tinney, Old Green Eyes still stalks the abandoned battlefield, always watching those who decide to visit. Second Battle of Franklin. After allowing Major General John Schofield's Army of the Ohio to pass him near Spring Hill, Tennessee the previous morning, Lieutenant General John Bell Hood led his 30,000-man Army of Tennessee to the outskirts of Franklin on November 30. Schofield's army had constructed a strong defensive line south of the town. Hood took a position 2 miles south of Schofield, with open, rolling farmland between them, and prepared to attack. At 4 p.m., over 20,000 Confederates moved forward east and west of the Columbia Pike. Despite delivering a destructive fire, the Federal defenders on the outer line gave way and fell back into their second line closer to Franklin. Some of the heaviest fighting of the war ensued as Hood's men plowed into the Union position. The Confederates achieved a temporary breakthrough near the Carter House, but the Federals were saved by timely reinforcements. Confederate General Stephen D. Lee's corps reinforced Hood's left, but the Union position held, and Hood's forces were driven back with heavy losses. The bloody assault cost Hood nearly 7,000 casualties, including 6 dead Confederate generals. Schofield withdrew to Nashville, where he and Major General George H. Thomas's army would engage Hood one last time. Born in Owensville, Kentucky in 1831 and a West Point graduate at the age of 22, John Bell Hood was one of the most rapidly promoted leaders in the Confederate history of the Civil War. After serving in California and Texas for the United States military, he resigned his commission in April of 1861 to join the Confederacy as a cavalry captain. From there, he was soon promoted to colonel of the Texas 4th Infantry. Thereafter he distinguished himself on a dozen fields, beginning in the Peninsula Campaign and at Second Manassas. At the Battle of Gaines' Mill on June 27, he distinguished himself by leading his brigade in a charge that broke the Union line, arguably the most successful Confederate performance in the 7 days' battles. While Hood escaped the battle without an injury, every officer in his brigade was killed or wounded. He was promoted to Major General in 1862, serving with distinction at Sharpsburg and at Fredericksburg. Hood was a significant player at the Battle of Gettysburg, being ordered by Longstreet to attack the Union's left flank against his own wishes. His command was bloodily blunted by Union forces in Devil's Den, and finally undone at Little Round Top. Hood was severely wounded in the arm at Gettysburg and was forced to hand off command, and soon thereafter lost a leg at Chickamauga. After some recovery, he was appointed to lieutenant general, serving under J.E. Johnston, whom he would surpass in rank in the spring of 1864. Hood conducted the remainder of the Atlanta campaign with the strong aggressive actions for which he was famous. He launched 4 major offensives that summer in an attempt to break Sherman's siege of Atlanta, starting almost immediately with an attack along Peachtree Creek. However, all the offensives failed, with significant Confederate casualties. Finally, on September 2, 1864, Hood evacuated the city of Atlanta, burning as many military supplies and installations as possible. Hood marched his army into Tennessee, where his forces were crippled trying to break through Union breastworks at the Battle of Franklin. His army suffered again at the Battle of Nashville from Union forces led by General Thomas. Hood was relieved of his rank, at his own request, in January of 1865 and returned to his post as lieutenant general. He desired to take control of the Texas Army, but they surrendered before his arrival. In May 1865, Hood gave himself up to Union forces in Natchez, Mississippi. After the war, Hood moved to New Orleans and lived there with his wife and children until he died in 1879 of yellow fever. Mascots are a long-standing military tradition. Soldiers have adopted dogs, cats, goats, donkeys, monkeys, pigs, birds, but the 8th Wisconsin Volunteer Infantry Regiment topped them all with the emblem of America itself, a tame bald eagle. The eaglet was taken from the nest and eventually made her way to the 8th Regiment, where she was named Old Abe after President Abraham Lincoln. She became an extremely popular patriotic symbol of the Union cause. She had a special shield-shaped perch but would walk through the camp stealing food. Old Abe flew over battlefields, 39 in total, and although the Confederates had orders to capture her if possible, the eagle got through the war unscathed. After 1865, she was retired from the Army and given a new home in Madison, Wisconsin, in the state capitol building. Unfortunately, in 1881 after suffering smoke inhalation during a fire, Old Abe died. Some controversy exists regarding the bird's sex, and whether Old Abe was one bird or several. That the eagle existed isn't in doubt due to ample photographic evidence. John McAllister Schofield began his highly successful military career after graduating 7th from the United States Military Academy in 1853. He briefly served in Florida, and then taught philosophy at West Point. In 1860, Schofield took a leave of absence from the Army and began to teach at Washington University in St. Louis. At the outbreak of the war, Schofield first served as mustering officer for the state of Missouri, received the promotion of Major of the 1st Missouri Infantry, and served as Chief of Staff under General Nathaniel Lyon at the Battle of Wilson's Creek. On November 21, 1861, Schofield was promoted to Brigadier General, and placed in charge of all the Union militia in Missouri. He was placed in charge of the Army of the Frontier and was promoted to Major General on November 29, 1862, though the Senate did not confirm the appointment until May 12, 1863. He was given command of the 14th Corps in Tennessee but returned to Missouri in May of 1863 to command the Department of the Missouri. In January of 1864, Schofield led the Army of the Ohio during the Atlanta campaign under William T. Sherman. When Sherman set off on his infamous March to the Sea, Schofield and his command were left under George H. Thomas to stop the invasion of Tennessee led by Confederate General John B. Hood. On November 30, 1864, Schofield successfully repulsed John Bell Hood during the Battle of Franklin, and effectively crippled Hood's army. 2 weeks later, during the Battle of Nashville, General Thomas used Schofield and his 23 Corps to effectively destroy what was left of Hood's army. Schofield received a promotion to brigadier in the regular army for his actions at Franklin. Schofield was again moved to fight under Sherman in North Carolina. He captured Wilmington and fought at the Battle of Kinston before meeting up with Sherman on March 23, 1865 in Goldsboro. Working together with Sherman, Schofield led the Department of North Carolina until the surrender of Joseph E. Johnston at Durham Station. For his service, he was brevetted to Major General in the regular army. After the war, Schofield went on to become the Secretary of War under President Johnson. He helped with the recommendation of making a naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and eventually was promoted to Lieutenant General. General Schofield died at St. Augustine, Florida on March 4, 1906. He is buried in Arlington National Cemetery. Schofield Barracks, Hawaii are named in his honor. A view of Columbia, South Carolina seen from the Capitol following the occupation of the Union Army in 1865, during which much of the city was destroyed. Columbia, the capital city of South Carolina, was an important political and supply center for the Confederate States Army during the American Civil War. Much of the town was destroyed during occupation by Union forces under Major General William T. Sherman during the Carolinas campaign in the last months of the war. Sherman was accused in print almost immediately of having deliberately, and needlessly, burned the city, which he denied. Modern historians say that multiple causes were responsible. According to Marion Lucas, author of Sherman and the Burning of Columbia, the destruction of Columbia was not the result of a single act or events of a single day. Neither was it the work of an individual or a group. Instead, it was the culmination of 8 days of riots, robbery, pillage, confusion, and fires, all of which were the byproducts of war. The event was surrounded by coincidence, misjudgment, and accident. It is impossible, he maintains, to determine with certainty the origin of the fire. The most probable explanation was that it began from the burning cotton on Richardson Street. Columbia at this time was a virtual fire trap because of the hundreds of cotton bales in her streets. Some of these had been ignited before Sherman arrived, and a high wind spread the flammable substance over the city. Grounds of the destroyed arsenal with scattered shot and shell in Richmond, Virginia in 1865. Referred to as the Arsenal, Armory, or the Virginia Manufactory of Arms, the Confederate arsenal was located between 4th and 6th Streets on the south side of the canal near the James River. The arsenal was established in 1861 at the beginning of the U.S. Civil War by Confederate Major Josiah Gorgas on Bird Island in Richmond, Virginia. Initially established as a state arsenal until the CSA was organized. It was destroyed in the evacuation fire. An attempt was made to rebuild it after the war, but ultimately the arsenal was razed. Nothing remains today. Residents walked through the ruins of Richmond, Virginia in April of 1865. Richmond served as the capital of the Confederate States of America during the majority of the Civil War. The endgame of the Civil War began on April 1, 1865, when Union forces defeated the ragged and outnumbered Confederates at the Battle of Five Forks, then shattered their defensive lines decisively at the Third Battle of Petersburg on April 2. As Robert E. Lee led the battered Army of North Virginia west in a final desperate retreat into central Virginia, Union forces entered the Confederate capital at Richmond unopposed, only to find it engulfed in flames. Confederate troops were ordered to evacuate, destroying bridges, and burning supplies they could not carry. A massive fire swept through Richmond, destroying large parts of the city. About 1 week after the evacuation of Richmond, General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Grant in nearby Appomattox, Virginia on April 9, 1865. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, in a head and shoulders portrait taken by photographer Alexander Gardner on February 5, 1865. Traditionally called Last Photograph of Lincoln for Life, this final photo in Lincoln's last photo session was long thought to have been made on April 10, 1865, but more recent research has indicated the earlier date in February. The crack comes from the original negative, which was broken and discarded in 1865. Some speculate that Lincoln may have had Marfan syndrome, a disease that causes elongation of the body. While that's yet to be confirmed, we do know that at least one part of Lincoln's anatomy was oversized, his balls. An early political opponent of Lincoln was Democrat Colonel Edmund Dick Taylor, whose middle name was not unearned. Taylor loved to lambaste Lincoln and his Whig Party for aristocratic proclivities, and he might have had a point. Beard conditioner ain't free. However, Lincoln was fully aware that Colonel Dick and his Democratic Party were also big spenders. As one of history's greatest orators, Lincoln definitely had the ability to take down Taylor's argument piece by piece, exposing his opponent's hypocrisy with a reasoned and patient approach. But that's not what Lincoln did, and history is infinitely richer for it. Instead of debating Colonel Dick, Lincoln waited until his opponent was up on stage and already started in on his takedown of those rich bigwigs, before he sidled up behind the man, and ripped open his vest, to reveal a fancy ruffled shirt with a massive gold chain, several seals, and all manner of other bling. Once again, this drew uproarious laughter from the audience, so Lincoln just nodded and made his exit. No need to speak at all. Rumor has it a young Emil Berliner saw this and immediately began inventing the microphone, just so somebody could drop it the next time a human being got publicly owned that hard. Born Mary Ann Todd on December 13, 1818 in Lexington, Kentucky. Born to a prominent slaveholding family, Mary Todd Lincoln was raised primarily by her strict stepmother. In 1839, she left home to be near her sister Elizabeth in Springfield, Illinois, where she met up-and-coming politician and lawyer Abraham Lincoln. They married on November 4, 1842, and 9 months later, their first son was born. In all, the couple had 4 sons, only 2 of whom survived into adulthood. In November 1860, Lincoln was elected as the 16th President of the United States, causing 11 Southern states to secede from the Union. Most Kentuckians from the Todd social circle, and indeed her step-family, supported the Southern cause, but Mary was a fervent and tireless supporter of the Union. Widely disliked in the White House, Mary Todd Lincoln was emotional and outspoken and spent lavishly during a time when budgets were tight to fight the Civil War. Some even accused her of being a Confederate spy. This tension continued even after the Civil War came to an end in April 1865. On April 14, 1865, Mary Todd Lincoln sat next to her husband at Ford's Theater when he was shot by an assassin. The president died the following day, and Mary Todd Lincoln never fully recovered. She returned to Illinois and, following the death of her son Thomas in 1871, fell into a deep depression. Her sole surviving son, Robert, committed her to an insane asylum. She was released 3 months later, but never forgave him for the betrayal. Mrs. Lincoln spent her later years traveling through Europe, though she suffered from declining health. She died on July 16, 1882 at her sister's home in Illinois at age 63. CSS Atlanta, a 1,006-ton ironclad ram, was originally built in Scotland in 1861 as the merchant steamship and blockade runner Fingal. In November 1861 she ran the blockade into Savannah, Georgia, with a large cargo of weapons and military supplies. After Union forces closed the exits from Savannah, preventing her further use as a blockade runner, Fingal was converted to a casemate ironclad and renamed Atlanta. She made her first appearance as a Confederate warship in mid-1862. Atlanta made 2 efforts to attack Federal warships blockading the coast and rivers leading to Savannah. The first, in early 1863, was thwarted by obstructions blocking the route to the sea. In June 1863 Atlanta made her second attempt, targeting blockaders in Wassaw Sound. There, on the 17th, she encountered the U.S. Navy monitors Nahant and Weehawken. In a brief battle, Atlanta went aground and was overwhelmed by Weehawken's superior firepower, forcing her to surrender. The captured ironclad was taken into the Union Navy as USS Atlanta, commissioning for service in February 1864. She was stationed on the James River, Virginia, to support the operations of the Army under General Ulysses S. Grant. On May 21, 1864, she fired on Confederate cavalry that were attacking Fort Powhatan. A year later, with the Civil War over, Atlanta went north and decommissioned at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in June 1865. After several years in ordinary, she was sold in May 1869. Reportedly, she subsequently became the Haitian warship Triumph and disappeared at sea off Cape Hatteras in December 1869. Jefferson Davis, 1808 to 1889, was a Mexican war hero, U.S. Senator from Mississippi, U.S. Secretary of War and President of the Confederate States of America for the duration of the American Civil War. Prior to the start of the war, Davis had argued against secession, but when Mississippi seceded, he resigned from the U.S. Senate. In February 1861 he was elected President of the Confederacy. Davis faced difficulties throughout the war as he struggled to manage the Southern war effort, maintain control of the Confederate economy and keep a new nation united. Davis's often contentious personality led to conflicts with other politicians as well as his own military officers. In May 1865, several weeks after the Confederate surrender, Davis was captured, imprisoned, and charged with treason, but never tried. Davis had an impressive political career before he became President of the Confederacy, but he was appointed, not elected, to many of the offices he held in his antebellum career. His limited experience with electoral politics was a handicap to his presidency, and, perhaps more important, he lacked the personal qualities that made Abraham Lincoln a successful president. Did you know? An 18-year-old Jefferson Davis was placed under house arrest while at West Point for his role in the 1826 Eggnog Riot, which started after cadets were caught smuggling whiskey into their barracks. Raised on the Mississippi frontier, Davis's life was shaped by his brother Joseph, who was 24 years his senior. Joseph Davis made a fortune as a lawyer and planter, and he played a paternal role in Jefferson's life for many years. After Jefferson graduated from West Point and served in the Army, Joseph gave him a plantation and the slaves to farm it. In the 1840s, Joseph managed the plantation so that Jefferson could go into politics. Jefferson Davis was a 35-year-old widower when he and 18-year-old Verena met. His first wife, Sarah Knox Taylor, daughter of the future President Zachary Taylor, had died of malaria 3 months after their wedding in 1835. Davis had been reclusive in the ensuing 8 years, although beginning to be active in politics. In keeping with custom, Davis sought the permission of Verena Howell's parents before beginning a formal courtship. They initially disapproved of him due to the many differences in background, age, and politics. Davis was a Democrat and the Howells, including Verena, were Whigs. In her memoir, Verena Howell Davis later wrote that her mother was concerned about Davis's excessive devotion to his relatives, particularly his older brother Joseph, who had largely raised him and upon whom he was financially dependent, and his near worship of his deceased first wife. The Howells ultimately consented to the courtship, and the couple became engaged soon after. Initially, their wedding was planned as a grand affair to be held during Christmas of 1844, but the wedding and engagement were cancelled shortly beforehand for unknown reasons. In January 1845, while Howell was ill with a fever, Davis frequently visited her. They became engaged again. When they married on February 26, 1845 at her parents' house, a few relatives and friends of the bride attended, and none of the groom's family. Their short honeymoon included a visit to Davis's aged mother, Jane Davis, and a visit to the grave of his first wife in Louisiana. The newlyweds took up residence at Briarfield, a 1,000 acres plantation given by Joseph Davis to his much younger brother for his use some years before. It adjoined Hurricane Plantation. Their first residence was a 2-room cottage on the property, and they started construction of a main house. Her brother-in-law Joseph Davis proved controlling, not only of his brother, who was 20 years younger, but of the even younger Verena during her husband's absences. At the same time, her parents became more financially dependent on the Davises, to her embarrassment and resentment. Her youngest brother, born after her own marriage, was named Jefferson Davis Howell in her husband's honor. The couple had long periods of separation from early in their marriage, first as Jefferson Davis gave campaign speeches and politicked, or campaigned, for himself and for other Democratic candidates in the elections of 1846. He was also gone for extended periods during the Mexican War. Verena Davis was put under the guardianship of Joseph Davis, whom she had come to dislike intensely. Her correspondence with her husband during this time demonstrated her growing discontent, with which Jefferson was not particularly sympathetic. Verena died at age 80 of double pneumonia in her room at the Hotel Majestic on October 16, 1906. She was survived by her daughter Margaret Davis Hayes and several grandchildren and great-grandchildren. A group of men from Company B, U.S. Engineer Battalion, near Petersburg, Virginia in August of 1864. By an act of Congress, Alpha Company, as the engineers were known, was expanded into the Battalion of Engineer Troops near the outset of the Civil War and was assigned to the Union Army of the Potomac. 3 companies were added, add 1 more of topographical engineers. The new U.S. Engineer Battalion served with distinction and earned 10 campaign streamers. In addition to countless engineer projects such as roads, railroads, bridges and forts, the battalion fought as infantry at Malvern Hill, again at Antietam, bridged the Rappahannock River 6 times at Fredericksburg, breached fortifications at Petersburg and was present at the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox. The battalion's first sergeant major, Frederick W. Gerber, was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for his 32 years of service, all with the U.S. Engineer Battalion, which included the Mexican-American and Civil Wars. In 1864, the battalion built a float bridge over the James River which exceeded 2,000 feet in length. This constituted a record which would stand until 1945. The efforts of the regular battalion of engineers were supported by numerous volunteer engineer regiments such as the 15th and 50th New York Volunteer Engineer Regiments. The Union was obsessed with coffee. For the Union, coffee was a big deal. In fact, the word coffee shows up in Union letters and diaries more often than any other word, including words like war, bullet, Lincoln, and mother. Coffee was a more regular part of soldier life than fighting. Every soldier was given a ration of 36 pounds of coffee per year, and they drank it every morning. One rifle company even made a rifle that had a coffee grinder in the stock. Since most troops only fought 2 weeks per year, the coffee grinder ended up being used more than the bullets. The Confederates, on the other hand, hardly had any coffee. Union blockades kept the Confederates from getting their daily caffeine fix. Some Confederate soldiers were so desperate for a Java fix that they would brew potatoes and rye until they turned black, just to have a caffeine-free, bitter drink that the soldiers could pretend was coffee. Caffeine actually made a strategic difference in the war. One Union general would time his attacks based on when his men were most buzzed on caffeine, convinced that the extra rush from coffee gave his men a fighting advantage. Confederate soldiers on the march through enemy-occupied Frederick, Maryland in 1862. Frederick became Maryland's capital city briefly in 1861, as the legislature moved from Annapolis to vote on the secession question. President Lincoln arrested several members, and the Assembly was unable to convene a quorum to vote on secession. As a major crossroads, Frederick, like Winchester, Virginia, and Martinsburg, West Virginia, saw considerable action during the American Civil War. Slaves also escaped from war through Frederick, since Maryland was still a slave state although an unseceded border state, to join the Union forces, work against the Confederacy, and seek freedom. During the Maryland campaigns, both Union and Confederate troops marched through the city. Frederick also hosted several hospitals to nurse the wounded from those battles, as is related in the National Museum of Civil War Medicine on East Patrick Street. In March 1864, knowing they were on the cusp of losing the war, the Confederacy changed tactics, deciding to launch what we would consider terrorist attacks against New York City. The plan was for a group called the Fire Brigade to set off a series of fires in hotels across the city. These fires were both a diversion and a signal to other groups, who were to take over by force important targets such as the police and municipal buildings, and free the prisoners in Fort Lafayette. It was decided to use incendiary devices fueled by the chemical compound known as Greek fire, formulated by a Southern sympathizer chemist. Had the plan succeeded, it's possible New York City would have fallen into Confederate hands. But when the time came on November 25, 1864, most of the plotters had no idea how to use the Greek fire and few fires were set alight. One conspirator managed to accidentally burn down Barnum's American Museum, but no one was hurt. The rebel plot was exposed, and the chief architect of the plan to burn New York City was eventually captured, tried, and hung in 1865. Perhaps no Union general contributed more to the defeat of the Confederacy than Ulysses S. Grant. Born into a middle-class family at Point Pleasant, Ohio, Grant was an 1843 graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point. In 1848, he married Julia Dent, who often traveled with Grant throughout his military career. Despite his distinguished service during the Mexican War, Grant's career in the U.S. Army began to decline. He resigned his commission in 1854. Following 7 unsuccessful years as a civilian, Grant re-entered the Army at the outbreak of the Civil War as a colonel in the 21st Illinois Infantry. From this modest command, Grant quickly rose in rank following his contributions to a string of Union victories in the West, including Fort Henry, Fort Donelson, Shiloh, Vicksburg, and the battles involved in breaking the Confederate siege of Union forces in Chattanooga, notably Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge. In March 1864, President Lincoln elevated Grant to the newly revived rank of lieutenant general and placed him in supreme command of all Union forces. Making his headquarters in the East with the Army of the Potomac, Grant coordinated the actions of all Union forces. At the same time, he relentlessly pursued General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia in a series of fierce confrontations at the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, North Anna, and Cold Harbor. Grant was subjected to a torrent of criticism for the high rate of Union casualties sustained in these battles. Criticism turned to celebration, however, after his aggressive strategy of attrition culminated in the fall of Petersburg and Richmond and the surrender of Lee's badly depleted forces at Appomattox Courthouse in April 1865. Widely regarded by the public as the savior of the Union, Ulysses S. Grant was elected President of the United States in 1868. Although his administration was marked by corruption, he easily won a second term in 1872. Battling throat cancer in his final years, Grant completed his memoirs just days prior to his death. First published in 1885 to 1886 as the Personal Memoirs of U.S. Grant, the general's personal account of his military career remains among the most highly regarded military memoirs. Robert E. Lee was born in Stratford Hall, a plantation in Virginia, on January 19, 1807 to a wealthy and socially prominent family. His mother, Anne Hill Carter, also grew up on a plantation and his father, Colonel Henry Lighthorse Harry Lee, was descended from colonists and became a Revolutionary War leader and 3-term governor of Virginia. But the family hit hard times when Lee's father made a series of bad investments that left him in debtor's prison. He fled to the West Indies and died in 1818 while trying to return to Virginia when Lee was barely a teen. With little money for his education, Lee went to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point for a military education. He graduated second in his class in 1829, and the following month he would lose his mother. Lee wasn't a secessionist, but he immediately joined the Confederates and was named general and commander of the South's fight for secession. Lee has been widely criticized for his aggressive strategies that led to mass casualties. In the Battle of Antietam on September 17, 1862, Lee made his first attempt at invading the North in the bloodiest single day of the war. Antietam ended with roughly 23,000 casualties and the Union claiming victory for General George McClellan. Less than a week later, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. The battles continued through the cold, harsh winter and into the summer of 1863, when Lee's troops challenged Union forces in Pennsylvania during the three-day Battle of Gettysburg, which claimed 28,000 Confederate soldiers' lives and 23,000 casualties on the Union side. The war dragged on for 2 more years until a victory for Lee became impossible. With a dwindling army, Lee surrendered to Grant on April 9, 1865 at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, effectively ending the Civil War. In August of 1865, soon after the end of the war, Lee was invited to serve as president of Washington College, now Washington and Lee University, where he and his family are buried. Since his death at age 63 on October 12, 1870, following a stroke, he has retained a place of distinction in most southern states. The routines of camp life of the 31st Pennsylvania Infantry at Queen's Farm in the vicinity of Fort Slocum, Washington, D.C., during the Civil War in 1861. Fort Slocum, New York was a U.S. military post which occupied David's Island in the western end of Long Island Sound in the city of New Rochelle, New York from 1867 to 1965. The fort was named for Major General Henry W. Slocum, a Union Corps commander in the American Civil War. Military use of the island dates from 1861, when the 3rd Regiment, 63rd New York Infantry, of the Irish Brigade established Camp Carrigan. The next year, 1862, David's Island was leased by the U.S. government. This marked the first use of David's Island by the regular army. At that time, DeCamp General Hospital, named for Dr. Samuel G. I. DeCamp, was established to serve thousands of wounded individuals from the battlefields of the American Civil War. By late 1862, DeCamp was the Army's largest general hospital, housing more than 2,100 patients. Originally, DeCamp General Hospital treated only Union soldiers, but following the Battle of Gettysburg in July 1863, the War Department opened it to care for hundreds of wounded Confederate soldiers. Even though a prison camp had been established on Hart Island in 1865, David's Island soon held more than 2,500 Confederate prisoners of war. Most had recovered by October, and they were moved to prisoner of war camps elsewhere. A ferry connection was established during the war from Neptune Island, under the control of Simeon Leland. At the end of the war, Congress authorized the island's purchase for military purposes, and it was conveyed to the United States as the David's Island Military Reservation in 1867. From this date, the federal government operated its own ferry to and from Neptune Island. In July 1878, David's Island was made a principal depot of the U.S. Army General Recruiting Service, taking over this assignment from Governor's Island. This marked the beginning of the installation's long-standing mission as a recruitment and training center. When President Abraham Lincoln in May 1861 issued the call for volunteers to serve in the Union Army for a 3-year term, one of those who tried to answer was Ohio resident John Clem. Not yet 10 years old, Clem's service was refused by the newly formed 3rd Ohio. Undeterred, Clem later tried to join the 22nd Michigan, where his persistence won over the unit's officers. They agreed to let him follow the regiment, adopting him as a mascot and unofficial drummer boy. The officers also chipped in to pay his monthly salary of $13 before he finally was allowed to officially enlist in 1863. Clem became a national celebrity for his actions at Chickamauga. Armed with a musket sawed down for him to carry, Clem joined the 22nd Michigan in the defense of Horseshoe Ridge on the afternoon of September 20. As the Confederate forces surrounded the unit, a Confederate colonel spotted Clem and shouted either "I think the best thing a mite of a chap like you can do is drop that gun," or called him a damned little Yankee devil, according to various sources. Rather than surrender, Clem shot the colonel and successfully made his way back to Union lines. For his actions, Clem was promoted to sergeant, the youngest soldier ever to become a non-commissioned officer in the U.S. Army, and became known as the drummer boy of Chickamauga. Clem's legend grew following the battle, although some stories may be apocryphal. One holds that his drum was destroyed at the Battle of Shiloh, earning him the nickname Johnny Shiloh, and serving as inspiration for the song, "The Drummer Boy of Shiloh." However, the 22nd Michigan, Clem's unit, was not mustered until the summer after the Battle of Shiloh, making it unlikely Clem saw action in the battle with that regiment. Clem went on to fight at Perryville, Murfreesboro, Kennesaw, and Atlanta, where he was wounded twice. Clem was discharged from the Army in 1864 at age 13 but sought to rejoin the military in 1870. Nominated to West Point by President Ulysses S. Grant, Clem failed the entrance exam several times before Grant appointed him a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army. Clem enjoyed a successful second military career, rising to the rank of colonel and assistant quartermaster general by 1906. He retired on the eve of U.S. entry into World War I with the rank of Major General, the last Civil War veteran to actively serve in the U.S. Army. Clem died in 1937 and is buried at Arlington National Cemetery. 3 different photographs of Peter, a slave from Baton Rouge, Louisiana in 1863. The scars are a result of a whipping by his overseer RTU Carrier, who was subsequently fired by the master. It took 2 months to recover from the beating. These photographs were widely distributed in the North during the war. Also called Gordon, Peter later enlisted in the Union Army. He escaped in March 1863 from the 3,000-acre plantation of John and Bridget Lyons, who owned him and nearly 40 other slaves at the time of the 1860 census. The Lyons plantation was located along the west bank of the Atchafalaya River in St. Landry Parish, between present-day Melville and Krotz Springs, Louisiana. In order to mask his scent from the bloodhounds that were chasing him, Gordon took onions from his plantation, which he carried in his pockets. After crossing each creek or swamp, he rubbed his body with these onions in order to throw the dogs off his scent. He fled over 40 miles over the course of 10 days before reaching Union soldiers of the 19th Corps who were stationed in Baton Rouge. While the Civil War was raging in the U.S., there were multiple stories of encounters with Bigfoot, the country's most popular cryptid. One of the stories came from the Battle of Chickamauga, that haunting ground of Old Green Eyes. Before the battle, Privates Ott Morton and Billy Chandler were sitting on a sentry line when they heard terrible shrieks from the woods. They went to investigate and ran into a monster that was 3 meters, 10 feet, tall and smelled like rotting meat. After running from the woods screaming, the 2 privates told their commanding officer about their experience. He went to investigate the area, and to his surprise, there were footprints in the dirt that were 22 inches wide. Bigfoot also appeared in Virginia. While guarding Harper's Ferry one night, Private Moore heard shots coming from his barracks. The soldiers were yelling about a man-beast roaming around and were getting guns so that they could kill it. As Moore listened, he could hear gunfire coming from the river. The next morning, his commander said that he had seen a hairy monster that was 10 feet tall the previous night. Another Bigfoot sighting came from Virginia. A young soldier was sick and returned home from the front. Knowing that he would die soon, the soldier requested that his family bury him in the mountains near his home. These mountains had been the location of many Bigfoot sightings. When the soldier died, his family buried him according to his request. A few days after the burial, the soldier's father went to visit the grave and found that it had been dug up. His son's body lay nearby, torn apart and stripped to the bone. The father suspected that Bigfoot was the culprit. Adelbert Ames, Union Army General. Adelbert Ames was an American sailor, soldier, and politician who served with distinction as a Union Army general during the American Civil War. A radical Republican, he was military governor, U.S. Senator, and civilian governor in Reconstruction-era Mississippi. In 1898, he served as a United States Army general during the Spanish-American War. In one of his final acts of heroism in the war, Ames led the assault on Fort Fisher, fearlessly exposing himself out front. The majority of his staff died from Confederate snipers' bullets all around him, but Ames came through unscathed. Following the war, Ames was appointed military governor of Mississippi, with his command later extended to Arkansas. Ames tried to safeguard and advance the rights of African Americans in his territory and was elected to the United States Senate following Mississippi's readmission to the Union. During his first term as senator, he married Blanche, and later had 6 children. He was the last Republican to serve as the state governor of Mississippi until the election of Kirk Fordice, who took office in January 1992, 116 years since Ames vacated the office. Ames was the penultimate general officer of the Civil War to die. He succumbed at the age of 97 in 1933. He was outlived in this respect only by Aaron Daggett, who died in 1938 at the age of 100. However, because Daggett was a brigadier general by brevet rank only, Ames was the last full-ranked Civil War general to die. William Mahone was a civil engineer, railroad executive, and ardent supporter of the secession of the South. In 1861, after Virginia seceded, Mahone, still a civilian, orchestrated the capture of the Gosport shipyard in Portsmouth, Virginia, driving an empty passenger train loudly into town, bluffing the Federal troops into abandoning the shipyard. He later took a commission as a colonel in the Confederate Army. He immediately returned to railroading at the cessation of hostilities, becoming president of the Atlantic, Mississippi and Ohio Railroad, later the Norfolk and Western, in 1867. He built a strong political base through railroad patronage, but he lost his line when it went into receivership during the 1870s. Unable to win the Democratic gubernatorial nomination in 1877, he had never had the support of Virginia's squirearchy of wealthy and powerful families. Mahone organized the Readjusters in 1879. This coalition of blacks and poor whites managed to take control of the state government and run it until 1882, reducing Virginia's debt and enacting other reform measures. In 1880, Mahone was elected to the U.S. Senate, where he served as a Republican until 1887. He thereupon built a powerful political machine in Virginia, based on his total control of the state's Republican Party. Thoroughly disliked by Southern conservatives, Mahone lost an election for governor in 1889, but he remained a potent political power in Virginia until his death. Rose O'Neal Greenhow, Wild Rose, poses with her daughter inside the old Capitol Prison in Washington, D.C. Rose O'Neal married the prominent physician and historian Robert Greenhow in 1835 and became a leading hostess of Washington, D.C. She was a confidant of several powerful political figures, notably John C. Calhoun and James Buchanan, and a party to various intrigues, especially those of the Cuban general Narciso Lopez. In 1850, the Greenhows moved to Mexico City and then to San Francisco. After her husband's death in 1854, Greenhow returned to Washington, D.C. Although she was a Southerner who had long been staunchly pro-slavery, she remained in Washington after the outbreak of the Civil War. Greenhow was soon recruited as a Confederate spy. In July 1861, she secured and forwarded information about the movements of General Irvin McDowell's army toward Manassas Junction, Virginia. In August, she was arrested by Allen Pinkerton, head of the Union Secret Service, and confined to her home. She somehow managed to continue sending information from there and, after her incarceration in January 1862, even from Old Capitol Prison. In March she was examined by a War Department commission, and in June she was exiled south. Greeted as a heroine in the Confederacy, she was handsomely rewarded by President Jefferson Davis. In August 1863, she sailed for Europe as an unofficial agent of the Confederacy, and later that year she published her prison diary, My Imprisonment in the First Year of Abolition Rule at Washington. On October 1, 1864, weighed down by gold sovereigns, she drowned upon the sinking of a small boat in which she was attempting to run the federal blockade of Wilmington, North Carolina. A group of contrabands in front of a building in Cumberland Landing, Virginia on May 14, 1862. Contraband was a term commonly used in the United States military during the American Civil War to describe a new status for certain escaped slaves or those who affiliated with Union forces. In August 1861, the Union Army, and the United States Congress, determined that the U.S. would no longer return escaped slaves who went to Union lines and classified them as contraband of war or captured enemy property. They used many as laborers to support Union efforts and soon began to pay them wages. The former slaves set up camps near Union forces, and the Army helped support and educate both adults and children among the refugees. Thousands of men from these camps enlisted in the United States colored troops when recruitment started in 1863. At war's end, more than 100 contraband camps existed in the South, including the Freedmen's Colony of Roanoke Island, where 3,500 former slaves worked to develop a self-sufficient community. William Tecumseh Sherman, a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point, served as a general in the Union Army, commanding several campaigns. Perhaps best known was his capture of Atlanta, Georgia, after which his troops began Sherman's march to the sea. With the full support of both Lincoln and Grant, Sherman devised an unusual plan. In November 1864, he departed Atlanta with 60,000 troops, bound for the coastal port of Savannah. He separated his men into two corps, which tore through the countryside, destroying both military and civilian targets. Twisted railroad lines along the way became known as Sherman's neckties. Georgia's citizens lived in fear of advancing troops, but the rest of the country had no news of Sherman's march to the sea. His distrust of the press led Sherman to ban reporters, and many Americans had no clue where the army went after leaving Atlanta. Sherman's march to the sea showcased his logistical brilliance. Marching in secret meant he had no connection to Union supplies, forcing his men to carry with them everything they would need. They foraged and stole food to supplement rations and built pontoon bridges and roads to traverse the terrain. Finally, in December, Sherman's troops showed up outside Savannah, which they easily occupied. Sherman wired the president on December 22, offering Lincoln the city as a Christmas gift. Early in the new year, Sherman turned his attention north, marching his men through the Carolinas. South Carolina was treated perhaps even harsher than Georgia. The first state to secede was also the state where the Confederacy first fired shots on federal Fort Sumter. Most of the city of Columbia was burned to the ground. By the spring, Sherman's army was in North Carolina, when news spread of Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox. Sherman died in New York on February 14, 1891, at age 71, and was buried in St. Louis. In a final tribute from a former foe, Joseph E. Johnston served as pallbearer at Sherman's funeral. Refusing to don a hat as a sign of respect, Johnston caught a cold, which developed into pneumonia and died just weeks later. A soldier's body lies mangled on the field, killed by a shell at the Battle of Gettysburg. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1 to July 3, 1863, is considered the most important engagement of the American Civil War. After a great victory over Union forces at Chancellorsville, General Robert E. Lee marched his Army of Northern Virginia into Pennsylvania in late June 1863. On July 1, the advancing Confederates clashed with the Union's Army of the Potomac, commanded by General George G. Meade, at the crossroads town of Gettysburg. The next day saw even heavier fighting, as the Confederates attacked the Federals on both the left and right. On July 3, Lee ordered an attack by fewer than 15,000 troops on the enemy's center at Cemetery Ridge. The assault, known as Pickett's Charge, managed to pierce the Union lines but eventually failed at the cost of thousands of rebel casualties. Lee was forced to withdraw his battered army toward Virginia on July 4. The Union had won in a major turning point, stopping Lee's invasion of the North. It inspired Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, which became one of the most famous speeches of all time. His hopes of a victorious invasion of the North dashed. Lee waited for a Union counterattack on July 4, but it never came. That night, in heavy rain, the Confederate general withdrew his decimated army toward Virginia. The Union had won the Battle of Gettysburg. Though the cautious Meade would be criticized for not pursuing the enemy after Gettysburg, the battle was a crushing defeat for the Confederacy. Union casualties in the battle numbered 23,000, while the Confederates had lost some 28,000 men, more than a third of Lee's army. The North rejoiced while the South mourned, its hopes for foreign recognition of the Confederacy erased. Demoralized by the defeat at Gettysburg, Lee offered his resignation to President Jefferson Davis, but was refused. Though the great Confederate general would go on to win other victories, the Battle of Gettysburg, combined with Ulysses S. Grant's victory at Vicksburg, also on July 4, irrevocably turned the tide of the Civil War in the Union's favor. One of the main causes of death was diarrhea. The men might have spent most of their time waiting instead of fighting, but that didn't mean they were safe. The biggest threat in the Civil War wasn't the enemy, it was disease. The squalid, unsanitary conditions of war let illnesses run wild. By the end, sickness had killed nearly twice as many men as bullets. The biggest killer was diarrhea, especially from dysentery. Nearly as many men died in a fit of diarrhea as in combat. It was such a major problem that they set a code of battle: if any man was attending to the imperative calls of nature, it was forbidden to shoot. An expression still used today came from this: you have to have good guts to be a soldier. When the Civil War soldiers first started saying it, they weren't talking about bravery. In this war, anyone who couldn't hold off diarrhea would have a short life. Francis C. Barlow entered the Civil War as an enlisted man in the Union Army and ended it as a general. As a colonel at the Battle of Seven Pines, Francis Barlow demonstrated exactly what kind of leader he was. During the battle, he and his regiment got separated from the rest of their brigade, but that did not deter young Barlow. He marched his men directly toward the sounds of battle, until he found an enemy to fight. Without hesitation, Barlow led his men in a headlong bayonet charge that broke the Confederate line in front of him. As the enemy was fleeing, Barlow picked up a Confederate battle flag that had been dropped and left behind and sent it to the rear. Barlow then pushed his men on, towards the raging sounds of the ongoing battle. They soon encountered another Confederate defensive line. This line was stronger and was not ready to run from Barlow and his men. Upon seeing the Union men approaching his position, the Confederate officer in charge shouted to Barlow, "Throw down your arms or you're all dead men." Barlow immediately responded by ordering his men to fire. The firefight continued until darkness brought an end to fighting for the day. Barlow had, by now, proven himself to be a capable commander, but he would further prove his abilities at the bloody Battle of Antietam. During that battle, Barlow, still a colonel, led his men in a charge against the Confederate position at the famous Sunken Road. In this action, they were able to capture about 300 Confederate soldiers, and captured 3 battle flags, one of which was lost again. This is all found in his official report of the battle, but Barlow then gives a very understandable explanation for why he would not be able to recount all the happenings of the day. "I was wounded in the groin by a ball from a spherical case shot and know nothing of what subsequently occurred." 2 days after Antietam, Barlow was promoted to brigadier general. Francis Barlow went on to serve well in many battles throughout the remainder of the war. He suffered serious wounds at both the Battle of Gettysburg and the Battle of the Wilderness. The latter led to this somewhat humorous story. Barlow himself was desperately wounded, for the 3rd time. He was transferred to a Washington hospital on a sanitary commission steamboat, via Quiet Creek. During the trip, he was interviewed by an elderly sanitary commission officer, who tenderly asked, "My dear boy, are you badly wounded?" Imagine the elderly officer's astonishment when Barlow replied, "I am not a boy, I am a Major General of the United States Army." Barlow died of Bright's disease in New York City on January 11, 1896. He was buried in Walnut Street Cemetery in Brookline, Massachusetts. Union General Herman Haupt, a civil engineer, moves across the Potomac River in a one-man pontoon boat that he invented for scouting and bridge inspection in an image taken between 1860 and 1865. Haupt was an American civil engineer and railroad construction engineer and executive. A Union Army general, he played a key role in the American Civil War, during which he revolutionized U.S. military transportation, particularly the use of railroads. In the spring of 1862, a year after the start of the Civil War, the U.S. War Department organized a new bureau responsible for constructing and operating military railroads in the United States. On April 27, Haupt was appointed chief of the bureau by Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton, as a colonel and aide-de-camp to Major General Irvin McDowell, then in command of the defenses of Washington, D.C. Haupt repaired and fortified war-damaged railroad lines in the vicinity of Washington, armed and trained railroad staff, and improved telegraph communications along the railroad lines. Among his most challenging assignments was restoring the strategic Richmond, Fredericksburg, and Potomac Railroad line, including the Potomac Creek Bridge, after its partial destruction by Confederate forces. Despite an inexperienced workforce and other serious impediments, Haupt had the line back in use in under 2 weeks. President Abraham Lincoln was impressed with Haupt's work there. In a visit on May 28, 1862, he observed, "That man Haupt has built a bridge 400 feet long and 100 feet high, across Potomac Creek, on which loaded trains are passing every hour, and upon my word, gentlemen, there is nothing in it but cornstalks and bean poles." The glowing soldiers. The Battle of Shiloh was one of the bloodiest in the entire Civil War. It was a constant, 2-day struggle that left little time for the medics to tend for the wounded, and the massive amount of wounded soldiers meant that many of them would be left just lying on the battlefield for days. As the wounded men lay in agony, a strange thing happened: some of the wounds started glowing. The eerie sheen was clearly visible in the dark, and no one could understand what was happening. However, the strangest part happened when the medics actually started treating the wounded. The soldiers with glowing wounds were healing much better than the ones with normal, non-glowing injuries. The phenomenon soon became known as Angel's Glow. Its nature remained a mystery, and many suspected the healing shine was actually divine in origin. The strange secret of Angel's Glow was finally solved in 2001 by 2 high school students who were investigating the phenomenon for a science fair project. They figured out that the glow on the wounded soldiers was most likely Pinellus stypticus, a good bacteria with bioluminescent properties that was transported to the wounds by the many insects that were infesting them. Although P. stypticus wouldn't usually survive in human body temperature, it was able to survive in the hypothermic wounded soldiers, allowing it to fight the bad bacteria that were trying to infect their wounds. A lone grave near Antietam, Maryland in September of 1862. Now, near Arlington House in what was once part of the estate's famous Rose Garden, stands a monument dedicated to the unknown soldiers who died in the Civil War. The monument, dedicated in September 1866, stands atop a masonry vault containing the remains of 2,111 soldiers gathered from the fields of Bull Run and the route to the Rappahannock River. The remains were found scattered across the battlefields or in trenches within an approximately 25-mile radius of Washington, D.C. Nearly 1,800 remains came from Bull Run alone. The mass carnage of the Civil War had quickly overwhelmed the capacity of existing cemeteries, especially in Northern Virginia, where many of the war's early battles were fought. As Union officials looked for a solution to this problem, U.S. Army Quartermaster General Montgomery Meigs proposed that the Arlington House property, which the Army had occupied since May 1861, could be used as a burial ground. This was the first memorial at Arlington to be dedicated to soldiers who had died in battle and whose remains could not be identified. The vault likely contains the remains of Confederate soldiers as well as U.S. Army troops. The side of the memorial features this inscription. Beneath this stone repose the bones of 2,111 unknown soldiers gathered after the war from the fields of Bull Run and the route to the Rappahannock. Their remains could not be identified, but their names and deaths are recorded in the archives of their country, and its grateful citizens honor them as of their noble army of martyrs. May they rest in peace. September, A.D., 1866. Frederick Douglass was born into a life of slavery on Maryland's eastern shore as Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey in February 1818. He was mistakenly taught to read at an early age, and by his mid-teens was educating other slaves. After one failed escape attempt at age 15, Douglass escaped to New York on September 3, 1838, where he declared himself a free man and turned his efforts to helping those still held in bondage. As an anti-slavery speaker, he caught the attention of William Lloyd Garrison, one of America's most prominent abolitionists, who soon had Douglass touring the country speaking against slavery on behalf of the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society. Douglass was such an impressive speaker that many people doubted he was truly a fugitive slave. Douglass responded with his first autobiography, the wildly successful The Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, in which he revealed his original name, his owners' names, and where he was born. However, with his identity known and in danger of being returned to slavery, he fled to Great Britain. Douglass so impressed his supporters in Britain that they purchased his freedom, allowing him to return to the United States 2 years later a legally free man. He settled in Rochester, New York, where he bought a printing press and began publishing the North Star, which became the nation's preeminent anti-slavery newspaper. In 1861, tensions over slavery erupted into civil war, which Douglass argued was about more than Union and states' rights. He saw the conflict as the seismic event needed to end slavery in America. Douglass knew that this new freedom had to be won both on and off the battlefield. He recruited African Americans to fight in the Union Army, including 2 of his sons, and he continued to write and speak against slavery, arguing for a higher purpose to the war. He met with Abraham Lincoln to advocate for African American troops and to encourage Lincoln to see the war as a chance to transform the war aims to include emancipation of the nation's 4 million slaves. Following the end of the Civil War, Douglass moved from Rochester to Washington, D.C., eventually buying his home at Cedar Hill. He served as the U.S. Marshal for the District of Columbia, the district's Registrar of Deeds, and the U.S. Minister to Haiti and Charged Affairs to the Dominican Republic, and he continued to work to expand civil rights in the United States country until his death in 1895. An unidentified Union officer photographed by Matthew Brady. According to historian Belli Wiley, who pioneered the study of the Civil War common soldier, the average Yankee rebel was a white, native-born, farmer, Protestant, single, between 18 and 29. He stood about 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed about 143 pounds. Most soldiers were between the ages of 18 and 39 with an average age just under 26. Men on both sides were inspired to fight by patriotism, state pride, the chance for adventure, steady pay. Union soldiers fought to preserve the Union, the common Confederate fought to defend his home. Later in the war, Increasing numbers of federal soldiers fought to abolish slavery, if for no other reason than to end the war quickly. Confederate soldiers sometimes fought because they feared Union victory would result in a society where black people were placed on an even footing with whites. Most Civil War soldiers were native-born. Nonetheless, large numbers of stout-hearted newcomers to the country also volunteered to fight, especially in the North. Nearly one-quarter of the Union soldiers were immigrants, including 200,000 Germans, 150,000 Irish, 45,000 English, 15,000 Canadians, and lesser numbers of French, Norwegians, Italians, Mexicans, and Poles. Exact figures for the South are sketchy, but tens of thousands of Irish, Germans, British, French, Canadians, Dutch, and Austrians entered Confederate ranks. By war's end, African American soldiers made up roughly 10% of the Union Army. Approximately 179,000 black soldiers wore the blue, 37,000 lost their lives. In March 1865, the Confederate Congress authorized the Army to recruit 300,000 black troops. Some units were raised, but it was too late for them to make a difference. Nathaniel Banks, a lifelong politician and former governor of Massachusetts, was appointed as one of the first major generals of the Volunteers by President Lincoln. During the 1862 Peninsula Campaign, the two divisions under the command of Banks were assigned the task of preventing Confederate commander, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, from reinforcing the defenses of Richmond, Virginia. Banks and his men were unsuccessful. On May 25, 1862, Banks lost the Battle of First Winchester in Winchester, Virginia, to Stonewall Jackson and the Jackson Brigade. On August 9, Banks met Jackson and his men for a second time in the Shenandoah Valley at the Battle of Cedar Creek. An indecisive winner to this battle led both sides to claim victory with no real outcome. In December 1862, Banks traveled to New Orleans, Louisiana, to command the Department of the Gulf. From New Orleans, Banks traveled up the Mississippi, and on May 27, 1863, he began to attack Port Hudson, Louisiana. This was the first time that African American troops participated in a Civil War battle. The 1st and 3rd Louisiana Native Guard fought under the Banks command, suffering numerous casualties. After an unsuccessful first attempt, the Union troops attacked again on June 14, 1863. This too ended unsuccessfully. However, Banks was determined to break through because of the need to join Ulysses S. Grant's siege on Vicksburg, Mississippi. The initial attacks had now progressed into a siege with strong artillery bombardment. On July 9, 1863, the Confederate forces surrendered, having run out of supplies and receiving word that Vicksburg had also surrendered. During the Red River Campaign of 1864, Banks was ordered to capture Mobile, Alabama. However, Banks never made it to Mobile. Following a loss at the Battle of Mansfield in DeSoto Parish, Louisiana, Banks and his men were forced to retreat. Arriving in Alexandria, Louisiana, Banks' army attempted to continue their retreat on Dixon Porter's fleet. With water levels low in the channel, the men were forced to build dams under heavy fire. In 2 days, the dams were completed, raising the water level high enough to continue the retreat. With the Confederates holding the Red River until after General Robert E. Lee's surrender in 1865, the Red River Campaign was considered a failure. Following the Red River Campaign, Banks was removed from command and sent back to Washington, D.C. on leave for the remainder of the war. In 1888, Banks won a seat in Congress. He did not have much influence, because his mental health was failing. After one term, he was not renominated and retired to Waltham. His health continued to deteriorate, and he was briefly sent to McLean Hospital shortly before his death in Waltham on September 1, 1894. His death made nationwide headlines. He is buried in Waltham's Grove Hill Cemetery. Confederate troops viewed from a distance of 1 mile on the opposite side of a destroyed bridge in Fredericksburg, Virginia by Union photographer Matthew Brady. The Battle of Fredericksburg on December 13, 1862, involved nearly 200,000 combatants, the largest concentration of troops in any Civil War battle. Ambrose Burnside, the newly appointed commander of the Army of the Potomac, had ordered his more than 120,000 troops to cross the Rappahannock River, where they made a two-pronged attack on the right and left flanks of Robert E. Lee's 80,000-strong Army of Northern Virginia at Fredericksburg. On both ends, Lee's rebel defenders turned back the Union assault with heavy casualties, nearly 13,000, particularly from their high position atop Marye's Heights. The results of the battle sent Union morale plummeting and lent much-needed new energy to the Confederate cause after the failure of Lee's first invasion of the North at Antietam the previous fall. About the Carter House State Historic Site. Designed and built under the supervision of Fountain Branch Carter in 1830, this handsome Federal period house was occupied successively by 3 generations of his family. It is a National Historic Landmark, one of 29 in Tennessee. The farm office and brick smokehouse are recognized by preservationists as the 2 most heavily damaged buildings from the Civil War to survive to the present day. Over 1,000 bullet and shrapnel holes in these 2 buildings are a somber testament to the carnage that unfolded here over 150 years ago. The interpretation of the Carter House focuses on the tragic Civil War Battle of Franklin, fought in the late afternoon and evening of November 30, 1864, and recognized as some of the bloodiest hours of the Civil War. The Confederates suffered 6,606 casualties. Of the Union forces, 2,326 soldiers were killed. The Carter House was the command post of Major General Jacob D. Cox, the Federal field commander of Schofield's delaying action. It became the center of some of the heaviest fighting, as the Carter family and others huddled in the basement. By the morning of December 1, 1864, the home had been ravaged by bullets and parts of its roof splintered by cannon. East and south of the house some 13 charges were made by Confederate soldiers. The greatest loss of general officers in the Civil War occurred in this battle. Captain Todd Carter, CSA, scion of the Carter family who had been with the Army far from Franklin for much of the war, was mortally wounded on his own family property, and died in this house on December 2, 1864. The state of Tennessee saved the Carter House from imminent demolition in 1953, when it was slated to be torn down for a gas station and entrusted the THC to oversee the site. Today the house and grounds are managed and operated for the state by the Battle of Franklin Trust. Recent property acquisitions in the immediate vicinity of the house are reclaiming and restoring additional areas of the former battlefield and are adding to the visitor experience. President Abraham Lincoln, Center, hatless, surrounded by a crowd during his famous Gettysburg Address in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania on November 19, 1863. The full text of Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address is as follows. 7 years ago our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field, as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But, in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow, this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. When Private Thomas W. Timberlake of the 2nd Virginia Infantry was walking through the corpse-littered battlefield of Port Royal, he happened to find a photo of a young girl. The problem was that said photo happened to lie exactly between 2 dead soldiers, one of them Confederate and the other one Union. Timberlake took the photo with him, and it eventually found its way to the Museum of Confederacy in Richmond, Virginia. The museum has a fairly good collection of similar mystery photos that soldiers from both sides of the war had given for safekeeping and never reclaimed, most likely because they died in battle. They depict people that are long dead, and although the museum occasionally manages to track down some of the people in the pictures, some of them, like the unidentified young girl found between the dead soldiers, are never identified. Their pictures remain sad, old mysteries of a time gone by, never reclaimed, or recognized by anyone. A graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, Thomas O. Selfridge Jr. fought for the Union side and saw almost constant action during the war. He showed courage under fire as well as an uncanny ability to survive. In his first major battle, USS Cumberland vs. CSS Virginia on March 8, 1862, when crewmen lay mangled and killed by flying splinters and shells, he calmly moved from gun to gun, firing at the enemy while cannonballs sizzled around him. When his ship sank, he swam to shore unscathed. He swam away again when he lost his first command, USS Cairo, to Confederate torpedoes. His next ship collided with another Union vessel and sank. He swam away without a scratch. When the USS Heron went down in 1865 during the naval bombardment of Fort Fisher, North Carolina, Selfridge ended the battle unharmed. The unsinkable officer was eventually given the rank of Rear Admiral. He retired in 1898. Death finally caught up with Selfridge in 1924. He died at age 88, in bed, on land. Street scene showing Sutler's Row, Chattanooga, Tennessee, 1864. A sutler was a person who accompanied troops in the field or in garrison, selling food, drink, and supplies. The Articles of War prescribe that persons permitted to sutler shall supply the soldiers with good and wholesome provisions or other articles at a reasonable price. A sutler was considered a civilian by the government, and officers were forbidden under penalty of court-martial to involve themselves in the affairs of a sutler. They maintained a wagon on the march or stalls and booths on station with their regiment or post. The system was disliked by many officers, but if properly administered, seemed to function well. Some argued that goods supplied by the quartermaster would be cheaper, but history shows that the military has often been unable to economically and efficiently purchase and transport its needs. The 208th paragraph of the Army War Department's regulation states, "No sutler shall sell to an enlisted man on credit to a sum exceeding 1/3 of his monthly pay within the same month." The troops were usually paid before a change in station so that sutlers' accounts could be cleared. General James Scott Negley of Pennsylvania. James Scott Negley was an American Civil War general, farmer, railroader, and U.S. representative from the state of Pennsylvania. He played a key role in the Union victory at the Battle of Murfreesboro. On April 19, 1861, Negley was appointed brigadier general in the Pennsylvania militia. He raised a brigade of Pennsylvania volunteers and served under Robert Patterson in the Shenandoah Valley in 1861. His appointment as brigadier general expired on July 20, but he was reappointed brigadier general of volunteers on October 1, 1861. In October, he was placed in command of the 7th Brigade in the Department of the Ohio. He commanded the Union expedition against Chattanooga during the Confederate Heartland Offensive. The expedition proved to be a successful demonstration of the Union Army's ability to strike deep into the heart of Confederate-held territory. On November 29, 1862, he was appointed Major General of Volunteers and took command of the 8th Division in the Army of the Ohio. His division became the 2nd Division in George H. Thomas Center Wing of the 14th Corps during the Battle of Stones River. On the second day of fighting, he led a successful counterattack against Major General John C. Breckinridge on the Union left flank. He commanded his division during the Tullahoma Campaign and the Battle of Chickamauga. During the maneuvering that preceded the Battle of Chickamauga, Negley's division, in the advance of Major General George H. Thomas's corps, was almost trapped in a cul-de-sac named McLemore's Cove, but command confusion in the Confederate Army of Tennessee allowed them to escape in what became known as the Battle of Davis's Crossroads. After the Union defeat at Chickamauga, Negley, whose division became scattered during the second day's fighting, was relieved of command, but was acquitted of any wrongdoing during the battle. The most recent study of his actions is highly critical to the general for vanishing from sight without anyone knowing where to find him. Negley, however, blamed his misfortunes on the prejudices toward him of West Point graduates. When Ulysses S. Grant became general-in-chief in 1864, he discussed restoring Negley to command. However, after serving on several administrative boards, Negley resigned in January 1865. Fort Negley, built in Nashville, Tennessee in 1862, was named after him. It was the largest stone inland fort built during the war. Negley died in Plainfield, New Jersey, aged 74. He is buried in the Allegheny Cemetery in Pittsburgh. Fort Negley was a fortification built by Union troops after the capture of Nashville, Tennessee during the American Civil War, located approximately 2 miles south of the city's center. It was the largest inland fort built in the United States during the war. Once Confederate forces were routed in February 1862, from Forts Henry and Donelson, on the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, respectively, Confederate commanders decided that any further effort in the defense of Nashville would be pointless, and they abandoned any attempt to keep Nashville behind their lines. It was almost immediately occupied by Union forces, who rapidly began preparations for its defense. The largest of the fortifications erected was Fort Negley, a star-shaped limestone block structure atop St. Cloud Hill, south of the city. The construction of the fort was overseen by Captain James St. Clair Morton. The fort was constructed out of 62,500 cubic feet of stone, 18,000 cubic feet of earth, and cost $130,000. It was largely constructed using the labor of local slaves, including women, newly freed slaves who had flocked to Nashville once it was taken by Union forces, with the understanding that their status as slaves was to be revoked were they to work for the Union, and by free blacks forcibly conscripted for the work. Records show that 2,768 blacks were officially enrolled in its construction. The fort was named for Union Army Commander General James S. Negley. When the Battle of Nashville finally began in December 1864, it was largely fought on the heights even farther south of the city than Fort Negley, which despite its then impressive appearance never played a leading military role. Shortly after the war, the fort was abandoned and fell into ruin. However, its outline could be readily discerned for many years afterwards in the encroaching woods. During the Reconstruction period, the area was used as a meeting place for the Ku Klux Klan, as confirmed by former Klansman Marcus B. Toney. Amputation in a field hospital, Gettysburg. Flap and circular amputations were performed to amputate large limbs during the war. In the flap method, the bone was dissected, and flaps of deep muscle and skin were used to close the operation. A V-shaped cut would be made, and then the bone would cut away a few inches above the flaps. In a circular amputation, the surgeon basically cut in a circle around the limb, would draw back the skin slightly and then cut straight across the bone. A variety of weapons were used in the war, ranging from a sword to rapid-fire cannons, which caused devastating mass injuries. Although the majority of the surgeons were educated and well-trained and they know when and how amputations could be performed. However, due to a lack of medicines and a shortage of time, some patients were not treated properly. The doctors were unprepared to treat too many patients with serious wounds, and they ignored cleanliness and sanitation. Same surgical tools were used on many patients without proper bandages were used over and over. Surgeons often left amputations to heal by granulation. Some soldiers who underwent amputations did eventually die due to infections. However, it has been estimated that as many as 75% of the amputees survived. Amputations were the only recourse under the conditions due to the extensive soft tissue and bone damage affected by many ball and cannon. There were attempts to save limbs, some successful, but without antibiotics, advanced orthopedic fixation devices, or ability to perform delicate blood vessel reunion, vascular anastomoses, there was little hope for limb salvage. People bought tickets to watch prisoners of war. One of the most brutal prison camps in the war was Elmira Prison. It had been built to hold 5,000 Confederate soldiers. But as the war raged on and more people came in, the prison started getting more than it could handle. Soon, there were nearly 10,000 people crammed inside its walls. The civilians couldn't help but be a little curious, and it didn't take long for someone to capitalize on it. A tower was set up across the street. For 15 cents, you could climb to the top, take a seat with some peanuts and lemonade, and watch the prisoners. The prisoners started to realize they were being watched and, being bored out of their minds, began putting on shows to make it worthwhile. Some would juggle or do acrobatics to impress the audience watching them from above. The guards put a stop to their antics, though. Soon, there was nothing to do but wither away. Disease spread through Elmira so viciously that a quarter of the prisoners died. But the audiences kept coming out, paying a nickel and a dime to watch men waste away and die. James Longstreet, Jr., Civil War Confederate Lieutenant General, commanded the 1st Corps of the Army of Northern Virginia under General Robert E. Lee. Born January 8, 1821 in Edgefield County, South Carolina, when his mother was visiting her mother-in-law, his parents owned a cotton plantation in northern Georgia. A graduate of the U.S. Military Academy, class of 1842, he served in the Mexican War, where he was wounded at Chapultepec, Mexico in 1847. On March 8, 1848 in Lynchburg, Virginia, he married Maria Louisa Garland, daughter of General John Garland, and they would have 10 children. He resigned his commission as a major in the U.S. Army on June 1, 1861 to join the Confederate Army as a colonel. He was quickly promoted to general and soon commanded the 1st Corps of the Army of Northern Virginia, fighting in nearly every battle. He was considered not very aggressive in battle, and preferred to fight on the defensive, from a strong position. During the Battle of Gettysburg, it was argued that Longstreet did not act appropriately to Lee's plan of attack, which cost the Confederate Army the victory. Lee, however, retained his faith in Longstreet throughout the war, and he proved to be an able defensive commander. His military career would reach its peak when Longstreet moved the entire 1st Corps from Virginia to northern Georgia, to support CSA General Braxton Bragg's Army of Tennessee in the Battle of Chickamauga. In this battle, Longstreet's leadership of his corps proved most capable, and the 1st Corps drove the invading Yankee army back to Chattanooga, Tennessee. Shortly afterwards, Lee recalled him back to Virginia, where Lee's army was being pressed by General Grant. The several months of campaigning in Georgia and Tennessee was the first time in military history that the railroad was used to reposition an entire corps to participate in battle. Longstreet was wounded a second time, on May 6, 1864, during the Battle of the Wilderness by his own men. After the war, he allied himself with the Republican Party, to the anger of his fellow Confederates, and worked to reconcile the Southern states to the Union. Many Southerners considered him a traitor to the cause and blamed him for the Confederacy's defeat. In 1880, he was appointed minister to Turkey, and in 1881, he was appointed U.S. Marshal of the state of Georgia. Following the death of his wife, Maria, he married for a second time, on September 8, 1897, to Helen Dorch in Atlanta, Georgia. He served as U.S. Commissioner of Railroads from 1898 to his death in Gainesville, Georgia in 1904. A nearly starved Union soldier who survived imprisonment in the notorious Confederate prison in Andersonville, Georgia. Poverty and poor relief, especially in times of acute food shortages, were major challenges facing Virginia and Confederate authorities during the Civil War. At first, most Confederates were confident that hunger would not be a problem for their nation. Southern farms and black slaves were expected to produce ample quantities of food while white men fought to secure independence. The reality, however, was quite different. The suffering of soldiers' families and the lower classes in cities resulted in a bread riot in the Confederate capital at Richmond, stimulated desertion from the army, and threatened the entire war effort. Governments at the local, state, and federal level responded with unprecedented efforts to control prices, supply provisions, and ease suffering, and yet neither the Confederate government nor the Virginia state government found a way to take effective action against inflation, speculation, or extortion. Direct relief, free markets, city-sponsored stores, and other innovative measures came into being. Nevertheless, these efforts proved inadequate, and the very idea of being dependent on charity was unsatisfactory to the yeoman class. Consequently, the problems of poverty seriously undermined the war effort in Virginia and throughout the Confederacy. The Potter or Ponder House. This photograph was taken shortly after the Battle of Atlanta in 1864 by George N. Barnard. Ephraim G. Ponder acquired the land and built this residence in 1857. The smaller structure visible to the left was the kitchen. During the Battle of Atlanta, Ponder's house was used by Confederate sharpshooters, and was heavily bombarded by Union artillery, causing extensive damage. After the battle, the house was never rebuilt or reoccupied by the Ponder family. Nurse Ann Bell tending to wounded soldiers in a Union hospital around 1863. Many of the more than 2,000 Civil War nurses who served during the Civil War are unsung heroes. Due to the manner of record-keeping and the lack of real attention being paid to the many women and some men who served as battlefield angels, their names are often lost and unrecorded. There were some who kept journals, wrote memoirs, and were recognized. A few became prominent for the causes they championed. But all of them are to be commended for wanting to do more than stay at home and sew. Battlefield surgery at that time often consisted of holding a soldier down while the surgeon cut and sewed up the wound. Ether and modern principles of anesthesia were in short supply. These battlefield angels wrote letters home, comforted dying soldiers, changed bandages, fed, bathed, and took care of wounded and sick soldiers. They saw the horrors of war and trauma from a very close perspective. The influence of these experiences probably played a part in the many causes and changes they championed after the Civil War. This photograph depicts an ambulance and medical orderlies removing causalities from the battlefield to a field hospital. Similar ambulances were used throughout the war. Ambulance wagons or wagons especially designed for the transport of the sick or wounded had not been in use in the armies of the United States until just before the outbreak of the Civil War. Common wagons contained seats for 18 persons, 14 inside and 4 on the front seat. By raising the flaps of the inside seats and removing the cushions, a bed for 2 persons or, in case of an emergency, 3 could be arranged inside the wagon. Robert Smalls was an enslaved African American who escaped to freedom in a Confederate supply ship and eventually became a sea captain for the Union Navy. After the war, he became a successful businessman and politician, serving in both houses of the South Carolina legislature. He was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in 1875 but was convicted of taking a bribe while in the state Senate and sentenced to prison before he was pardoned by the governor. At the outbreak of the Civil War, in March 1861, Robert Smalls was hired as a deckhand on the Confederate supply ship the Planter, a converted cotton steamer that carried supplies between forts in Charleston Harbor. Over the course of several months, Smalls learned all he could about navigating the ship and waited for an opportunity to escape. In the pre-dawn hours of May 13, 1862, while the white officers and crew slept in Charleston, Smalls and a crew of 8 men, along with 5 women, and 3 children, including Smalls' wife and 2 children, quietly slipped the Planter out of Charleston Harbor. Over the next few hours, Smalls successfully navigated the ship through 5 checkpoints, offering the correct signal to pass each, and then headed out to open waters in the Union blockade. It was daring and dangerous, and if caught, the crew was prepared to blow up the vessel. The startled crew of the USS Onward, the first ship in the blockade to spot the Planter, almost fired on it before Smalls had the Confederate flag struck and raised a white bedsheet, signaling surrender. The ship's treasure of guns, ammunition, and important documents proved to be a wealth of information, telling the Union commanders of shipping routes, mine locations, and the times that Confederate ships docked and departed. After his first wife's death in 1883, Robert Smalls remarried in 1890. He served as a U.S. Customs collector in Beaufort from 1889 to 1911 and remained active in politics. Smalls died of natural causes in his Beaufort home on February 23, 1915 at age 75. Few people from the Civil War are as important as Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederate States of America. Davis died in 1889, but his ghost still walks the earth according to some paranormal investigators. Davis's post-war estate, Beauvoir, is in Mississippi. His ghost supposedly still lives there, with sightings beginning in 1986. During a Civil War reenactment at the estate, a photographer took a picture of some girls in costume. When he developed the picture, he saw something odd. 2 figures stood in the windows, one in a white dress and one in a dark suit. During the event, the organizers had locked the house. Also, the woman in the white dress was at the balcony level of the house, meaning that she was not a reflection of any of the reenactors. As stories about the ghost circulated, staffers at the estate eventually came forward to say that they had seen Jefferson Davis on multiple occasions. Unlike other paranormal hotspots, full-body apparitions occur often enough at Beauvoir that people have taken pictures of the president. Other members of Davis's family have also appeared, as well as Confederate soldiers who walk the grounds. Ghost investigators are fans of the site, and Beauvoir has become a popular destination for people interested in the supernatural. Second only to Robert E. Lee on the list of most honored Confederate generals, Thomas Jonathan Stonewall Jackson, 1824 to 1863, was born to Jonathan and Julia Jackson in Clarksburg, Virginia, now West Virginia. Orphaned at age 7, Jackson spent most of his youth living with his uncle Cummins Jackson. Despite a background marked by poverty and a lack of formal education, Jackson gained entry to the United States Military Academy at West Point, graduating in 1846 in the top third of his class. After serving with distinction as an artillery officer during the Mexican War, Jackson resigned from the Army in 1852, after becoming a professor of artillery tactics and natural philosophy at the Virginia Military Institute in Lexington, Virginia. When Virginia seceded from the Union at the start of the Civil War in April 1861, Jackson was commissioned as a colonel and charged with transforming volunteer recruits into a cohesive fighting force. On July 21, 1861, his leadership in a dogged defense of the Confederate line at First Manassas, First Bull Run, earned him the nickname Stonewall. By the end of the year, he had been promoted to Major General. Jackson's skills as a leader and strategist came to full fruition in the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia during the spring of 1862. Marching his 17,000 troops rapidly over long distances, he defeated superior Union forces at Front Royal, Winchester, Cross Keys, and Port Republic. Later engagements from 1862 and 1863 that displayed Jackson's tactical genius included the battles of Second Manassas, Second Bull Run, Harper's Ferry, Sharpsburg, Antietam, and Fredericksburg. Jackson was seriously wounded by friendly fire on May 2 while again distinguishing himself during Lee's stunning victory at Chancellorsville. A deeply religious man, Jackson's last words before dying of pneumonia on May 10, 1863, were "Let us cross over the river and rest under the shade of the trees." Soldiers of the 6th Corps, Army of the Potomac, in trenches before storming Marye's Heights at the Second Battle of Fredericksburg during the Chancellorsville Campaign, Virginia, May 1863. Because of its proximity to the large cities of the North, such as Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and New York City, the Army of the Potomac received more contemporary media coverage than the other Union field armies. Such coverage produced fame for several this Army's units. Individual brigades, such as the Irish Brigade, the Philadelphia Brigade, the 1st New Jersey Brigade, the Vermont Brigade, and the Iron Brigade, all became well known to the public, both during the Civil War and afterward. Beginning on March 13, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln established corps as the major subordinate units of the Army of the Potomac. Up until this time, McClellan resisted the formation of corps, which had been prominent features of Napoleon's army, preferring to see how his division commanders fared in combat on the peninsula before elevating them to higher command. Lincoln selected the corps commanders based on their seniority, without McClellan's approval. The original corps and commanders were 1st Corps, McDowell, 2nd Corps, Sumner, 3rd Corps, Heintzelman, and 4th Corps, Keyes. During the Peninsula Campaign, McClellan created 2 more, commanded by men he considered more loyal to him, 5th Corps, Porter, and 6th Corps, Franklin. For the remainder of the war, corps were added and subtracted from the Army. 4th Corps headquarters in one division remained on the Virginia Peninsula. Those added to the Army of the Potomac were 9th Corps, 11th Corps, Sigel's I Corps and the former Army of Virginia, 12th Corps, Banks's II Corps from the Army of Virginia, added in 1862, and the Cavalry Corps, created in 1863. 8 of these corps, 7 infantry, 1 cavalry, served in the Army during 1863, but due to attrition and transfers, the Army was reorganized in March 1864 with only 4 corps, 2nd, 5th, 6th, and cavalry. The 9th Corps returned to the Army in 1864, after being assigned to the West in 1863 and then serving alongside the Army of the Potomac in early 1864. 2 divisions of the Cavalry Corps were transferred to the Shenandoah Valley, and the 2nd Division alone remained under Meade's command. Later that Division II was assigned to the cavalry command of M.G. Philip Sheridan for the closing campaigns of the war. A portrait of Miss E. Deming taken by photographer Matthew Brady. The Civil War brought women new responsibilities on the battlefield and at home. Many became providers for their families, managing farms and businesses while male relatives served in the military. Many also contributed to the Union or Confederacy. Some raised money and supplies through Ladies' Aid and Soldiers' Aid societies as well as the U.S. Sanitary Commission, a private agency that operated across the North and became critical to the Union victory. Others nursed soldiers. Louisa May Alcott, author of the beloved novel Little Women, worked as an Army nurse, spied on the enemy, cooked, and laundered for enlisted men, and served as uniformed battlefield helpers called vivandiers. Unknown numbers of women fought as soldiers by concealing their identities and enlisting as men. The war affected different groups of women differently. Native American women dealt with divided tribal loyalties in the aftermath of forced removal from ancestral lands. Before emancipation, the Civil War worsened the condition of many enslaved women in the South, though African American women from various regions helped the Union or abolitionist cause. Harriet Tubman, the famous Underground Railroad conductor, led an armed expedition in South Carolina, for example, and Susie King Taylor was an Army nurse. Overall, the work women performed during the war inspired new ways of thinking about women's place in society. Women such as Clara Barton awoke to fresh opportunities inspired by their war experiences. Barton, founder of the American Red Cross, declared that the war put the American woman at least 50 years in advance of the normal position which continued peace would have assigned her. Lost Confederate gold. When the South eventually lost the war in April 1865, a major mystery was shadowing the Union's great victory. The country was torn by the conflict, and they desperately needed all the money they could get their hands on to rebuild. This is why the North was more than eager to get their hands on the Confederate war treasury. But the damn Yankees were in for a surprise. The gold was nowhere to be found. To this day, no one truly knows what happened to the Confederate gold. Many theorize that it was divided up and buried by many plantation owners, to wait for the day when the South would rise again. Others say it was robbed by a ragtag team of Confederate and Union deserters, never to be seen again. Others still maintain that it just disappeared. There are many legends about the location of this great treasure. One stash is said to be in Savannah, Georgia, buried in a cemetery under the name of a fake general. Another is supposedly in west central Broward County, buried by an ambushed general who was trying to take it to Cuba. However, most of those stashes are probably nothing more than legends. Although no one truly knows where the gold is hidden, the actual value of the treasury was probably somewhere around $500,000, many times less than many Union generals reported. This means that if there indeed are stashes, there are either a lot less of them than most people think, or they're much smaller. Still, that doesn't stop people from theorizing. One particularly juicy rumor concerns a town called Danville, Virginia. Fairly reliable historical proof suggests that a former Confederate Navy official, James A. Semple, hid a large amount of Mexican silver dollars, thought to be a part of the Confederate treasure, in the area. Some say they have even found some of these coins. George Armstrong Custer was born in New Rumley, Ohio, in 1839. During the Civil War he commanded several different cavalry divisions and distinguished himself with his bravery in some of its most important battles. In 1866 Custer joined the 7th Cavalry in Kansas, and on June 25, 1876, he led 210 men against Lakota and Cheyenne warriors at the Battle of Little Bighorn, where he and all his men were killed. But West Point was not a perfect fit for Custer, who, though he longed to climb to a higher rank in life, possessed a deep rebellious streak. A poor student prone to misbehavior, he was frequently disciplined, nearly expelled and ultimately finished last in his graduating class in June 1861. Compounding his poor academic showing, just a few days after graduation, Custer failed as officer of the guard to prevent a fight between two cadets. Nearly court-martialed in the aftermath, Custer was ultimately saved by the outbreak of the Civil War and the desperate need for officers. Placed in command of the Michigan Cavalry Brigade, over the next few years Custer distinguished himself at such important battles as Gettysburg and Yellow Tavern and earned himself the nickname Boy General, in reference to his relatively young age. Future writers of fiction will find in Brigadier General Custer most of the qualities which go to make up a first-class hero, gushed the New York Tribune in 1864. By the war's end, Custer had been promoted yet again, to the rank of Major General, and his cavalry units were crucial in blocking the movements of Confederate General Robert E. Lee's retreating forces, which helped hasten his surrender at Appomattox, on April 9, 1865. In recognition of his heroism, Lieutenant General Philip Sheridan gave the young military hero the table used to sign the war's peace terms, including with it a note to Custer's wife, Libby, in praise of her husband. "Permit me to say, Madam," he wrote, "that there is scarcely an individual in our service who has contributed more to bring about this desirable result than your gallant husband." Perhaps one of the best-known personalities of the Civil War, Harriet Tubman was born into slavery as Araminta Ross, on the eastern shore of Maryland, sometime in 1820 or 1821. As a child, Tubman was hired out to various masters who proved to be particularly cruel and abusive to her. As a result of a head injury caused by one of these men, she suffered from seizures and visions for the rest of her life, which she believed were sent from God. In 1849, Tubman became seriously ill with complications from her head injury, and her owner decided to sell her, but could not find a buyer. After her owner's sudden death, the family began selling off all the slaves. Not wanting to have her family separated, Tubman was determined to escape. A first attempt, in which Tubman was accompanied by her brothers, was aborted when they had second thoughts. Tubman decided to try again on her own, and she escaped via the Underground Railroad into Pennsylvania. Over the course of 11 years, Tubman rescued over 70 slaves from Maryland, and assisted 50 or 60 others in making their way to Canada. During this time, her reputation in the abolitionist community grew, and she became acquainted with Frederick Douglass and John Brown. She also moved her base of operations to Auburn, New York, closer to the Canadian border. Tubman conducted her last rescue mission in November 1861, as the Civil War enveloped the nation. Tubman offered her services to the Union Army, and in early 1862, she went to South Carolina to provide desperately needed nursing care for black soldiers and newly liberated slaves. Working with General David Hunter, Tubman also began spying and scouting missions behind Confederate lines. In June of 1863, she accompanied Colonel James Montgomery in an assault on several plantations along the Combahee River, rescuing more than 700 slaves. Her deed was celebrated in the press and she became even more famous. With the end of the war, Tubman returned to Auburn, New York and married a Civil War veteran. Although her service in the Union Army was much publicized, she had great difficulty in getting a pension from the government but was eventually awarded a nurse's pension in the 1880s. She did not stay idle in her later years, taking on the cause of women's suffrage with the same determination she had shown for abolition. Tubman established the Harriet Tubman Home for the Aged on a property adjacent to her own. After undergoing brain surgery to try to alleviate the symptoms from the head injury that had plagued her since childhood, and being essentially penniless, Tubman was forced to move into the home herself in 1911. She died there on March 10, 1913, surrounded by family and friends. She was buried with military honors at Fort Hill Cemetery in Auburn. Bodies of Confederate soldiers next to Mrs. Alsop's house near Spotsylvania Courthouse, Virginia in May of 1864. The Battle of Spotsylvania, sometimes also called the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse, took place in Virginia from May 8 to 21 in 1864. It was an important battle in the American Civil War. Although it ended with no conclusive winner, its casualties were high. The battle was part of Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant's Overland Campaign. Grant oversaw all Union armies. The goal of the Overland Campaign was for the Union armies to come between the armies of Confederate General Robert E. Lee and the city of Richmond. The two armies had already engaged one another earlier in May. In what became known as the Battle of the Wilderness, Lee's smaller Southern army attacked the larger Northern one. Despite heavy losses, Grant decided not to retreat but pressed on to the southeast, trying again to put Union soldiers between Lee's army and Richmond. General Lee marched his men all night and managed to position his army to block the attempt. He utilized both Major General J.E.B. Stuart's cavalry and Major General Anderson's First Corps. The Confederates were well entrenched before Grant arrived. The Union lost one of their major generals, John Sedgwick, early in the fighting as he scouted the Confederate lines. From May 8 to 21, the two armies clashed again and again in Spotsylvania, with both sides suffering many casualties as Grant's army tried to break through any potentially weak spots they could find in the Confederate line. Spotsylvania is known for the fierceness of its fighting. Some of the battle took place hand-to-hand with reliance on bayonets. This was the result of suggested tactics by Union Colonel Emory Upton, who had realized that hand-to-hand tactics might prove more effective than more traditional strategies when faced with such a firmly entrenched enemy. After an initial bayonet attack on May 10 proved somewhat successful, Grant agreed with that assessment. Spotsylvania ended up being the bloodiest battle of the Overland Campaign. Spotsylvania was a crucial location. If Grant had been able to get there first and secure it, he could have blocked Lee's access to Richmond, the capital city of the Confederacy. Although he was not able to do so, the losses inflicted on both sides were high. There were around 12,000 Confederate casualties and there were somewhere between 18,000 and 20,000 Union deaths. Since the Union Army was so much larger, they could afford greater losses, and Grant continued to press on from Spotsylvania. He and Lee met again at the North Anna River later in May. Grant's tenacious attitude toward the overall campaign was clearly captured in a message he sent on May 11, declaring, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." Such difficult battles ultimately weakened the Confederate Army and led to the Siege of Petersburg and the final Union victory in the Civil War. Robert Anderson commanded Fort Sumter during the bombardment of that fort by Confederate forces, the opening shots of the American Civil War. Forced to surrender due to lack of supplies, Anderson considered himself a failure but found he was hero upon his return to the North. Anderson was a graduate of West Point and had served in the Black Hawk War, in which Abraham Lincoln led a company of volunteers, the Second Seminole War and the Mexican War. He wrote instruction for field artillery, horse and foot in 1839 and had risen to the rank of major, commanding the 1st Artillery Regiment when he was placed in command of the U.S. Army garrison at Charleston Harbor, South Carolina, a mere 2 companies, on November 15, 1861. That state voted to secede from the Union on December 20, 1860, and 6 days later he moved his little command, including wives and children of some of the officers, from Fort Moultrie, a position that was virtually indefensible, to unfinished Fort Sumter in the middle of the harbor. There, he remained, trying not to do anything that might tip the scales of Southern descent into full-scale civil war. By April, his command was running short on rations. The Union merchant ship Star of the West was dispatched from New York with food and ammunition but was turned back by Confederate artillery. On April 12 to 13, Confederate guns in Charleston bombarded the fort, and Anderson responded with his own cannons, but without adequate provisions. He was forced to surrender and was allowed to return north with the rest of the garrison. On May 15, 1861, he was promoted to brigadier general in the U.S. Army and was placed in command of the Department of Kentucky, later absorbed into the Department of the Cumberland, which he also commanded. Forced to resign by ill health on October 27, 1863, he was brevetted a major general for his actions at Fort Sumter. When Charleston was recaptured by Union forces, he participated in a special ceremony there, raising the same flag that had flown over the fort 4 years earlier. He died in Nice, France in 1871. Sergeant James H. Harris, a Marylander and member of Company B, 38th 5th U.S. Colored Troops, in a photograph taken between 1864 to 1868. Born in St. Mary's County, Maryland, Harris worked as a farmer before joining the U.S. Army from grade mills at age 36. He enlisted on February 14, 1864, as a private in Company B of the 38th Regiment U.S. Colored Troops. He was promoted to corporal 5 months later, on July 25, and to sergeant 2 months after that on September 10. At the Battle of Chapin's Farm on September 29, 1864, Harris Regiment was among a division of black troops assigned to attack the center of the Confederate defenses at New Market Heights. The defenses consisted of 2 lines of abattis and 1 line of palisades manned by Brigadier General John Gregg's Texas Brigade. The attack was met with intense Confederate fire. Over 50% of the black troops were killed, captured, or wounded. The initial attack stalled at the abattis, but when a renewed effort began, Harris and 2 other men of the 38th USCT, Private William H. Barnes and Sergeant Edward Ratcliffe, ran at the head of the assault. Being the first to breach the defenses, the 3 soldiers engaged the Confederates in hand-to-hand combat. They were soon joined by the remainder of their division, and the Confederate force was routed. Over 9 years later, on February 18, 1874, he was issued the Medal of Honor for gallantry in the assault at Chapin's Farm. Harris died at the approximate age of 69 and was buried at Arlington National Cemetery in Arlington County, Virginia. Miss Walton, in a portrait taken by photographer Matthew Brady. Brady acquired a reputation as one of America's greatest photographers, producer of portraits of the famous. At the peak of his success as a portrait photographer, Brady turned his attention to the Civil War. Planning to document the war on a grand scale, he organized a corps of photographers to follow the troops in the field. Friends tried to discourage him, citing battlefield dangers and financial risks, but Brady persisted. He later said, "I felt that I had to go. A spirit in my feet said go, and I went." Matthew Brady did not actually take many of the Civil War photographs attributed to him. More of a project manager, he spent most of his time supervising his corps of traveling photographers, preserving their negatives, and buying others from private photographers fresh from the battlefield, so that his collection would be as comprehensive as possible. When photographs from his collection were published, whether printed by Brady or adapted as engravings in publications, they were credited with Brady's name. For example, photograph by Brady or negative by M.B. Brady, New York, although they were actually the work of many different people. In 1862, Brady shocked America by displaying Alexander Gardner's and James Gibson's photographs of battlefield corpses from Antietam. This exhibition marked the first time most people witnessed the carnage of war. The New York Times said that Brady had brought home to us the terrible reality and earnestness of war. After the Civil War, Brady was faced with mounting debts. In an effort to save his business, he tried to sell his collection of war views. Having risked his fortune on his Civil War enterprise, Brady lost the gamble and fell into bankruptcy. His negatives were neglected until 1875, when Congress purchased the entire archive for $25,000. Brady's debts swallowed the entire sum. He died in 1896, penniless and underappreciated. In his final years, Brady said, "No one will ever know what I went through to secure those negatives. The world can never appreciate it. It changed the whole course of my life." Union General Isaac I. Stevens seated on a porch in March of 1862 near Beaufort, South Carolina. Isaac Ingalls Stevens began his military career after graduating first in his class from the United States Military Academy in 1839. He was commissioned as an officer in the Corps of Engineers, and spent several years constructing forts in New England. He served as adjutant for the Corps of Engineers during the Mexican-American War, and served during the battles of Cerro Gordo, Contreras, Churubusco, and during the siege of Veracruz. He received a brevet promotion to captain, and led troops during the Battle of Chapultepec, where he received a brevet promotion to major. He fought during the Battle of Molino del Rey and was severely wounded at the Battle of Mexico City. After the war, he was named governor of the Washington Territory in 1853 and was elected the territorial delegate for Congress in 1856. At the outbreak of the Civil War, Stevens was commissioned as a colonel of the 79th New York, known as the Highlanders. He was promoted to brigadier general on September 28, 1861 and led troops during the Port Royal expedition. He led a division during the Battle of Secessionville, but after suffering heavy casualties, was transferred to Virginia. He took command of the 9th Corps and led them during the Second Battle of Manassas. On September 1, 1862, Isaac Stevens was killed while leading his men at the Battle of Chantilly after picking up the fallen regimental colors of his old regiment, shouting, "Highlanders, my Highlanders, follow your general." Charging with his troops while carrying the banner of St. Andrew's Cross, Stevens was struck in the temple by a bullet and died instantly. He was posthumously named a major general on July 18, 1862. Thousands of soldiers held massive snowball fights. One morning in 1864, the Confederate Army woke up to 5 inches of snow. The men rushed out and fought what may be one of the biggest snowball fights in history. Up to 20,000 men were involved. The Tennessee and Georgian soldiers divided themselves into 2 armies, built up arsenals of snowballs, and charged at each other. On Tennessee's side, Colonel Gordon even rode out on horseback, holding up a dirty handkerchief like it was a flag and pelting his men with snow. Other fights broke out among the Confederate forces. Men lined up, using all their military training, and launched volleys of snowballs at the other side. Some who ran too close to the enemy line were dragged over to have their shirts stuffed with snow. The boys, after all, were young, some only 17 years old. When the snow cleared, they picked up their weapons again and marched for another battle, where more than just a shirt full of snow awaited. Robert Houston Milroy was born in Salem, Indiana in 1816, and he served in the U.S. Army during the Mexican-American War, although he never saw any action. He became a lawyer and judge in Rensselaer, Indiana after the war, and he was made colonel of an Indiana regiment of the Union Army at the start of the American Civil War in 1861. He was promoted to brigadier general on September 3, 1861, and he commanded a brigade during Stonewall Jackson's 1862 Valley Campaign and at the Second Battle of Bull Run. Milroy was promoted to major general on March 10, 1863, and, on June 15 he was dealt a humiliating defeat in the Second Battle of Winchester. He transferred to the Western Theater to serve as a recruiter for the Army of the Cumberland, frequently banishing or executing Confederate sympathizers. Milroy redeemed himself at the Third Battle of Murfreesboro in 1864. Although he again suffered heavy losses. He resigned on July 26, 1865 following the war's end and went on to serve as a trustee of the Wabash and Erie Canal Company, as superintendent of Indian Affairs in the Washington Territory from 1872 to 1875, and as an Indian agent from 1875 to 1885, and he died in Olympia, Washington in 1890. An entire university signed up and didn't come home. When the Civil War began, the University of Mississippi had 139 students. Of them, 135 signed up to fight for the Confederate Army. The school was put to use as a war hospital, and all but 4 members of its student body joined together to form Company A of the 11th Mississippi. Not a single member of the company, nicknamed the University Greys, made it back unharmed. They group had a rare 100% casualty rate, with every man either coming back wounded or never making it home at all. The Greys were even supposed to fight in First Battle of Bull Run. Their train, however, was delayed, and most of the men didn't make it. Even without fighting though, Colonel Moore became one of their first casualties by accidentally shooting himself in the foot. The rest of the group kept fighting and nearly made it to the end. But on the last day of the Battle of Gettysburg, the Greys joined a mad, desperate charge against the Union soldiers. Of the Confederate soldiers involved, half died, and not a single man from the University of Mississippi made it out alive. Clara Barton is one of the most recognized heroes of the American Civil War. She began her illustrious career as an educator but found her true calling tending wounded soldiers on and off bloody Civil War battlefields. When the war ended, Barton worked to identify missing and deceased soldiers, and eventually founded the American Red Cross. Her life was dedicated to the care of others, and Barton had a crucial and long-lasting impact on caregiving and disaster relief in America and throughout the world. Barton served on 16 battlefields during the Civil War. Whether working tirelessly behind the scenes to procure supplies, prepare meals and arrange makeshift hospitals, or tending the wounded during some of the goriest battles in American history, she earned the respect of countless soldiers, officers, surgeons, and politicians. She almost single-handedly changed the widely held viewpoint that women were too weak to help on battlefields. The American Red Cross wouldn't exist as it is today without Barton's influence. She believed in equal rights and helped everyone regardless of race, gender, or economic station. She brought attention to the great need of disaster victims and streamlined many first aid, emergency preparedness and emergency response procedures still used by the American Red Cross. Clara Barton died on April 12, 1912, at her home in Glen Echo, Maryland at age 91. A monument in her honor stands at Antietam National Battlefield. Ambrose Burnside was a U.S. military officer, railroad executive and politician best known for serving as a Union general during the Civil War. Burnside was born in Liberty, Indiana, on May 23, 1824. The son of a court clerk and farmer, Burnside spent his youth working as a tailor before his father helped secure him an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point in 1843. Burnside was successful in his studies but struggled to adjust to the strict nature of military life and was nearly dismissed after accumulating several demerits. Despite this, his academic record saw him finish 18th out of 38 in his class in 1847. Burnside first saw combat in the Civil War at the First Battle of Bull Run in July 1861. He later led an expeditionary force in North Carolina and then served during the Maryland campaign at the Battle of Antietam. Although he was reluctant to take the post, in November 1862 Burnside was placed in charge of the Union Army of the Potomac. He was removed from command in January 1863 after the devastating Union defeat at the Battle of Fredericksburg. Burnside next held a departmental command in Ohio and then participated in the defense of Knoxville in the fall of 1863. He would later resign from duty in the wake of his unit's failure during the Battle of the Crater in July 1864. After the Civil War, Burnside worked as a railroad director and later served as a U.S. Senator and Governor of Rhode Island. He died in 1881 at the age of 57. His distinctive style of facial hair is now known as sideburns, derived from his last name. Antietam, Maryland, President Lincoln on the battlefield. Alexander Gardner, October 1862. Lincoln was the 16th President of the United States and one of the great American leaders. His presidency was dominated by the American Civil War. Abraham Lincoln was born on February 12, 1809 near Hodgenville, Kentucky. He was brought up in Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois. His parents were poor pioneers and Lincoln was largely self-educated. In 1836, he qualified as a lawyer and went to work in a law practice in Springfield, Illinois. He sat in the state legislature from 1834 to 1842 and in 1846 was elected to Congress, representing the Whig Party for a term. In 1856, he joined the new Republican Party and in 1860 he was asked to run as their presidential candidate. In the presidential campaign, Lincoln made his opposition to slavery very clear. His victory provoked a crisis, with many Southerners fearing that he would attempt to abolish slavery in the South. 7 Southern states left the Union to form the Confederate States of America, also known as the Confederacy. 4 more joined later. Lincoln vowed to preserve the Union even if it meant war. Fighting broke out in April 1861. Lincoln always defined the Civil War as a struggle to save the Union, but in January 1863 he nonetheless issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which freed all slaves in areas still under Confederate control. This was an important symbolic gesture that identified the Union's struggle as a war to end slavery. In the effort to win the war, Lincoln assumed more power than any president before him, declaring martial law and suspending legal rights. He had difficulty finding effective generals to lead the Union armies until the appointment of Ulysses S. Grant as overall commander in 1864. On November 19, 1863, Lincoln delivered his famous Gettysburg Address at the dedication of a cemetery at the site of the Battle of Gettysburg, a decisive Union victory that had taken place earlier in the year. In 1864, Lincoln stood for re-election and won. In his second inaugural address, he was conciliatory towards the Southern states. On April 9, 1865, the Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered, effectively ending the war. It had lasted for more than 4 years and 600,000 Americans had died. Less than a week later, Lincoln was shot while attending a performance at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. and died the next morning, April 15, 1865. His assassin, John Wilkes Booth, was a strong supporter of the Confederacy. Roswell, Georgia, became the site of a little-known mass deportation of innocent victims of the war between North and South. During General Sherman's march to Atlanta, Union Brigadier General Kenner Garrard came to the small town of Roswell, where the local cotton and woolen mills employed over 400 female workers producing Roswell gray uniform cloth for the Confederacy. Noting Garrett's approach, the cotton mill's owner hoisted a French flag, hoping to avoid his mill being destroyed. The subterfuge backfired. Garrard ordered both mills burned. On Sherman's direct orders, he took a further step. All the women workers, black and white, and their children, approximately 700 people in all, were taken under guard to the rail yard in Marietta, 10 miles away, where they were herded into boxcars and shipped to Indiana with nothing more than their clothes and 9 days of rations. Sherman ordered a second similar deportation of female textile workers in New Manchester. The women and children were simply dumped in a new city and left to fend for themselves. Most disappeared from history. A few managed to return home after the war. John Wilkes Booth is killed when Union soldiers track him down to a Virginia farm 12 days after he assassinated President Abraham Lincoln. 26-year-old Booth was one of the most famous actors in the country when he shot Lincoln during a performance at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., on the night of April 14. Booth was a Maryland native and a strong supporter of the Confederacy. As the war entered its final stages, Booth hatched a conspiracy to kidnap the president. He enlisted the aid of several associates, but the opportunity never presented itself. After the surrender of Robert E. Lee's Confederate Army at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, on April 9, Booth changed the plan to a simultaneous assassination of Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, and Secretary of State William Seward. Only Lincoln was killed, however. Seward was stabbed by Lewis Payne but survived, while the man assigned to kill Johnson did not carry out his assignment. After shooting Lincoln, Booth jumped to the stage below Lincoln's box seat. He landed hard, breaking his leg, before escaping to a waiting horse behind the theater. Many in the audience recognized Booth, so the army was soon hot on his trail. Booth and his accomplice, David Harold, made their way across the Anacostia River and headed toward southern Maryland. The pair stopped at Dr. Samuel Mudd's home, and Mudd treated Booth's leg. This earned Mudd a life sentence in prison when he was implicated as part of the conspiracy, but the sentence was later commuted. Booth found refuge for several days at the home of Thomas A. Jones, a Confederate agent, before securing a boat to row across the Potomac to Virginia. After receiving aid from several Confederate sympathizers, Booth's luck finally ran out. The countryside was swarming with military units looking for Booth, although few shared information since there was a $20,000 reward. While staying at the farm of Richard Garrett, Federal troops arrived on their search but soon rode on. The unsuspecting Garrett allowed his suspicious guests to sleep in his barn, but he instructed his son to lock the barn from the outside to prevent the strangers from stealing his horses. A tip led the Union soldiers back to the Garrett farm, where they discovered Booth and Harold in the barn. Harold came out, but Booth refused. The building was set on fire to flush Booth, but he was shot while still inside. He lived for 3 hours before gazing at his hands, muttering useless, useless, as he died. Mortimer Dormer Leggett, April 19, 1821, January 6, 1896, was a lawyer, school administrator, professor, and Major General in the Union Army during the American Civil War. Leggett was born in Ithaca, New York, but moved to Geauga County, Ohio with his parents when he was 15. He and his father created a farm out of the wilderness area. He studied first medicine and then law, which he practiced with some success in Akron, Ohio. He turned to education to supplement his income from his legal business and taught in the Akron and Warren public schools, helping to establish the graded school system now common. From 1855 to 1858, he was a professor of pleading and practice in the Ohio College of Law in Poland, and in 1858 became superintendent of schools at Zanesville, Ohio. He was a law partner of Jacob D. Cox. At the outbreak of the Civil War, Leggett served as a volunteer on the staff of his friend, Major General George B. McClellan in Western Virginia. He helped raise the 78th Ohio Volunteer Infantry and was commissioned as its colonel in January 1862. He commanded his regiment at Fort Donelson, Shiloh, and Corinth. In November 1862, he was appointed Brigadier General of Volunteers and participated in the Vicksburg campaign, suffering a painful wound. After he recovered, Leggett commanded the 3rd Division of the 7th Corps during the Atlanta campaign and Sherman's March to the Sea. He was brevetted Major General of Volunteers in July 1864 and was commissioned as a Major General a year later. His last action was in the Carolinas campaign in the spring of 1865. Following the war, Leggett returned to Zanesville and resumed his law practice. President Ulysses S. Grant appointed him as United States Commissioner of Patents in 1871 and Leggett held that position until 1881, when he resigned to resume his private practice. In 1884, he founded a highly successful company that would become a part of General Electric. His son, Mortimer M. Leggett, was accidentally killed on October 14, 1873 during an initiation to the Cornell chapter of the Kappa Alpha Society. The younger Leggett was blindfolded and walking along a railroad trestle with other initiates, when he fell, striking the back of his head. Leggett was the first person to die in a college fraternity initiation. Leggett died in Cleveland, Ohio aged 82, and was buried in Lakeview Cemetery. John L. Burns was an American original. Born on September 5, 1793, he enlisted in the War of 1812 in the United States Army and fought in numerous battles in that war. He volunteered for service in the Mexican War and at the beginning of the Civil War volunteered for service in the Union Army. At age 67, it is small wonder that he was rejected by the Army. Nothing daunted, he served as a teamster for the Union Army, until he was sent home to Gettysburg where the tough old man was named town constable. The war that he had attempted to fight followed him home to Gettysburg. When the Confederates briefly occupied Gettysburg on June 26, 1863, Burns was jailed by the Confederates for his insistence on upholding the authority of the Union as town constable. When the Confederates departed, Burns was released, and promptly began arresting Confederate stragglers. When the Battle of Gettysburg started on July 1, Burns grabbed his flintlock musket and powder horn and went off to join the fight. Running into a wounded soldier, he picked up from the soldier a newfangled percussion-rifled musket. Attaching himself to the 150th Pennsylvania, Burns fought in McPherson's Woods. In the woods Burns joined the stand of the Iron Brigade. The soldiers at first laughed at this grandfather who was so eager to fight, but their laughter turned to admiration as the old soldier turned out to be a sharpshooter, at one point shooting a charging Confederate officer off of his horse. Burns fought throughout the day, receiving wounds in an arm, legs, and breast. Being left behind during the Union retreat, Burns was able to convince the Confederates that he was a non-combatant and had his wounds treated by one of their surgeons. Burns found himself a national hero after the battle. Lincoln met with him when he came to Gettysburg to deliver the Gettysburg Address, for example, although Burns' wife was unimpressed, calling him an old fool for risking his neck on a battlefield at his age. A sling cart was used to transport very heavy objects over land. The cart has a skeletal frame with large diameter wheels so the object being transported can be suspended above the ground by ropes or chains below the level of the axle. Typical sling carts have two wheels on a single axle with a long pole or tongue perpendicular to the axle for use as a lever. In the days of muzzle-loading cannon, Sling carts were used to move heavy artillery from the place of manufacture or storage to a ship or fortification where the gun would be placed on a gun carriage. Specialized sling carts with 2 axles and 4 wheels were used to carry the heaviest guns. Smaller field guns were often transported on their gun carriage, but portable gun carriages were unable to withstand the recoil energy of exceptionally large guns. Mormon prophet and founder Joseph Smith is a controversial character in history. During his life, he spent a lot of time writing down prophecies and supposed revelations from God. One of the most interesting is his 1832 prophecy that there would soon be a war over slavery in the U.S. and that the war would start in South Carolina. He also stated that the South would ask for help from Great Britain. This prophecy is a canonized part of Mormon scripture as Doctrine and Covenants section 87. Even though the Civil War did start in South Carolina, skeptics are critical of Mormon claims. For one thing, anyone in the U.S. in the mid-19th century with even the slightest political awareness could have guessed that a war would start over slavery. Abolitionist movements were already springing up during Joseph Smith's time. Detractors also point out that Great Britain was not involved in the Civil War to any great extent and that Smith's prophecy that the Civil War would eventually involve all nations proved false. Still, faithful Mormons state that these considerations are invalid. First, they point to how specific the prophecy is about South Carolina. They also state that the prophecy was actually meant to include all wars until the second coming of Jesus Christ. In 1842, Smith again recorded the Civil War prophecy. After his death in 1844, the Church continued to teach and print this eerily specific prophecy. A picket station of colored troops near Dutch Gap Canal, Dutch Gap, Virginia in November of 1864. The greater part of the construction of the Dutch Gap Canal was done by United States colored troops, USCT, many of whom were freedmen. Up to 40% of the personnel in the Army of the James were in USCT units, which was the highest percent of any command military in the Civil War. At least 7 USCT infantry regiments were engaged in military, excavation and fatigue duties specifically related to action at Dutch Gap. In general, the Union Army often treated the men of USCT units as second-class citizens, relegating them primarily to fatigue duty, and this was also a concern during the building of the Dutch Gap Canal. However, the Army of the James was noteworthy in striving to ensure that soldiers in USCT units were treated similarly to other soldiers in the Army. Initially, General Butler recruited both African American and white soldiers for excavation duty for the canal, which required 7.5 hours of hard labor daily, but all volunteers were compensated by pay that nearly doubled their salary and a daily ration of whiskey or its cash equivalent. However, Butler underestimated the time and resources needed to complete the canal, and he had abandoned the volunteer system as well as seek additional labor from other sources. This additional need often led to inequities in the treatment of men USCT units, who were frequently assigned more fatigue duties than white soldiers. The need to acquire labor for the canal created other inequities, including the treatment of African American laborers from the freedmen's colony of Roanoke Island. Initially, these men had been freed by Union forces, but then they unwillingly taken from North Carolina and impressed into service on the canal against their will. They wrote a letter protesting their impressment, as well as the failure to receive promised pay. Due to their protest, the freedmen did eventually get paid. However, their compensation as civilian laborers was small and less regular than men doing similar work in the USCT units. John Sappington Marmaduke was born near Arrow Rock, Saline County, Missouri on March 14, 1833. His father Meredith was the 8th governor of Missouri, and his great-grandfather, John Breathitt, served as governor of Kentucky from 1832 to 1834, dying in office. On duty in the New Mexico Territory when he received news that secession was brewing in Missouri, he returned home and met his father, an avid Unionist. Marmaduke resigned from the U.S. Army, and pro-secession Missouri Governor Claiborne F. Jackson, Marmaduke's uncle, appointed him as colonel of the 1st Regiment of Rifles in the Missouri State Guard. Jackson and Major General Sterling Price left Jefferson City in June to recruit more troops. Marmaduke and his regiment met them at Boonville. Again, Jackson and Price left him with a small force of militiamen to make a stand against Union Brigadier General Nathaniel Lyon's 1,700 well-trained and equipped soldiers. On June 17, 1861, Lyon easily routed Marmaduke's untrained and poorly armed force at the Battle of Boonville, dubbed by Unionists the Boonville Races, since Marmaduke's recruits broke and ran after just 20 minutes of action. Disgusted, Marmaduke resigned his commission in the Missouri State Guard and traveled to Richmond, receiving a commission as first lieutenant in the regular Confederate States Army. He was sent to Arkansas and served on the staff of Lieutenant General William J. Hardee. In early 1862, he joined Albert Sidney Johnston's staff. He was wounded at the Battle of Shiloh while colonel of the 3rd Confederate Infantry. In November 1862, he was promoted to brigadier general. In April 1863, he led 5,000 men and 10 artillery pieces into Union-held Missouri. However, he was repulsed at the Battle of Cape Girardeau and forced back to Helena, Arkansas. In September 1863, he accused his immediate superior officer, Major General Lucius M. Marsh Walker, of cowardice in action for not being present with his men on the battlefield. Walker challenged Marmaduke to a duel, resulting in Walker's death on 6 September. Marmaduke commanded a cavalry division in the Trans-Mississippi Department during the Red River Campaign. Controversy followed Marmaduke. Commanding a mixed force of Confederate troops, including Native American soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Choctaw Regiments, Marmaduke defeated a Federal foraging detachment at the Battle of Poison Spring, Arkansas on April 18, 1864. His men were accused of murdering African American soldiers of the 1st Kansas Colored Volunteer Infantry. He and other officers claimed the accusations were overblown and blamed any murders on the Choctaw troops. Marmaduke commanded a division in Major General Sterling Price's raid into Missouri during the autumn of 1864. He was captured at the Battle of Mine Creek. While still a prisoner of war, he was promoted to Major General. Like his great-grandfather, Marmaduke died while serving as governor on December 28, 1887. Guards examined passes near Georgetown, Washington, D.C. on the banks of the Potomac River during the Civil War in 1865. In 1861, Georgetown was primarily considered a Southern town. Slavery was legal and 90% of the population was from south of the Mason-Dixon line. After the fall of Fort Sumter, President Lincoln took quick steps to ensure Georgetown's Southern aspirations would not be realized, especially considering its proximity to the capital. The genteel atmosphere of Georgetown was shattered by the presence of 7,000 to 15,000 troops that were quartered in the city during the war. Troops were hurriedly brought into Washington to defend the city against possible invasion. The first troops to arrive in late April 1861 were part of the Irish Brigade, the 69th New York. They stayed on the grounds of Georgetown College, now university. They were quiet and well-behaved. The 79th New York Highlanders followed them. Unlike their predecessors, they displayed drunken behavior and damaged college property. With the arrival of Northern troops, many of Georgetown's Southern sympathizers, or Secesh, crossed over into Virginia. By July of 1861, many thought the first battle, about to be fought in Manassas, Virginia, would end the war. The citizens got caught up in the carnival atmosphere that arose around the battle. Merchants seized the opportunity by selling spyglasses, maps, and even canes that turned into cheers to the people that wanted to see the skirmish. The festive atmosphere quickly turned to panic as the Union Army was routed. Long traffic jams of soldiers and spectators fleeing the battle clogged the bridges into Washington. Along M Street, remaining Secesh taunted Union troops coming back into Georgetown. Confused and tired soldiers searched for lost units. Many collapsed in gutters or on lawns. Some officers crowded into bars to drink. The realization set in that this was not going to be a quick war. The government turned several Georgetown houses and businesses into hospitals and morgues. Georgetowners were divided into Northern and Southern sympathizers. Each side lived in fear of retribution for its loyalties. Southern children were told that a Yankee had shot Santa Claus. By 1863, the Union blockades had made life in the South insufferable. Prices were skyrocketing, and it was a struggle for families to afford food. As Christmas came around, parents were faced with the harsh reality that they would not be able to get anything for their children. They had to come up with an explanation, and some of them were pretty harsh. Some parents told their kids that Santa Claus wasn't coming because he had been shot by Yankee soldiers. Other parents were a bit gentler, of course. Many told their kids that Santa couldn't make it through the Union blockade. It affected the kids. In her memoir, one woman wrote that, as a little girl during the Civil War, she would spend her time staring at maps, trying to find a path that Santa Claus could use to break through. On a dark summer night, an unknown assassin took aim at the head of the President of the United States and pulled the trigger. Something spoiled his aim. Perhaps it was too dark for the assassin to properly discern his target, perhaps the magnitude of what he was doing caused him to lose his nerve and become unsteady. Whatever the reason, the shot went high. The bullet passed harmlessly through the president's hat, knocking it to the ground, and the president rode frantically to safety. The president was Abraham Lincoln, but to this day, no one knows who the would-be assassin was. The attempted assassination of Abraham Lincoln took place in August of 1864, roughly 8 months before John Wilkes Booth would assassinate Lincoln at Ford's Theater. Lincoln was riding to the soldiers' home outside of Washington, D.C., where the president and his family stayed to escape the heat during the summer, when the attempt took place. The following account from Private John W. Nichols appeared in the April 6, 1887 issue of the New York Times after originally appearing in the Wheeling Register. One night about the middle of August, Mr. Nichols was doing sentinel duty at the large gate to the grounds of the home. About 11 o'clock he heard a rifle shot, and shortly afterward Mr. Lincoln dashed up to the gate on horseback. The president was bareheaded, and as he dismounted, he said, referring to his horse, "He came pretty near getting away with me, didn't he? He got the bit in his teeth before I could draw the rein." Mr. Nichols asked him where his hat was, and he replied that somebody had fired a gun off at the foot of the hill, and that his horse had become scared and jerked his hat off. "Thinking the affair rather strange," said Mr. Nichols, "a corporal and myself went down the hill to make an investigation. At the intersection of the driveway and main road we found the president's hat, a plain silk one, and upon examining it we discovered a bullet hole through the crown. The shot had been fired upward, and it was evident that the person who fired the shot had secreted himself close by the roadside. The next day I gave Mr. Lincoln his hat and called his attention to the bullet hole. He remarked rather unconcernedly that it was put there by some foolish gunner and was not intended for him. He said, however, that he wanted the matter kept quiet, and admonished us to say nothing about it. We felt confident that it was an attempt to kill him, and a well-nigh successful one too. The affair was, of course, kept quiet in compliance with the president's request. After that the president never rode alone. Private Nichols' story was corroborated by President Lincoln himself, who told the story to his friend, Ward Hill Lamon, shortly after it took place. Lamon later recounted the story Lincoln told in his book Recollections of Abraham Lincoln. Carnton was built in 1826 by former Nashville Mayor Randall McGavock. Throughout the 19th century it was frequently visited by those shaping Tennessee and American history, including President Andrew Jackson. Beginning at 4 p.m. on November 30, 1864, everything the McGavock family ever knew was forever changed. The Confederate Army of Tennessee furiously assaulted the Federal Army entrenched along the southern edge of Franklin. The resulting battle, believed to be the bloodiest hours of the Civil War, involved a massive frontal assault larger than Pickett's charge at Gettysburg. Most of the combat occurred in the dark and at close quarters. The Battle of Franklin lasted barely 5 hours and led to some 9,500 soldiers being killed, wounded, captured, or counted as missing. Nearly 7,000 of that number were Confederate troops. Carnton served as the largest field hospital in the area for hundreds of wounded and dying Confederate soldiers. A staff officer wrote that the wounded, in hundreds, were brought to the house during the battle, and all the night after. And when the noble old house could hold no more, the yard was appropriated until the wounded and dead filled that. On the morning of December 1, 1864, the bodies of 4 Confederate generals killed during the fighting, Patrick R. Cleburne, Hiram B. Granbury, John Adams, and Otho F. Straw, lay on Carnton's back porch. The floors of the restored house are still stained with the blood of the men who were treated here. In early 1866, John and Carrie McGavock designated 2 acres of land adjacent to their family cemetery as a final burial place for nearly 1,500 Confederate soldiers killed during the Battle of Franklin. The McGavocks maintained the cemetery until their respective deaths. Today, the McGavock Confederate Cemetery is a lasting memorial honoring those fallen soldiers and the Battle of Franklin. The McGavock family owned Carnton until 1911 when Susie Lee McGavock, widow of Winder McGavock, sold it. In 1973 Carnton was listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and in 1977 the house and 10 acres were donated to the Carnton Association Incorporated by Dr. and Mrs. W. D. Sugg. By that time, the house had suffered from years of neglect and disrepair, and since then the association has been vital in restoring and maintaining the site. There is said to be a kitchen ghost, a young girl, who was killed well before the war in the 1840s. Though the facts are fuzzy, some say she rejected a suitor and was murdered in a jealous rage. She is said to still sweep the floors at dusk. The most interesting part of the haunting is that the ghosts seem to really enjoy the autumn months. At dusk, you may just see the ghost of a woman floating on the back porch, or the spirits of the fallen soldiers. Yet another ghost, an officer, is said to pace the expansive front porch during the tired autumn months. The McGavock Confederate Cemetery, located in Franklin, Tennessee, was established in June 1866 as a private cemetery on 2 acres of land donated by the McGavock family who lived at the adjacent Carnton House. 1,480 Confederate soldiers are buried there who died during the Battle of Franklin on November 30, 1864. They were first buried at the battleground but were reinterred at the cemetery in 1866. The McGavock family oversaw the cemetery until they sold Carnton in 1911. In 1911, the McGavock Confederate Cemetery Corporation was established to maintain and oversee the burial ground. The Franklin Chapter No. 14, United Daughters of the Confederacy, became involved in 1926. Today, the McGavock Confederate Cemetery Corporation serves as the official organization that maintains the cemetery. Trustees are elected by the board from the Franklin Chapter No. 14 of the United Daughters of the Confederacy and serve today as when the original organization was formed in 1911. The cemetery is open to the public during daylight hours. Special events must be approved by the cemetery trustees. Each June, Franklin Chapter No. 14 United Daughters of the Confederacy and the McGavock Confederate Cemetery trustees hold a memorial service at the cemetery. Conspirator Lewis Powell, Payne, in a sweater seated and manacled in the Washington Navy Yard, Washington, D.C. in April of 1865. On April 13, John Wilkes Booth, George Atzerodt and David Harold all met at Powell's room at the Kirkwood Hotel, where Booth assigned roles. On April 14, Powell was to go to the home of Secretary of State William H. Seward and kill him, accompanied by Harold. Atzerodt was to assassinate Vice President Andrew Johnson. He would fail because he lost his nerve and got drunk. Booth was to assassinate President Abraham Lincoln, a task he completed. On April 14, 1865, Powell, armed with a knife and a Whitney revolver, was escorted to the Seward residence by David Harold. Powell gained entry into the house by claiming that he had medicine for Seward from Dr. Verdi. Earlier in the month, on April 5, 1865, Seward had been injured in a carriage accident, and suffered a concussion, a broken jaw, a broken right arm, and many serious bruises. He was at home convalescing. Powell then attempted to kill William Seward by breaking into his bedroom and stabbing him repeatedly. A jaw splint worn by Seward helped to save his life by deflecting the knife away from his jugular vein. Powell also injured Seward's 2 eldest sons, Augustus and Frederick, his assigned military nurse, Sergeant George F. Robinson, and Messenger Emmerich Hansell, who arrived right as Powell was escaping. After the attempt on Seward's life, Powell threw his bloody knife up into the gutter of the Seward house and fled on horseback. He discarded his light-colored coat in a Washington suburb cemetery where he hid. At some point, the horse, purchased by John Wilkes Booth in December 1864, that Powell was riding either threw him or he fell off. The horse was later found near the Lincoln Branch Barracks, close to the Capitol. After hiding out in a tree for 3 days, Powell went to Mary Surratt's boarding house only to arrive at the same time that she was being arrested for her part in the assassination. Although it was nighttime, when asked why he was there, carrying a pickaxe, Powell claimed that he had been hired to dig a gutter. Surratt denied knowing who he was, despite his having visited and stayed at the boarding house on several occasions. Powell was arrested and taken into police custody. After Seward family servant William Bell picked him out from a police lineup, Powell was taken to the Washington Navy Yard, where he was confined aboard the monitor gunboat USS Saugus. Powell and the other surviving conspirators were later transferred to the old Capitol Prison. On July 7, 1865, shortly after 1 p.m., 3 men and 1 woman were led to the gallows in the prison yard of the old Arsenal Penitentiary, on the shores of where the Potomac and Anacostia rivers meet. It was hot that day, reportedly 100 degrees. Sweat surely dripped down the accused's faces as they passed by the cheap pine coffins and shallow graves that had been dug for them. The doomed were Lewis Powell, David Harold, George Atzerodt, and Mary Surratt, 4 of the co-conspirators in the plot to assassinate officers of the federal government. Their sentence had come after a 7-week trial that had found them guilty of treasonable conspiracy. While the group, along with 5 others that were either already dead or had been given less severe sentences, had been successful in one part of their plan, the murder of President Lincoln by John Wilkes Booth, they had failed at the other 2. Powell attacked Secretary of State William Seward at his home but managed only to injure him. Asterot had been assigned the task of assassinating Vice President Johnson, but he didn't go through with it. Instead, Asterot got drunk and wandered the streets mumbling. He was soon arrested for suspicious behavior. During the trial, witnesses would call him a notorious coward. Surratt faced a more tenuous case. Her son, John Surratt Jr., was a Confederate spy who had befriended Booth, a famed actor and Southern sympathizer. He often had Booth over to his mother's tavern and boarding house for conversations and drinks. Soon, those conversations turned into conspiracy. It's often been debated what and how much Mary Surratt knew about what went on in her place of business. Today, historians believe there was no way that Surratt was clueless about the plot. During the trial, the landowner who leased the property to Surratt testified about her knowledge of weapons being stored at the house. When reviewing the death sentence given to Surratt, President Johnson reportedly said, "She kept the nest that hatched the egg." The 4 were forced to climb the hastily built gallows that they had heard being tested the night before from their prison cells. A crowd of nearly 1,000 had come with their exclusive tickets to see this execution. Nooses were placed around the accused's necks and hoods placed over their heads. Ever since the sentences had been handed down a week ago, Surratt's lawyers and her daughter Anna had been fighting and pleading for her death sentence to be changed. In fact, many in attendance thought that Surratt would be saved from the gallows at the last minute. It was not to be. After last rites and shortly after 1:30 p.m., the trapdoor was opened and all 4 fell. It was reported that Asterot yelled at this very last moment, "May we meet in another world." Within minutes, they were all dead. The bodies continued to hang and swing for another 25 minutes before they were cut down. George Stoneman was a Civil War Union Major General, California Governor. He graduated from the U.S. Military Academy in 1846 and served in the Mexican War. He later served on the frontier and was appointed commander of the San Francisco Presidio. At the start of the Civil War, he was a major in the 1st U.S. Cavalry and was appointed brigadier general in August 1861. He commanded a cavalry division at Yorktown, Williamsburg, Richmond and led the 3rd Corps at Fredericksburg. In November 1862, he was promoted Major General and fought in the Chancellorsville Campaign. He was appointed Chief of the Cavalry Bureau in Washington in 1863 and commanded the 23rd Corps in April 1864. He was in the North Carolina and Virginia raids in March 1865 and was cavalry support for General Sherman's Carolinas campaign. After the war, he remained in the regular army and was the drum barracks commander until he retired in August 1871. He moved to California, became a rancher and was a state railroad commissioner, 1876 to 1878. In 1882, he was elected 15th governor of California as a Democrat, serving until 1887. He was not renominated by his party for a second term. After his house was destroyed by fire, he was broken financially and in poor health. He returned to New York for medical treatment. He died following a stroke and is buried in the Bentley Cemetery in Lakewood, New York. Francis Edwin Frank Brownell was born in Troy, New York to Charles Brownell and Lucy Adams, where prior to the Civil War worked as a clerk in the law office of attorney John A. Millard. He enlisted as a private in the 11th New York Volunteers, the Fire Zouave, in April 1861 and was assigned to Company A. In the first days of the war, as the 11th entered Alexandria, Virginia on May 24, 1861, Ellsworth led Brownell and several other men into the heart of the city. On the way there, the men spotted a large Confederate flag atop the Marshall House Inn. Ellsworth's group entered the inn and quickly cut down the flag, but as they descended the stairs, they encountered the proprietor, James Jackson. Jackson killed Ellsworth with a shotgun blast to the chest, and Brownell responded by fatally shooting and bayoneting the innkeeper. For this, he was rewarded with a commission in the regular army. He served as an officer in the 11th Infantry Regiment for the next 2 years, retiring in November 1863 with the rank of first lieutenant. After the war, Brownell requested an award of the Medal of Honor in recognition of his actions in killing Jackson but was denied. He made a second request which was also denied. A third attempt with the assistance of his congressmen was granted and Brownell was awarded the medal in 1877, inscribed with his name and regiment. A request to have his action described on the medal resulted in its being returned to the War Department and a second medal being issued. It was inscribed, "The Congress to Sergeant Frankie Brownell, 11th NY Volume Infantry for gallantry in shooting the murderer of Colonel Ellsworth at Alexandria, Virginia, May 24, 1861." Following the war, Brownell lived in Washington, D.C., where he worked as a clerk with the Pension Office. He was member of the Grand Army of the Republic and a companion of the Military Order of the Loyal Legion of the United States. He is buried in Bellefontaine Cemetery in St. Louis, Missouri. Enemies in war, brothers in arms. This Union soldier has happened upon a Confederate soldier in an abandoned camp. He was probably too wounded to move and was left behind. The Civil War was devastating in all the casualties it produced, and those who were wounded were often never the same. There were two soldiers who each lost a leg while serving with Stonewall Jackson in the Second Battle of Manassas and the Battle of the Wilderness respectively. One man lost his left leg, while the other lost his right. When their kids were married to each other years later, they met every year to buy one pair of shoes that they shared. Somehow, they had the same shoe size. General John Sedgwick was born September 13, 1813 in Cornwall Hollow in the Berkshire Mountains of northwest Connecticut. He attended the Sharon Academy, and taught for 2 years himself, before receiving an appointment to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. Sedgwick graduated in 1837, in the middle of a prodigious class that included Braxton Bragg, Jubal Early, John C. Pemberton and Joseph Hooker. He was commissioned as second lieutenant in the artillery and went on to fight the Seminoles in Florida and aid in the removal of the Cherokee Nation from Georgia. At the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, Sedgwick reported to Washington, D.C. to serve as acting inspector general of the city and was promoted to brigadier general of volunteers in August. He commanded a division in Edwin Bull Sumner's corps during General George McClellan's Peninsula Campaign and was wounded in the arm and the leg at the Battle of Fraser's Farm, Glendale, on June 30, 1862. He was promoted to Major General on the 4th of July. At the Battle of Antietam, Sedgwick's division was decimated by artillery and a powerful Confederate flank attack. Sedgwick himself displayed tremendous gallantry, however, and was wounded 3 times and had a horse shot from under him before being carried unconscious from the field. Uncle John, as his men affectionately dubbed him, reported back for duty less than 90 days later. Following his return, with his former classmate Joseph Hooker now leading the Army of the Potomac, Sedgwick was given command of the V Corps. During the Chancellorsville Campaign in May 1863, Sedgwick's men successfully stormed Mary's Heights above Fredericksburg, which was defended by another of his West Point classmates, Jubal Early, but were unable to prevent a disastrous Union defeat at Chancellorsville. Sedgwick's V Corps was mostly held in reserve at Gettysburg but performed exceptionally at the Battle of Rappahannock Station in November, capturing 4 field pieces, 8 stands of enemy colors and 1,700 prisoners. In the early summer of 1864, Sedgwick led his corps with typical reliability at the outset of Grant's overland campaign. At the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse, he was personally directing artillery placements and forming his line when he uttered his last, now famous, words, "They couldn't hit an elephant at this distance." Just then, in a moment of profound irony, he was struck and killed by a Confederate bullet. When Grant heard the news, he could hardly believe it, repeatedly asking, "Is he really dead?" Major General John Sedgwick was the highest-ranking Union casualty of the war, and widely beloved by his soldiers and his superiors. He is buried near his home in Cornwall Hollow. This 200-pound gun was guarding Fort Wagner in Charleston Harbor, and there were 13 more just like it. Fort Wagner, part of the formidable Confederate defenses of Charleston Harbor, was built on Morris Island on the south edge of the bay. The fort's 30-foot-high earth and sand-filled walls protected 14 heavy artillery pieces that could bear on attackers or warships trying to enter the harbor. The Union Navy attempted to reduce the defenses of Charleston in early 1863 with little success. In early June, Brigadier General Quincy Gilmore attempted to capture the batteries on Morris Island and use them against Fort Sumter in the harbor's entrance. On June 11, Gilmore ordered an assault on Fort Wagner with 1 brigade, which met with little success. His beachhead was reinforced and Gilmore made plans to attack the fort again. At dusk on July 18, An attack spearheaded by the 54th Massachusetts Infantry, a United States Colored Troops (USCT) regiment, stormed and captured the outer rifle pits surrounding the fort. The unit's colonel, Robert Gould Shaw, was killed. 9 other regiments and 2 brigades scaled the parapet and entered the fort, but after a brutal hand-to-hand combat were driven out with heavy casualties. Unconvinced of the success of frontal assaults, the Federals resorted to land and sea siege operations to reduce the fort. The Confederates abandoned Fort Wagner on September 7, 1863, after resisting 60 days of shelling. The 54th Massachusetts played a crucial combat role, proving to skeptics that African American soldiers would fight bravely if given the chance. This gun stayed in place until July 1863, when constant shelling from Union ships forced Confederate soldiers to evacuate. To be clear, becoming a doctor in the mid-19th century required merely attending lectures at a medical school. There were no official standards. So, when war was declared, every physician capable of wielding a scalpel and bone saw was needed, no matter how incompetent, drunk, or just plain sadistic. Dr. Charles Briggs was assigned to the 54th Massachusetts Colored Infantry. Remember the movie Glory? On November 6, 1863, Briggs examined Private James Riley, a black soldier who'd been accused of having sex with him there. Although he found no evidence, and the private was found not guilty based on Briggs' testimony, the doctor wasn't done. For reasons of his own, he had Riley brought to his tent, stripped naked, bound, and gagged. He circumcised Riley without anesthetic and cauterized the wound with a hot iron. Briggs was charged with using circumcision as punishment, but never court-martialed for his brutality. A few weeks after the torture of Private Riley, Briggs was promoted to full surgeon of the unit and served to the end of the war. Count the cannonballs. While Fort Sumter was the setting of the first battle of the Civil War, this is the site of Richmond, Virginia at the war's conclusion. Richmond would serve as the capital to the Confederacy, which had its demise in a similar fashion as most Southern cities. You know a bombardment is bad when cannonballs are stacked neater than bricks. Then look at the other cannonballs that are sitting idle after being hurled through the air at hundreds of miles an hour. With all these balls of hot metal flying through the air, you can bet that the destruction was enormous. Joseph Hooker was a Union Army officer that served as Major General during the Civil War. On June 17, 1863, he moved the entire Army of the Potomac north through Loudon. His army was to prepare to battle Confederate General Robert E. Lee. Where his massive army went, so did many soil doves that became known Hooker's Brigade. The Battle of Chancellorsville lasted from April 30 to May 6, 1863. General Hooker was not a decisive leader and took his time issuing orders. Because of this, General Lee was able to make a risky decision and divide his smaller army in two. General Lee was able to outmaneuver and defeat a larger force due to this dichotomy of personalities. This loss followed General Hooker like a recurring VD. The legend of General Hookers became a slang term for a prostitute, and is derived from his last name but also due to the lack of military discipline at his headquarters near Washington, D.C. He would throw parties like the world was going to end and kept the parties going with him wherever he went. In the end, General Hooker's embarrassing loss to General Lee is overshadowed by the legacy of his parties and dedication to troop welfare, although, symbolically because they did get a lot of STDs. Actual troop welfare was terrible. At Chancellorsville, Hooker brought his army into position near a mansion, outside Fredericksburg. Outnumbering the Confederates there 2-1, it was his chance for victory. Instead of attacking, he waited for Lee to come to them. When Lee attacked on May 1, Hooker had his forces retreat from their advantageous ground. A flanking maneuver by Stonewall Jackson caught him by surprise, and his right flank routed. The battle was split between two sites 9 miles apart, the woods around Chancellorsville and the area around Fredericksburg. On May 3, Hooker ordered John Sedgwick to seize the heights behind Fredericksburg and attack Lee's rear. His forces, at Chancellorsville, still did not attack. As the battle raged, a cannonball destroyed the post that Hooker was leaning against. He recovered, but his lost nerve did not return. Hooker's passivity allowed Lee to divert most of his forces into an assault on Sedgwick on the heights outside Fredericksburg. Most of Hooker's commanders wanted to go on the attack. The Union had greater numbers, and half their forces had not yet joined the fight. However, Hooker had no confidence in himself. He retreated, conceding the battle. Within 2 months, Lincoln removed Hooker from his post as commander of the Army of the Potomac. Hooker was clearly not cut out for the job. A fist fight in a gunfight. This photograph shows positions held around Fredericksburg, Virginia, which was the gateway to Richmond. Once these defenses were defeated, Richmond was a sitting duck. When General Grant attacked in 1864, the Battle of the Wilderness ensued, and a peculiar thing happened on the battlefield. As the two sides clashed near a gully in the field, a Union soldier hid there to avoid being captured by the enemy. Then a Confederate soldier threw himself into the gully to avoid the hail of Union bullets coming toward him. They were the only two in the gully and didn't even see one another. Until they did see one another. And then they started bantering to one another. Eventually the two had enough of one another and decided to take it outside of the gully. They stepped into the road for a good old-fashioned fist and skull fight. Whoever won would take the other as prisoner. They were halfway between both sides of the battle, in full view of everyone in each opposing army. And the men in each of those armies stopped fighting the Civil War to watch a fist fight. All the other soldiers even ran up to get a better view of the fight. The account, written by a cavalryman of the Virginia Infantry, doesn't mention how long the fight lasted, only that Johnny Reb soon had the yank down. The Union soldier, true to his word, surrendered. They both returned to the gully, fighting resumed, and the man was taken back to Confederate lines. This photo is all that remains of the Confederate ironclad ram Albemarle. Its smokestack was riddled with bullets in a battle with Union ships, but it managed to sink two ships at the cost of losing just one man. One curious sailor opened a hatch to watch the battle. It was the last thing he saw. The Albemarle didn't succeed in sinking the Union ship Miami, but it did manage to do a number on its captain. Captain Fusser of the Miami was tired of his ship's cannonballs bouncing off the iron hull of the Albemarle, so he ordered his crew to light a 10-second fuse. It ended up being his last order, because one shell bounced off the Albemarle and landed at Captain Fusser's feet before it exploded. In October 1864, an incredible commando raid that led to the Albemarle's destruction. Determined to destroy the rebel ram Albemarle, a brazen 21-year-old lieutenant named William B. Cushing sank the Albemarle in the most daring commando raid of the Civil War. The result of an impassioned attempt to avenge the death of a close friend, Cushing's spar torpedo raid on the Albemarle today stands as a feat of unmatched bravery and skill that is considered one of the most impressive acts of the Civil War. James Ewell Brown Jeb Stuart, 1833–1864, was a U.S. Army officer and later a Major General and cavalry commander for the Confederate States of America during the Civil War. A dashing figure known for his flamboyant style of dress and bold tactics, Stuart became one of the Confederacy's most prominent figures after he led his cavalry corps on two successful circumnavigations of the Union Army of the Potomac in 1862. Stuart's skill at reconnaissance earned him a reputation as the eyes and ears of the Confederate Army, but he was also partially blamed for the defeat at Gettysburg after he failed to provide General Robert E. Lee with adequate information on Union troop positions. Stuart was mortally wounded at the Battle of Yellow Tavern in 1864 and died at the age of 31. Sherman's neckties were a railway destruction tactic used in the American Civil War. Named after Major General William Tecumseh Sherman of the Union Army, Sherman's neckties were railway rails destroyed by heating them until they were malleable and twisting them into loops resembling neckties, often around trees. Since the Confederacy had limited supplies of iron, and few foundries to roll the rails, this destruction was exceedingly difficult to repair. They were also called Sherman's bow ties or Sherman's hairpins. Although the destruction was ordered by Sherman during his Atlanta campaign, the necktie shape formed by bending the rails around a tree was not. His orders specified a different method of track destruction which was not as popular. In case of the sounds of serious battle, Major General McPherson will close in on General Schofield but otherwise will keep every man of his command at work in destroying the railroad by tearing up track, burning the ties in iron, and twisting the bars when hot. Officers should be instructed that bars simply bent may be used again, but when red hot they are twisted out of line, they cannot be used again. Pile the ties into shape for a bonfire, put the rails across and when red hot in the middle, let a man at each end twist the bar so that its surface becomes spiral. William T. Sherman, Special Field Orders, July 18, 1864. After 3 days, only one Confederate railroad line leading into Atlanta remained intact. Sherman's neckties were also a feature of Sherman's March to the Sea, a campaign designed to bring total war and serious destruction to the Confederate States of America. Sherman implemented scorched earth policies. He and Union Army Commander Lieutenant General Ulysses S. Grant believed that the Civil War would end only if the Confederacy's strategic, economic, and psychological capacities for warfare were decisively broken. In the early days of the Franklin-Nashville campaign of late 1864, the Confederates employed similar tactics against Sherman's supply line, the Western and Atlantic Railroad from Chattanooga to Atlanta. The rails deformed by fire were known to the soldiers of the Army of Tennessee as Old Mrs. Lincoln's hairpins. So close, yet so far away. When the Confederacy formed their government, they elected a former U.S. Senator as their president, Jefferson Davis, and chose their capital in the Virginia city of Richmond. Virginia borders neighboring Maryland, where U.S. capital Washington, D.C. resides. That meant that each nation's capital was only about 100 miles away from each other. If this army looks complacent, that's because they are. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to take Richmond in the war's opening months, the Union Army just watched their neighbors to the south until they could be weakened enough to invade. It took over 3 years before the Union launched a successful campaign in the South. Until then, these soldiers were probably twiddling their thumbs. Nathan Bedford Forrest was a Confederate general during the Civil War. Despite having no formal military training, Forrest rose from the rank of private to lieutenant general, serving as a cavalry officer at numerous engagements including the battles of Shiloh, Chickamauga, Bryce's Crossroads and Second Franklin. Known for his maxim "get there first with most men," Forrest was relentless in harassing Union forces during the Vicksburg Campaign in 1862 and 1863 and conducted successful raiding operations on Federal supplies and communication lines throughout the war. In addition to his ingenious cavalry tactics, Forrest is also remembered for his controversial involvement in the Battle of Fort Pillow in April 1864, when his troops massacred black soldiers following a Union surrender. After the Civil War, Forrest worked as a planter and railroad president and served as the first Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. He died in 1877 at the age of 56. Located atop the parapet of Fort Stevens is a commemorative stone dedicated to Abraham Lincoln and his involvement with the fort on the second day of the Battle of Fort Stevens. On July 12, 1864, President Lincoln stood atop the parapet of the fort to witness the battle and came under direct fire of Confederate sharpshooters. It is the only time in American history in which a sitting president came under direct fire from an enemy combatant. Many individuals claim to be the one to encourage President Lincoln down from the parapet. The most notable individual was a young officer named Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. His remarks to the president were short and straightforward: "Get down, you damn fool." Holmes would eventually serve as a justice on the U.S. Supreme Court, 1902 to 1932. The monument was dedicated by the veterans of the Battle of Fort Stevens on July 12, 1920. Originally, the monument was placed in the area of the parade ground of Fort Stevens but was resituated on the parapet at the conclusion of the reconstruction of the fort and powder magazine by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 1930s. The man sitting in the middle is Matthew Harrison Brady, who is considered the inventor of photojournalism, and the reason why we have such a vast collection of Civil War photographs. Brady came up with his finances to create the legendary collection that enabled audiences to experience warfare like never before. Brady put up nearly $100,000 of his own money to finance the project. He would live to regret it. During the war, people were eager to see his work, but afterwards the country was devastated. No one was interested in his collection. He eventually sold it to Congress for a fraction of the price. He died in 1895, deeply in debt. This is the deck and crew of the USS Monitor, which arrived on the Civil War battlefield just in time to save the Union fleet. The Confederacy had just commissioned the CSS Virginia, formerly named the Merrimac, when the two met in the Chesapeake Bay on March 9, 1862. The Monitor has a decidedly different design, requiring 40 new patents, and rising just 18 inches above the waterline. Behind the men is a gun turret that housed two 11-inch guns. The battle between the Monitor and the Merrimac changed naval warfare forever with the introduction of armored ships, but each ship was so well made, the battle ended in a draw. If the Confederate Army had fought, As young Samuel Langhorne Clemens, aka Mark Twain, did, the Civil War would have lasted but a matter of weeks. Clemens was not a disinterested soldier, he was keenly interested in how to escape from Confederate service. After growing up in Hannibal, Missouri, young Clemens worked as a riverboat pilot on the Mississippi River. The outbreak of the Civil War in April 1861 brought a halt to steamboat traffic, and Clemens feared their boat might be mistaken by the Union as a gunboat. Without a job, Clemens joined a Confederate militia, the Marion Rangers. The Rangers would drill only for 2 weeks before Clemens quit the group. He defended his actions over the years by describing his confusion while enrolling and explaining he was ignorant of the politics behind the war. Clemens and his Rangers moved out on their first maneuver on a dark night. The further they marched, the less their discipline and enthusiasm lasted. Spooked by sounds in the night, terrified at rumors of Union patrols, the no-so-hardy band proceeded. At times they tried to retreat, only to realize that they had no idea how to retreat. Their paper command structure collapsed, and for 2 weeks they stumbled and bumbled their way around the area, until at last they were threatened by a real Yankee military force commanded, as they later learned, by Colonel and soon-to-be General Ulysses S. Grant. In the face of danger, half the Rangers including Clemens faded into the night, never to return. Later in life, Clemens, now using this pen name of Mark Twain, wrote about his short war experiences in an amusing short story titled, The Private History of a Campaign That Failed. His story told of the confusion within the Rangers, and how inexperienced the young boys were, who actually had no clue what war was about, or really where their loyalties laid. In July 1863, a riverboat bearing important cargo sailed into Louisville on the Ohio River. It was a shipment from the Union Army, not unusual in the days of the Army's occupation of the Kentucky city during the Civil War. But the Idaho's cargo was anything but ordinary, and the city refused to let the ship dock on its shores. The ship wasn't carrying weaponry, its cargo was human. Inside were over 100 prostitutes from Nashville, women who had been forced onto the ship at the behest of Union Army officials trying to stem a public health crisis of sexually transmitted diseases. They blamed the prostitutes for causing and spreading the diseases, which were nearly impossible to treat in a time before modern contraceptives or medical treatments, so they banished them from Nashville. The women's failed trip north on the Idaho, a chartered boat known forever after as the Floating Whorehouse, was just the beginning of a strange period in the city's history. When nobody would allow the ship to stop at their shores, Nashville officials had to devise another solution to their city's crisis. In response, the city legalized prostitution to prevent women with sexually transmitted infections from passing them along to large number of soldiers. Modern research has shown that when sex work is legalized, sexually transmitted diseases fall, but over a century ago, the potential benefits of regulated sex work seemed clear even without those studies. The brief but successful experiment only lasted through the end of the Civil War. But it proved the benefits of allowing sex workers to practice their trade publicly. Philip Henry Sheridan was an aggressive Union general during the American Civil War. He demonstrated his capacity for command during assignments on the U.S. frontier and in early Civil War operations. When General Ulysses S. Grant assumed command of all Union armies in early 1864, he chose Sheridan as his new cavalry commander. Sheridan's successful Shenandoah Valley campaign in 1864 crushed Confederate General Jubal Early's cavalry while destroying much of the South's food supply. Sheridan was instrumental in General Robert E. Lee's withdrawal from Petersburg, Virginia, after which Lee would soon surrender to Grant in April 1865 and effectively end the war. After the war, Sheridan was appointed to supervise federal reconstruction efforts in Louisiana and Texas. However, he rapidly earned a reputation as a harsh leader. President Andrew Johnson transferred him to the Department of the Missouri only months later, where he spent several years in the West directing cavalry operations against Native American tribes. Sheridan succeeded Sherman as General-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in 1883. He held the position until his death at age 57 on August 5, 1888, in Nonquit, Massachusetts. Cast at the Fort Pitt Foundry in 1862 by Mr. Charles Knapp, the Dictator was used for a short time in the summer and fall of 1864 during the siege operations in front of Petersburg, Virginia. The 13-inch mortar was intended for siege and fortifications and not field work. The Dictator, weighing in at 17,120 pounds, was made portable for limited field use during the siege of Petersburg by being mounted on a railroad car, specially strengthened with extra beams and iron rods to withstand the strain of firing. The mortar was placed on the car and run up the tracks from City Point along the City Point and Petersburg Railroad, to a point in the ravine in rear of what is now generally known as Battery No. 5, near the Jordan House, a side track from the main road being constructed especially for the purpose of moving the dictator. The men of Company G of the 1st Connecticut Heavy Artillery served the dictator. A curve in the tracks allowed the dictator's gunners to stay mobile and adjust the plane of fire. The power of this weapon was enough to shatter most field magazines and bomb-proofs, and it is credited with causing the Confederate gunners to withdraw their attempts at enfilade fire along the right of the Union line. The dictator fired a shell weighing 218 pounds, with a charge of 20 pounds of powder. At an angle of 45 degrees, the range is set down in the Ordnance Manual at 4,325 yards, but, if it is true that the shell thrown by the dictator reached Center Hill in Petersburg, then it must have been carried at least 2.7 miles or 4,752 yards. Soldiers on both sides hated the mortars. A soldier in the 35th Massachusetts described a mortar attack. In the daytime, the burst of smoke from the Confederate mortars could be seen. A black speck would dart into the sky and hang a moment, increasing in size, rolling over and over lazily, and the revolving fuse would begin to whisper audibly, as it darted towards us, at first, softly, "I'm coming, I'm coming," then louder and more angrily, "I'm coming, I'm coming," and, at last, with an explosion to crack the drum of the ear, "I'm here." Mortar batteries alternated with tubed guns all along the front. Some artillery even acquired nicknames. One 7-gun siege battery just south of Fort Morton was called the Seven Sisters, while Union soldiers referred to several different artillery pieces as the Petersburg Express, most notably the 13-inch heavy mortar that was also known as the Dictator. This gun, the only one of its size at Petersburg, went into action on July 9, and remained active until September, firing 218 times, from various positions. It made the ground quake, one infantryman swore. The current whereabouts of the dictator are unknown. This famous weapon may no longer survive. Its oft-repeated identification as the 13-inch mortar, number 95 at Hartford, Connecticut may be false, as that piece does not match the recorded weight of the dictator. The Civil War was fought on American soil by mainly Americans, so what would a bunch of European diplomats be doing hanging out by a waterfall in New York? The answer lies in the fact that the Confederacy was making inroads with the English, and to some extent the French, to intervene in the war on their behalf. This 1863 photograph shows then Secretary of State William Seward relaxing with the ambassadors of Sweden, Italy, Nicaragua, France, Great Britain, Russia, and some others. It was important to keep good relationships with these countries to keep it just an American war, and President Lincoln successfully managed that effort. His face might not be familiar in this photograph, but you know the man sitting on the right. His name is George Armstrong Custer, of fame from the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Custer may have led his men to their doom in that battle, but in the Civil War, he was one of the most decorated and well-known soldiers in the country. To the left is the less familiar face of a Confederate officer named John Gimlet W. Lee, who was a classmate of Custer's at West Point. At the Battle of Williamsburg, Custer spotted Lee on the ground wounded, and even though they were opposite sides, Custer carried Lee to a nearby field hospital. Custer insisted on having his photo taken with his prisoner, which was typical of his boastful style. Gettysburg was a decidedly odd setting for the biggest battle in North American history, as most battles in the Civil War happened in southern states. But General Lee wanted to take the war to the Union and found their army in the little crossroads town in southern Pennsylvania. One persistent myth about Gettysburg is that the battle initially started because the Confederates were looking for shoes. They were actually looking for trouble, and with 10 roads going in and out of the town, it was a likely place for them to meet up. The 3-day battle that unfolded turned out to be the deadliest in American history. George Meade was a U.S. Army general and civil engineer who served as commander of the Union Army of the Potomac during the Civil War, 1861-65. Meade entered the Civil War as a brigadier general and first served during the Peninsula Campaign in 1862. He was badly wounded at the Battle of Glendale during the 7 Days battles but recovered and went on to perform admirably at the battles of Antietam and Fredericksburg. Meade succeeded General Joseph Hooker as commanding officer of the Army of the Potomac in June 1863. Only a few days later Meade achieved a major victory at the Battle of Gettysburg, where his army repelled repeated assaults by General Robert E. Lee's Confederate forces. While Meade's victory crippled the Confederate Army, he was widely criticized for allowing Lee's weakened force to escape into Virginia. Meade's reputation for caution led to the appointment of the more aggressive Ulysses S. Grant as Union General-in-Chief in 1864. Meade continued to lead the Army of the Potomac in a subordinate role until the end of the war, serving at the battles of the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, and Cold Harbor. Meade remained in the U.S. Army after the end of the Civil War and served as the commanding officer of the Division of the Atlantic, headquartered in Pennsylvania. In 1868, Meade briefly served in Atlanta as the governor of the 3rd Military District, a temporary government that controlled Georgia, Alabama, and Florida during Reconstruction. Meade spent most of his later life in Philadelphia, where he served as commissioner of the Fairmount Park Art Association. Having long suffered from complications caused by his war wounds, Meade died in 1872 at the age of 56 following a bout with pneumonia. This photograph is of Little Round Top, and if that sounds familiar, it's because this is where the Union Army almost got rolled up into a carpet and thrown into a river. This photo was taken after 2 days of desperate fighting left the landscape almost unrecognizable. Little Round Top was held in the end thanks to some extremely heroic fighting by the Union Army. Had the Confederates been able to seize Little Round Top, they could have overrun the left flank of the entire Union Army, and possibly won the battle. The fate of the entire Civil War may have been decided by the brutal fighting for one hill overlooking Pennsylvania farmland. Of course, it saved the Union Army from defeat, but it also had another significant impact. Upon hearing the news of the defeat at Little Round Top, General Lee made the hasty, ill-advised decision that led to Pickett's charge. These men are on drill firing their cannons into the field. But before Confederate General George Pickett set about on his ill-fated charge with 12,000 of his men, the Confederate Army opened up with what amounted to the largest artillery barrage in the history of the continent. Fortunately for the Union, the barrage was largely ineffective. Unbeknownst to Lee, a shell had hit an ammunition store and the subsequent explosion made it seem as though they were wreaking havoc on Union positions. Pickett would lose half his men, and later, the infamous charge would be known as the high water mark of the Confederacy. You've got to hand it to these Confederate prisoners at the Battle of Gettysburg. They've just been defeated, badly, and in all likelihood, lost many people close to them. Yet there they stand, defiantly, even though their war is over. 50 years after the battle, a reunion was held that invited combatants on both sides. The men, mostly in their 70s, enjoyed the day and even recreated Pickett's charge. When the Confederate soldiers got to the Union lines, the Union men threw up their hands to surrender out of respect. The two sides then shook hands and buried the hatchet forever. Fitz John Porter graduated 8th out of 41 from the United States Military Academy in 1845. He served during the Mexican-American War, receiving a brevet promotion to captain for gallantry at the Battle of Molino del Rey, and a brevet promotion to major for a wound he received at the Battle of Chapultepec. After the war, he returned to West Point and served as the assistant instructor of artillery from 1849 until 1855. From 1857 to 1858, he served under Albert Sidney Johnston as an adjutant during his Utah expedition. At the outbreak of the Civil War, he was immediately commissioned colonel of the 15th Regular Infantry, and on May 17, 1861, was promoted to brigadier general. He briefly served as chief of staff for General Robert Peterson before being ordered to Washington, D.C. by General George B. McClellan to assist in training Union recruits to form the Army of the Potomac. This strengthened his relationship with George McClellan and would eventually lead to the ending of his career. In 1862, Porter commanded the 3rd Corps, serving during the Siege of Yorktown. He then commanded the V Corps through the 7 days battles, showing an excellent skill in defensive fighting during the battles of Gaines' Mill and Malvern Hill. For his actions during these battles, on July 4, 1862, he was promoted to Major General. He was transferred to the Army of Virginia, under General John Pope, whom Porter did not get along with. During the Battle of Second Manassas, Pope gave Porter several contradicting commands, many made when what was occurring on the battlefield was not fully clear. These poor orders led to the Union defeat at Second Manassas. After the defeat, Pope relieved Porter of command in his army. Porter moved back to McClellan's army, and commanded the 5th Corps during the Battle of Antietam, where he was kept in reserve. In November of 1862, Porter was relieved of command once again, placed under arrest, and was put on trial by a military commission for the failures at 2nd Manassas. McClellan had been relieved of command by President Abraham Lincoln shortly before this, and Porter's friendship with McClellan was used against him during the trial. On January 21, 1863, the military commission found Porter guilty and he was dismissed from the army. Porter spent the rest of his life trying to vindicate his name and have it reinstated. 16 years after he had been dismissed, a board headed by General John M. Schofield exonerated Porter for all his actions at the Battle of 2nd Manassas and stated that Porter's actions most likely saved the Army. It would take until 1886 for then-President Grover Cleveland to sign a bill that placed Porter's name back on the Army roll. In the years after the Civil War, Porter was involved in several business interests and later served in New York City government as commissioners of public works, fire, and police. Dying on May 21, 1901, Porter was buried in Brooklyn's Greenwood Cemetery. A photograph of Sister M. Joseph, who with 8 other Sisters of Mercy, served at the Hammond Hospital in North Carolina. They served at the request of then Secretary of War Edwin Stanton, and their job was slightly different than most nurses. Hammond Hospital was seized by Union forces early in the war, then converted to a treatment center. It was meant to help soldiers who had lost a limb in combat. Procedures were not done there, as it was meant to be a safe place where soldiers on both sides, Union and Confederate, could come to relax and recover. They served on the battlefield and gave their lives. A group of Sisters of Mercy traveling to St. Louis on a Union steamboat took fire from a Confederate gun battery and worked through it, tending the wounded. At Gettysburg, one St. Joseph sister wiped the blood-covered face of a young soldier to discover that he was her 18-year-old brother. When Confederate Captain John Newton Ballard of Mosby's Rangers lost his leg in battle in 1863, like many of his fellow officers, he didn't waste time fretting over his amputated limb. Instead, he acquired a second-hand artificial leg and got back to war. Unfortunately, he was left literally without a leg to stand on near Halltown, Virginia, when his horse collided with a Union cavalry soldier's mount and his prosthetic was crushed, making him the only Civil War soldier to lose the same leg twice. However, he was about to have a stroke of luck. In March 1864, Union Colonel Ulrich Dahlgren was killed near Richmond, Virginia, during a cavalry raid. He, too, had lost a leg in 1863. In fact, the severed leg was given a military funeral and is still sealed within the wall of Building 28 in the Washington Navy Yard. Dahlgren's body was found by Confederates, one of whom took his wooden artificial limb as a souvenir. The Yankee prosthetic made its way to John Ballard, who wore it in active service to the end of the war. This photograph shows the city of Richmond, after Dictator and other guns fell silent. Hollowed-out structures such as these tell us they were burned, and by the look of it, there must have been one whirlwind of a fire. This is the ruins of Hacksaw's Mills and was taken at the war's conclusion. Before the war, the mill was the best in the nation, and provided a type of flour that was highly sought after by the British Navy for its preservative qualities, which then fed the Confederate Army during the Civil War. The fire that ended the Hacksaw's Mills was said to have consumed 30 square blocks of Richmond's business district. Once the defenses around Richmond were breached, the people and government of Richmond knew they couldn't defend the city. On April 2, 1865, as the Union Army lay siege to the Confederate capital, Jefferson Davis and the city's defenders left the city on the last remaining railroad line. The Army of Northern Virginia would surrender 7 days later, on April 9, 1865, but Jefferson Davis remained on the run. On April 14, President Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, and then on May 10, the Union cavalry finally caught up to Jefferson Davis and arrested him. A certain amount of controversy surrounds his capture, as Davis was wearing his wife's black shawl when the Union troops cornered him. The Northern press ridiculed him as a coward, alleging that he had disguised himself as a woman in an ill-fated attempt to escape. However, Davis, and especially his wife, Varina, maintained that he was ill and that Varina had lent him her shawl to keep his health up during their difficult journey. Imprisoned for 2 years at Fort Monroe, Virginia, Davis was indicted for treason, but was never tried. The federal government feared that Davis would be able to prove to a jury that the Southern secession of 1860 to 1861 was legal. Varina worked determinedly to secure his freedom, and in May 1867 Jefferson Davis was released on bail, with several wealthy Northerners helping him pay for his freedom. George McClellan was a U.S. Army engineer, railroad president and politician who served as a major general during the Civil War. McClellan was well liked by his men, but his reticence to attack the Confederacy with the full force of his army put him at odds with President Abraham Lincoln. In 1862, McClellan's Peninsula campaign unraveled after the 7 Days Battles, and he also failed to decisively defeat Robert E. Lee's Confederate army at the Battle of Antietam. Frustrated by McClellan's cautious tactics, Lincoln removed him from command. McClellan would go on to mount a failed presidential bid against Lincoln in 1864, and would later serve as the governor of New Jersey. One of the legacies of the Civil War is that the beautiful grounds at Arlington became the site of the United States' most recognizable cemetery. In the photograph below, soldiers and their wives gather on the steps of the mansion that rests above the hill overlooking Washington, D.C. You may be surprised to learn that that mansion belonged to none other than Robert E. Lee. Lincoln was looking for a place to establish a new national cemetery, and the quartermaster general suggested right in front of Lee's home. The message was blunt and clear and was also supposed to deter Lee from ever returning to his pre-war home. The move had the desired effect because he never did. The Battle of Appomattox Courthouse pitted the armies of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee against the forces led by the Union General Ulysses S. Grant. It began and was concluded on April 9, 1865 at Appomattox Courthouse in Appomattox County, Virginia. It was one of the most major, and ultimately important, American Civil War battles. The battle began when General Lee ordered an attack on the Union's troops. The onslaught by the Confederates was initially successful but fizzled out when Union troops arrived from the west and south and surrounded Lee's troops. The Confederates then retreated and, ultimately, Lee surrendered to Grant and the Union's forces. Historically, the Battle of Appomattox Courthouse marked the beginning of the end of Confederate hopes in the American Civil War. The treaty to end it, signed by Generals Grant and Lee, was drafted by Lieutenant Colonel Ely S. Parker. Parker, a Seneca chief, was a law school graduate from New York, and served as Grant's personal military secretary. The treaty terms agreed to by Lee and Grant became a model for many other surrenders that followed around the world. The treaty and rapport between Lee and Grant ensured that the roughly 28,000 Confederate soldiers captured would be paroled, but not imprisoned. Today, the site is maintained as the Appomattox Courthouse National Historical Park. It is listed on the Virginia Landmarks Register, as a U.S. Historic District, and on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places as well.